Professor Mhaskar is a labor sociologist at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, OP Jindal Global University. He holds a research partner position at the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Religious and Ethnic Diversity in Germany. He is the recipient of the prestigious postdoctoral research award conferred by the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation in Germany. Professor Mhaskar's research explores the multifaceted vulnerabilities workers experience at the lower end of India's rising economy. His research interests are in deindustrialization, joblessness, return migration, the role of caste, religion, and gender in shaping occupational choices and urban spatial restructuring. We will be discussing Professor Dickens Leonard paper today. The discussant for today's discussion is Professor P. Thirumal. He works at the Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad, where he teaches courses relating to theory, history, media science, with reference to modernity and deep time. Professor Dickens Leonard is an assistant professor of literature at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT New Delhi. For his PhD, he researched on the writings of the 19th century Tamil intellectual Ayodhi Das at the University of Hyderabad. I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, good morning everyone. Welcome to the second day's this absolutely exciting conference here. And without taking much time, I will request Dr. Dickens Leonard to begin his presentation.
Thanks, Sumit. I'm again extremely glad and also welcome all of you, friends, students, colleagues to this conference. It is always a difficult task when you're part of the organizing team, but also do conceptually engaging work. So I tried some, of course this is a published paper, and I'm really eager to listen to Thirumal's critique on it, engagement with it. But also I took some time to read it because I thought as every other presenter was doing, instead of doing an autobiographical reason, I was wanting to just intellectually place how this work emerged and how it got itself became a part of this special issue on caste in the critical philosophy of race. So this, I've just written a little bit and I'll talk along as I go, and it's just 10 minutes. Personally, this conference for the last 2 days, or the last 1 day and today together, has attained a kind of an interesting reputation for me, and it gives me a deja vu, right? And deja vu, but also something unique, special, and different. It is the effect, like those, after a series of musical expositions that you listen. Although you have listened it earlier, it's happening in your home ground. Different players of instruments, different artists, different styles, different genres, one after another, but they all play the same theme, but it is happening in your home ground. And to me, this conference was something like that. It gave me the effect of that kind. But someone has to play the metaphorical drum, the parai. And I think my engagement with Das, Ayodhi Das, in this volume is that jongleur who beats this drum along with other exponents of music that we've been listening. As for any projects, any intellectual projects, organic and thoughtful, there are conjunctures and conundrums. Conjunctures which bring acts and thoughts together, conundrums, problems, which push us to think differently for any work. And many a time they are interrelated. Both conjunctures and conundrums are interrelated. This work on Das, my work on Ayodhi Das, which was my PhD project, I've been spending around from 2007 onwards in this, wouldn't have happened but for a very combining of interesting histories, problematic legacies that bear it from behind. So what appears in these pages are shadows, and behind this there's a world of contestations. So So I have 4 to 5 reasons that I place it, and I'll go to the paper very shortly, and then Professor Thirumal will take over. University campuses and researchers are closely linked, and work on Ayodhya Das wouldn't have happened but for the university which is opposite to us, JNU, and the university where I come from in Hyderabad. A single wing in a JNU hostel discovered the works of Ayodhya Das. 3 scholars in a single wing in JNU hostel in the 1990s, they discovered the works of Ayodhya Das, which was completely forgotten for the last 100 years. I'm talking about Professor Aloysius, Professor Gajendra Ayaturai, and Professor Dharmaraj. 3 of them shared next rooms, and each worked and brought out the work. And this work is a legacy of that kind of work. So universities matter. Universities matter for work such as this. And my own legacy with, or history with Hyderabad. Hyderabad is very important. I know how many of you have gone to Hyderabad universities? You know the university, glad so many of you are here. Because social movements are also readerly movements, and they make writers. And Hyderabad is especially home to 2 interesting movements. One is the anti-caste movement, the other one is the feminist movement. Earlier works of both Indian women writing and Dalit writing come from this space. And it's something distinct from what I generally call within cultural history, work that happens in Delhi and Kolkata. And this history is very crucial for this work to appear in the critical philosophy of race, I think. This is home to anti-caste Ambedkarite movements, feminist movements, Dalit movement, minority discourses, with important student organizations which have produced scholars across time. I'm talking about Ambedkar Students Association, the Dalit Students Union, the Bahujan Students Front, the DAMSA, the Telangana student movements, so on and so forth. And we have figures like from Gadar to Kanchalaya operative in this special space. And we have Professor Thirumal and my friend Sowjanya here. Khalid is around. So to bring this dimension to this whole phrase, I locate this piece as part of this important connection to work such as this. But there are also intellectual conundrums, intellectual conjunctions. In the last 15 years of my work, very important interventions have happened from Dalit studies conclaves, works within history, subaltern studies, literary work, but also an emergence called critical caste studies in the field of critical inquiry. Figures are not just historical material, they become conceptual for comparing and also culturally theorizing, where there is what Guru called a close link between the ontological and the epistemic. I think this was crucial for my own training and my work in Hyderabad to happen. This was the flow in which the work emerged. And largely, any work is also singularly contextual, and I think the important public sphere that was emergent in Tamil, important works from 1990s onwards, truly written only in Tamil, was crucial in bringing. So all this was the backdrop in which this piece happened. But the piece also, the article also became something part of this volume because of my postdoc application in IIT, which I thankfully didn't take up, in which Divya proposed this idea of bringing this volume. This was 2017. One of the important things I liked about Divya's introduction is to look at as something what she calls it as the author function, and how the Ambedkarite becomes an author function, which is something which is more than the life of the author, but which founds a new discursivity. This is her own phrase, which I thought actually what my introduction to Das, but also me part of doing this in a long legacy does, like making it as a founding figure. And in doing so, it also took off, I think, in this global reception in an American press. I just was looking at my bibliography, and there are no single Tamil references, right? So, which I never do. So it took off in a sense of certain, what we say, cleaned up the whole piece for a different kind of an audience. And I think it's true. Any thinker who does it, say for example, Buddha was done the same way, right? So I think it was a necessity of that time. But I'm placing this across. The work itself has trajectories within what was happening in caste, called scholarship in caste, the studies in Hyderabad, movements in Hyderabad, but also what is happening on the studies on Ayodhya. It's placed within that, and that's where the distinction of this work emerges. Very shortly, as we all know, Ayodhya is prior to Ambedkar and Periyar. It belongs to another generation of scholars. Is 50 years later than Phule, about 30 years later than Phule, but 50 years prior to Ambedkar and Periyar. But this figure was completely absent in this narrative until 1990s. I'm not going to details, but some of the significant uniqueness of this figure is this figure can be placed with.
Thanks, Lenny. He traced the plural genealogies of his work. I've seen Lenny through his PhD and I really admire what he has done as a scholar and as a political intellectual. Let me start by saying I once again congratulate the authors for bringing out a special volume on caste in this important journal. I also thank the I'm delighted to be the discussant for Lenny's scholarly and a very encompassing, erudite article on anti-caste thinker Pandit Ayodhya's work, Indira Desam Saritaram. My access to Ayodhya's work is through Lenny and other interlocutors like Aloysius. What I am offering is a possible and some kind of a preliminary reading of Lenny's very involved and primitive reading of Saritaram. There are only 3 points, actually 2.5 points that I'm going to touch upon in my short address. The first one is a certain quest for originary belonging among the anti-caste thinkers. I suspect this is not only about anti-caste thinkers, it happens to upper caste as well. But it takes a particular trajectory when it comes to anti-caste thinkers, especially so the first point is about the quest for an originary belonging. The second one, which is a related issue, is there's a freedom in choosing identities. These two are connected, actually. The third one, which I've taken the liberty to compare Lenny's work with the piece that Dipesh Chakravarti writes on the public life of history and how upper caste view history, modern history in the late 19th century and early 20th century. So Saritaram seems to be a story of how anti-caste thinkers creatively imagine an originary belonging. In my view, and in an extended reading of Lenny himself, the function of this originary belonging is less to destabilize and impose ascriptive domination. I would want to believe that the gesture is towards world forming or world constituting. Texts like Saritaram, like Lenny correctly states, is constitutive rather than reactive we cannot just read it as an oppositional text or engineering of an oppositional past. While this urge, this quest for consecrating an originary belonging, in many cases, I'm talking about many anti-caste thinkers, are anchored in a pre-Brahmanic Buddhist past. Whether it's Ayodhya Das or Periyar or Ambedkar. Of course, Periyar was not talking of Buddhism. Thinkers, anti-caste thinkers, I would like to believe, invoke dissident tradition within the great Sanskritic world. For instance, Navnita is here, SNDP movement, it invokes Advaita. So they could creatively rework Brahmanic traditions as well. In all these instances, the major common denominator is that the anti-caste thinker chooses to start from a position of being free rather than being unfree. This insistence to start from a position of being free is based on their experience, but more than that, it is rendering that experience as a non-subjectivist and open-ended. It is less about representation, but more about expression and, in a Nancy Sen's presentation. Humanitas is resisted not as a program in itself, work in its Brahmanic past, not as a program in itself, but as a process where constituting the world prefigures dismantling the world. So it's not dismantling the world which prefigures constituting the world, it's constituting the world which prefigures. It's constituting the world which prefigures dismantling the world. In Dickens' intense and dense interpretation of Saritra, Ayodhya Das chooses an identity and exercises choice in choosing the identity. In a way, Ayodhya Das' refusal to accept his condition of thrownness belongs to a second order intentionality. It's not a primary. It is not clear to me, as Dickens says, whether the process of constitution produces a community through communication or dissemination. It's to suggest that anti-caste thinkers in colonial India exercised freedom in choosing identities by not merely reworking an oppressive Brahmanical past to cope and reconfigure the present and also to shape the future. So to reiterate the point, this allows them to start from a position of being free rather than being unfree. So far, I just spoke about 2 points. One is this quest for originary belonging and how this originary belonging has relationship to being unfree, being free rather. That's the kind of connection I was trying to make. The second one is a slightly different point, and it's about how upper castes have used history, modern history, in the late 19th and early 20th century, and how lower caste abused, and how actually Dipesh reads these two movements and how Lenny reads it. One of the first things that occurred to me while reading this article was the piece that Dipesh Chakrabarty wrote titled The Public Life of History. In that piece, he says there are two lives of history in India. One life that is read, taught, and researched by professional historians in the cloistered classroom. You know, it's read silently, done very in the faculty's chamber. There's a cloistered. There is another history that is generated through movements and struggles. And this history respects experience rather than facts and sources. He goes on to say how Tagore and other cultural elites, through literary societies, I mean, they were amateur societies doing history in colonial Bengal, cultural elites through literary societies cultivated what he calls an enthusiasm for history. They were also thinking that doing professional history contributes to a global civilization, I mean, not just an Indic civilization. They were great admirers of Leopold Ranke, considered to be the father of modern history, who argued that the discipline of history should be based on objective inquiry and not experience. In that essay, Dipesh goes on to say how this historian, this iconic historian, often considered to be the father of modern history, Jadunath Sarkis, when he wrote on Shivaji, the anti-Brahmin leaders tore that up. And they said it's a very biased work and it's against the spirit of the Maratha spirit. What is interesting about Lenny's interpretation of Saritram is that Ayodhya Das traverses both understanding and explanation. For this, he invokes Paul Riker. Unlike Dipesh Chakrabarty, who argues the subaltern class enthusiasm for history stems from the participation, that's what Dipesh says, stems from their participation in modern electoral process and democratic experience in colonial and post-colonial India. In my view, Lenny is contesting through a close reading of this text that history is not necessarily premised for the subaltern classes on experience in that limited sense. Interpretation should attain to both understanding and explanation, and that is why Lenny thinks that Saritram is not a text of objectified action. It's a very dynamic text where explanation and understanding kind of interact. In some sense, I would also want to think that critical philosophy should attain to both what can be called as a destroying of meaning and also a restoration of meaning. So it is, we have to both affirm the world in order to, in order to resist the world. And affirming the world is as important a task as resisting the world. Earlier on, I was talking about the originary belonging, how at a certain juncture, a distance is created between the self and the world. Now, this distance is problematized by Das and other anti-caste thinkers. I think this happens to most of them. Even in its most stable, primordial forms, see, in the way somebody like Dipesh, I get the sense, maybe I don't know what is his sense, but he thinks there is a certain primordial stability of the kind of identity produced by subaltern classes. But however, belonging is always a dynamic process, even if it's going to be a primordial belonging, and it's not a reified fixity, which is only a naturalized construction of a particular hegemonic form of power relations. I'll just also want to, the final point I would want to say is, there's a lot of philological labor that has gone into, and I'm not competent to speak about that, and I really apologize to Dickens for the lack of appreciation for that part of it. While I cannot fully grapple with the philological work that the Saritaram executes and that is brought to our attention through Lenny's meticulous detailing, I think creative fashioning of cosmologies in Buddhist idioms and managing taxonomies through the Siddha tradition, what is happening there is, Lenny is suggesting that Tamil opens up to a Buddhist moral universe as well. I mean, there's a certain kind of a moral idiom that Tamil opens up through his interpretation. There are things like his phrases, charged textuality, genealogy of laws, print textuality, a new textual imaginary, delimiting history of Tamil language and culture. I think each one of these terms requires, I'll stop here and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Thirumal. Yeah, I just have one minor point, I won't take much time. And just to put this text in a larger context, and I have been having this engagement with Lenny for a long time. And I think one thing as a scholar on labor that we have not done sufficiently enough, and labor history is a very solid discipline in this country particularly, is that TAS sits at the intersection of several themes, and I think Lenny's text could actually contribute to that. One is clearly colonialism, and we have done very little to think about TAS and colonialism. Second is indentured migration. Now, indentured migration is a massive theme, but within indentured migration, you have TAS that comes out as a figure who starts this Tamil journal, and which also talks about the experiences of the indentured labor. So that's second. The third is Buddhism and reimagining Buddhism, particularly in that particular era. And why these ideas of freedom? Because these ideas of freedom and unfreedom are very much linked to the indentured migration questions and how people experience freedom in a land which is not technically governed by the social norms of caste. And I think that opens up the third line of inquiry for us. Of course, there is anti-caste movement, discussions on public sphere and print. And the last part is about memory. And I think that connects to the global discussion on the memory studies on various levels. And in that regard, I think Lenny's this intervention is absolutely stunning, and I am looking forward to reading more about this particular aspect from Lenny. So thanks, Lenny, and over to you for responses.
I had the privilege of having interlocutors who have been having this interaction for a long time. So, so thanks a lot to both of you, and thanks Professor Thirumal for this very enriching reading, reading, and also supplementary reading to this to my piece. I found your interesting take on anti-caste intellectuals' use of originary sociality, originary community as a framework to argue for an affirmative world of freedom, or free being, if you want to call, against unfreedom. Very interesting, and I think it's conceptually linked up with other ideas that we've been discussing in the last one day. But you were on point, in a sense, of a project of not only my kind. I think a generation of scholars along with me during that time, I'm sure, where foregrounding figures like Ayodhya across regions, including Northeast Maharashtra, South India, across regions, and seeing it as also something not tied to a subaltern or post-colonial reading of a region's intellectual history, right? So the contestation was also that. While it is true that we are engaging with, with disciplines which are colonially informed, engaged with a certain kind of a westward engagement, we were also trying to place these figures as conceptually creative, critical, on their own, autonomously. What do they have to say? And we had to take on many of these scholarships. And then I think I did Milind is here. Milind was also my reviewer. We did almost a chapter on engaging with how do we distinguish and give a different reading of these figures in contradistinction to subaltern studies and post-colonial history. So I think in that sense, I'm with the editor's intent to bring the story of caste within the philosophy of race. I think it has a story there. But I thought I'd also clarify, because Sumeet very nicely brought in these three historical aspects. Ayodhya, at the end of his life, last 7 years, from 1907 to 1914, he passes away in 1914. 1914 is a very crucial year because you have the return of Gandhi from Africa to India to revamp the whole nationalist movement. Post 1915, the Congress is a different Congress. So it's a world which is prior to that. Dr. Ambedkar returns, or the whole participation with the political happens only in 1918. So it's a world which is prior. And this is Madras presidency, right? We are talking. And in the Madras presidency, the story is there's a very interesting, diversified kind of an anti-caste politics from the Dalit groups. I'm including Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, and the Kannada, spheres. And it's a very interesting history there in link with the Madras presidency. So it's of course there's a Tamil cosmopolis, but the cosmopolis is also a little spread out because of Madras presidency. And I think if he plays that wave, Ayodhya becomes one interesting voice amongst a series of expressions using print technology, using different kind of imaginaires that operates in this time period. So that itself is a different story. But even in that, I feel Ayodhya is something very singular because of his, the figure comes with certain techniques which were lost, which is a Siddha practitioner. He was a very well-known, Siddha practitioner who could heal. He was a cult figure in creating a particular thylum. Thylum is this oil, right, which was quite famous in the Tamil region. So he's coming from that. He had visited Burma. He was educated. For 3 generations, the family worked with the British office, but also created, schools of their own kind in Ooty. So there is a very kind of the story comes from. Yesterday we were listening to Ambedkar, 3 generations of Mahars in army. We had this. Similarly, a pattern emerges in Tamil context. And this journal also is crucial because while it's engaging with what was nationally being produced, it also constantly engaged with other groups which are oppressed, right? And had a very distinct voice. It's not that all Dalits were saying the same thing. They had a very interesting, very democratic, multi-various voice, but constantly in engagement with each other. I think in that sense, we are looking at a figure who's organic, but also who's a thinker and a and an organic persona who is very much on the ground, right? Very much using his feet and hand and so on and so forth. So this figure is a very interesting figure for me. And just before his death, this 7 years, this whole experiment happens. So somewhere these texts that were produced nearing death. Like Ambedkar's last 10 years. All this very creative act of belonging to an originary sociality comes near their last few years of their time. So I thought I'll finish there, and that's something which ekes me out towards thinking about death philosophically, in a sense, what you were suggesting. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Lenny. Now the floor is open for questions to the speaker and the discussant.
Thanks, Lenny. That was a very impressive paper. I read it with a lot of interest. You referred to two Foucauldian phrases, author function and discursivities, and I was wondering if you have looked into Devjani Ganguly's work, because Professor Thirumal also referred to Dipesh, and Devjani Ganguly's conceptual template seems to be the Subaltern Studies, through which she reads many Dalit life narratives. A reading that I don't agree with, but that's another issue. Secondly, I was wondering how, there are many Dalit constituencies whose narratives begin on a reactionary note in response to certain colonial historical assumptions, embedded in philosophies of history of the Western kind. For instance, I wrote a chapter on the Baudi community in West Bengal, and the colonial documents that I looked into described the Baudis as unmitigated, uncivilized Chuars, and Chuar is a pejorative term, a demeaning term. And in response to that, the Baudis started saying that we also have our history. Now, this is very similar to the nationalist, reactionary, anti-colonial kind of historical articulations, that we also have our civilizational past, and so on and so forth. And the entire Subaltern Studies discourse has talked about it. And in my research, I realized that even though it was reactionary to begin with, it was, in terms of its nature and articulation, it was very different from the anti-colonial nationalist articulations that we could think of. Have you come across a similar kind of difference in Ayodhya's articulations and the Tamil nationalist, anti-colonial, Brahminical narratives of reconstructing their past, which is, of course, very nationalist in its nature? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lenny, for that talk. I have two questions to ask you. The first one is, could you talk a bit about how Thas was received during his times, like what kind of movement did he spark amongst, the Madras presidency? How was he received among Dalit circles of that time, and also like within the Savarna circles of that time? So that's one question. And the second question is related to how you approach this theme of history and the topic of historical retelling in Thas's work. And this is something that I have come across, say for instance in Phule as well. And you actually note Phule's, Thas's similarities between Phule and Thas in your own article. So I was just wondering whether you could talk about how Thas approaches this theme of history and the retelling of history, and your own concept of the casteless space in Thas. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Professor Lenny and Professor Thirumal, for such a rich dialogue, truly. I think I just had a comment before I asked my question, which is that I think I absolutely loved how Professor Thirumal made a very clear distinction that IIT Thas must not be read in the grain of Subaltern Studies, which is it's created these two camps, that either your history comes from the classroom or from experience, and there's no in between. And I think that everything that IIT Thas has actually discussed is very different from that. And Lenny, here's my question to you, which is that I wonder if we can look at these practices of, excuse my now what is a colloquial phrase, of reading against the grain, which even IIT Thas had, where he was looking at certain canonical figures and tracing Buddhist roots back to them, like Tiruvalluvar and all of that. And I wonder if this practice of taking some canonical figures and or canonical histories and giving an entirely different conception to them. We see it in Phule happening with the Baliraja myth. We see it in Ambedkar's Who Were the Shudras, where he's, like, doesn't matter whether it's factual or not, but they're giving a completely different version of history as opposed to the dominant version that existed at that point of time. So I wonder if you could sort of maybe think about the anti-caste reading practices, perhaps, which have somewhat gone on and influenced each other over time. And if you could also reflect on, where for us, I think as scholars today, what are the things that we could learn from these practices, and how do we begin like our own revisionary projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lenny and Thirumal, for a very interesting series of issues. I want to bring up something which we can probably talk about later also, but just want to throw it out there, which is to say that, and Thirumal used the phrase world constitution, and of course some of the excitement of the kind of material that Lenny is bringing out is precisely the fact that it is generative of worlds out there, connections, networks, and so on. But I was also thinking, and Lenny knows, will know more about this, whether when we take the Buddhist framing of this enterprise seriously, there is of course a way in which there is world of affirmation, there is world constitution, but there must also be, if it is Buddhist, an ascetic, I don't want to say world denying, but like in Hindi you say lok unmukh and lok, when you turn away from the world. There must be something like that, because the reason why I bring it up is because we were discussing yesterday, and of course Professor Guru also brought up these issues. The conceptual apparatus that, in a sense, the conference is trying to put together, within that kind of concern, must we not interrogate the relation between freedom and unfreedom? Must we not try and imagine, and given the Buddhist impulse, which would be to precisely cross out that, if the word free, if it has Brahmanical connotations or traces in any of the great Hindu schools of philosophy, the Buddhists would cancel it out immediately. And there was a discussion of anatta in our panel yesterday. Would we not want to do that? And if we were to do that, then would the IoT project look a little different?
Thanks for all the questions. Thanks, Kalyan. I read closely the books that were produced during the time on what I would call the narrative of suffering discourse, right? Narrative of suffering discourse. The project was also pitched in to move away from that argument. So I get what you suggest in, how do we respond to the project. While it recognized, even the Dalit Aesthetics project recognized it also tried to see there's something more, because it goes back to a longer history in the Tamil case as well, right? So how do we then deal with it? And that's where I moved away from Devjani Ganguly kind of arguments on narratives of suffering, or even texts of untouchable texts and things like that. The arguments moved towards that way. So on the treating of history, which I think two questions came, I have a cheeky answer to it, because it seems to us, if you want to call it subalterns, these people are all subalterns, it seems to us any technology which is entering into the region, right? It's explored for a different, its intent might be something, it's explored for a very different kind of a purpose and takes a different shape. And Thirumal might be, he does history of media, he says very, might have a very interesting take on it, because it seems that little media seems to be a very popular kind of reception amongst the groups to actually work wonders with it. And it's no reason that at this point in time, until 1914, although in Tamil there were almost 54 journals that were run, these are all accounted, it were journals run by Dalits, none of them wrote novels. So it's very interesting to see why this little, and the parallels are very similar. Social media, you have the little magazine movements, you have a long history. 57, yeah, 57. I think you reviewed the thesis. 57 journals that are accounted. So I think there's something we have to do with then caste and technology. I think there's a conference that's going to happen next week. A much more deeper question, not as a representational question that you're asking about 57, there is this. No, not that. Something more deeper than what is the making or fashioning of this technique in engagement with this, and why this medium. I think that's a deeper question, and I think the historiography that happens is in this mode, right? In this what do you call a textual kind of an elasticity in which the whole experiment with historiography happens with them, right? Apparently, all of them. The intent was to publish books. So although there are, I think, 54 long continuous issues in Tamil which ran this story, Saritram story, but at the end of the issue, he brought it out as a book, which could not sell, and then it gets republished later until 1956. Another person republishes. So. But the most circulation was through this little media. I think there's something there, but we can talk over, right? So thanks for the question. So something, thanks Gopika, I think we are doing this in this semester on the debate between memory and history, particularly with anti-caste thought, right? Whether there is, what is history for them? So for example, very clearly Das says, what is to do history, right? And what is to do history for him is to explain and to remove, which is basically to explain and to interpret. To interpret is to explain and to understand. So to doing history is to do that for him, right? So for example, it's very clearly not something which you are telling a story which has happened or not. It's something about understanding. So I'm feeling there is a very loose critical relationship between what history does and what critical memory, operates with history. So there are works on Phule on this already. But Ayurvedas, I think we are doing it. So, and thanks for that. There's Mnemocultures is a long field in which I think this, even on Ayurvedas, Gajendran has a recent piece on casteless memory and the movement. So I think that is there, Gopika, which could be of use. Arushi, pedagogue is very important. The figure of the pedagogue, or one who does pedagogy, is very important for anti-caste movement. And the pedagogue is somebody who just not writes, then he also organizes, he gives appeals for schools, he fights cases. Ayurvedas fights a case with his own son and brother-in-law, who's also a big figure, Rettamalai Srinivasan, who went along with Ambedkar to second roundtable conference for using the word paraya. He filed a case on him. Yeah, for running a paper called paraya. So it's you have pedagogue is not somebody who just does writing alone in a room and publishes. It's somebody who's organically linked, and I think that's a very crucial role. Anti-caste thinkers, anti-caste leaders, organicists take it and embody it in a certain sense. I think in that sense, religion becomes this big frame in which the pedagogue occupies, the anti-caste occupies this role. I think that's where I think the work takes this turn towards Buddhism, and I'm reading it that way. We can have a discussion on this. So it's not the skeptic, which is a long tradition within Western philosophy. Nietzsche, Freud, you have that. There is a certain kind of a distancing from the mass, right? The anti-caste figure, for him or her, pedagogue is a serious role that they constantly are at once together, relating with each other, organically linking, talking with each other, but also at once has to do this work, all this work, right? It's Ambedkar going back into the room and coming back and giving, meeting people. It's that, and that's a crucial, I think a role that that anti-caste movement actually provides them to do. I think I'm sure the blacks also, there's a similar, in the black movement, there's a similar kind of a pattern. Yeah, Milind, thank you. Turn-away is from you. I took the return and turn away from your book. But I think if I'm loosely translating it, as something which he relates with Buddhism, which is lessening your, whatever has been described as fact of the world. And that fact of the world can be something defined by caste. So lessening it, because he's coming from a Siddha tradition. So any body is, if you go to the healer as a diseased body, you lessen the disease. So from that kind of a world, then lessening of is one concept. As Atramai is something which I'm thinking would be that Buddhist resource to which we can fall back. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I think maybe in the interest of time, maybe Yashpal, maybe take one more question maybe? Is it? One or two more questions then in that case, yeah. So yeah.
Thanks, Lenny. Hi, thanks a lot. My questions are not as profound. I'm curious as to why they called it, why he uses the term Saritram as opposed to Varlaru. Now, Varlaru is a term that right now it has become the dominant term. So was it just that, this is pre-Tamil Tanithamil Iyakam. So was the dominant word still Saritram, so he uses Saritram, or was there a conceptual distinction between Varlar and Saritram and he's choosing to call it Saritram? Because Ayodhidasar's contribution to Tamil is immense. He himself has coined terms and those terms are now dominant. So, what is the distinction he is trying to make between Saritram and Varlar?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. So the Varlaru word doesn't come in the whole narrative at all. Saritram recurs, but I also feel the first novel in Tamil is called Charitram. It's I forget Pradaba Mudaliyar Charitram. Right? Charitram had this very elastic thing. It's a first novel, but it's something of history of a person. So in that kind of a dynamic, you have Charitram offering itself to weave a narrative. Right? I think it can be placed in that Tamil cosmos of using terms, even genres of narrative. So I will place it there. But I think much seriously, Dasar is also placed in a world of Tamil pedagogues. He's a Pandidar. Right, so he's a Pandit, right? It's a role which is having a public kind of a space. Of course, his Pandidar Tanmai comes from his Siddha tradition, right? It's not, but he is in conversation with the elite, Tamil elite of Madras, right? So he is also using norms, terms which are in conversation with each other. So thus his readerly public is very mixed. Right, and therefore it's a very interesting way whether only Dalits read it or only he associated with Dalits. No, it's not necessary. But the movement was largely, participants were largely from the Dalit community, and still alive. They're still alive. Yeah. The Tamil Buddhist movement is still alive.
Yeah, thank you, Lenny, and it's absolutely a beautiful session and which connects very nicely from the discussion we closed yesterday. That it cast only about Dalits and rest only about blacks. And I think Ayodhyadas as a figure offers that possibilities of thinking of caste beyond Dalits and, or any particular groups for that matter. And the questions of freedom and unfreedom, I think we need to have a longer discussion with Lenny, and that would be absolutely amazing. So on that note, yeah, we are done for this session. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to the second session of uh, the second day on the conference on critical philosophy of caste and race. Um in the panel we have as our chair Professor Yashpal Jogdand. Professor Yashpal is an assistant professor of psychology in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. His research examines the issues of prejudice, stereotyping, humiliation, leadership, caste, casteism, and coping resistance. He serves on the editorial board of the British Journal of Social Psychology, Asian Journal of Social Psychology, and Journal of Social and Political Psychology. He is the book reviewer editor of the Journal of Psychological Studies. He is a recipient of the Young Psychologist Award by the National Academy of Psychology, India. As a discussant, we have Professor Y.S. Alone. Professor Y.S. Alone is a professor in visual studies at the School of Arts and Aesthetics, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and has written on ancient Indian art, neo-Buddhist visual culture, and Dr. Ambedkar's critical framework. He is also the author of Early Western Indian Buddhist Caves, Forms and Patronage. We have Professor Divya Dwivedi. Professor Dwivedi is an associate professor of philosophy and literature at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Her research and publications are on ontology, narratology, and the philosophy of politics. She is the co-author with Shaj Mohan of Gandhi and Philosophy on Theological Anti-Politics and co-editor of Narratology and Ideology. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome everyone for this session, which is about one of the core concerns of this conference, to talk about caste and race and to talk about it in the right spirit and right manner. And the focus of the discussion is Professor Divya Dwivedi's intervention in the special issue, her article, The Evasive Racism of Caste and the Homological Power of the Aryan Doctrine. So I first invite Professor Divya to briefly share with us her perspective.
Thank you very much, Professor Yashpal. The title of the paper, Evasive Racism of Caste, indicates that I seek to establish that caste is a form of racism. I also argue that caste is the oldest form of racism, which the oldest part is not that disputable. We don't know of many racisms that have had continuous sway over such a long period. And what I try to contribute is also an explanation for why the Aryan doctrine, in quotes, always it's a term that I use in quotes because I believe it's a very dangerous term and its dangerous consequences have been seen in spectacular ways, in the ways that the Nazi regime utilized this concept, but this concept remains operative in the far-right political formations in the United States, in America, and of course in India. We may not be encouraged to see them as far-right. We shouldn't actually, it is quite mainstream. So this Aryan doctrine, in quotes, has a homological power. Homology here refers to the existence of common origins or even the creation of common origins. In other words, I try to say that many forms of racism, including that of caste in the world, have the Aryan doctrine at their origin. So it is the oldest, but it is also very productive of the modern as well as 19th and 17th, 18th century types of racism. And I believe that that may help us to take an even greater measure of the problem that is confronting all of us. My paper poses three questions which it seeks to respond to. One is, what is the usefulness of discussing caste and race together? What is the usefulness of drawing analogies between them? And I think to even ask why it's useful can be gauged from the fact that both the Indian mainstream lay perceptions and academic perceptions right up till the 21st century have been very phobic of the comparisons between caste and race. There is a very quick rejection that these two things should be compared at all. And to me, it seems to be a classic case of a denial, a Verneinung in the Freudian sense, if you like, that something is true, but it must not be acknowledged. So there is a disavowal of the connection between caste and race. We have, as Professor Guru said, not an anthropological interest in trying to say why they are similar or the same. We have a political and an academic political interest in knowing why analogies are powerful and therefore receive this kind of response to dismiss them. The second question I was keen on is, why did caste serve as the most compelling analog and homologue for racism? Here I would like to just reassert something quite well known in the philology of the 17th, 18th and 19th centuries, also in comparative literature, which is that the analogy between caste and race was first observed by European racists, by those Europeans who were constructing race theories and were servicing the colonial projects all over the world with the justification of philosophical anthropology, subsequently also of racial anthropology. In other words, we and I are not the first ones to draw an analogy between caste and race. We are the first ones, in fact, we are the inheritors of Jyotirao Phule, who was one of the first to draw this analogy, but the difference that we must observe is that the first race and caste analogies were drawn by Europeans for the purposes of racism, and the first anti-caste analogy was drawn by Jyotirao Phule between caste and race, and subsequently by other thinkers. Ambedkar also dealt with this, and for me, a very formative moment in my own life was in 2001, when Dalit scholars and activists once again raised this analogy and utilized it for a juridical purpose, for an anti-caste legal framework already existing in our world, when they discussed this matter in the United Nations World Conference Against Racism and Related Forms of Xenophobia and Discrimination at Durban. Durban, in 2001, the capital of the ex-apartheid state. And many have observed how a kind of apartheid exists in the caste order itself in our country. My third aim in the article was to ask how are caste and race in their analogic and homologic relation masked across their history, especially at a point when the lower caste majority began to mobilize and to produce scholarship that exposed the racism of caste. So if we take Jyotirao Phule as a historic moment in which not only a new mobilization but a new intellectual program and paradigm was inaugurated, and in that paradigm the very first words on the first page were the analogy between caste and race, then I think we have to pay attention to the new strategies through which upper caste public sphere, media and academia have responded over the past 150 years to combat this breakthrough insight and assertion of Jyotirao Phule. So I think we need to see the systematicity of the hiding of caste, and the hiding of caste by hiding any connection or any analogy or comparison with race. That is what Shaj Mohan and I have broadly called a calypsology. It's a fun word, but it is a concept needed. So it deliberately refers to Homer's Calypso, because she trapped Odysseus by casting a spell and making him forget that he has other journeys to make. So he remains in the island believing that that is his home. And I think our academia and our media and public sphere are also calypsologized because they assert this belief that we have a home, and the defense of that home, its native culture, its indigeneity, is our primary duty. I think another name for this calypsology, or a type of calypsology in our country, is decolonial program. So the decolonial program is invested in hiding the connections between caste and race. I would just like to highlight the ways in which I answer this question. The analogy between caste and race is extremely clear. It is not about whether caste has some physical, phenomic or bodily content alone. Rather, both caste and race deploy and perfect what I call the denigrate and dominate function. There are many types of domination in the world. And of course, people may on a regular basis wish to denigrate each other. none of these instances combine in the denigrate and dominate function, because it's the unique combination whereby domination is achieved through inferiorization, and it must be done at an institutional scale. It is not personal, individual, and in that sense, it's not universal human psychology to dislike the outgroup. The second is that a denigrate dominate function is always achieved by two strokes, which are intellectual, and they must be fought at the intellectual level, but they are also institutional, which is where, as Professor Thirumal said, they must be combated at a political level. So the first is that human beings are ranked in a scale of values. So there is what I would simply call a scaleology, and the idea of such concepts is to help us to see very clearly wherever a scaleology operates, where we are organized according to scales. The second is that the scale is ranking a value which is attributed to us by birth, whether it is at the level of the skin color or the flesh or the body, the blood, or at the level of genes or IQ. These are all different species of scaleology, and they must and can be compared. This scaleology requires the attribution of the named value at birth. That's what we call hypophysics. This is important because often caste has been located only in the scriptures. It's protected there as religion. It's also protected as a culture or a tradition. All over the world, there is a multicultural consensus to protect tradition. But more recently, in the academia, it has also been protected through the use metaphysics. It sounds fantastic that caste should be a metaphysics, but I would like to assert that metaphysics is very rare. There may be a handful of thinkers who have produced metaphysics. That metaphysics requires its critique. Kant was one of the first to produce such a critique. Heidegger produced a different type of destruction of that critique, and that tradition is followed by Derrida and Deleuze. But precisely Kant and Heidegger are thinkers who have also indulged in hypophysics. Both of them are thinkers of race and racist thinkers in very crucial aspects of the body of their work. There is no apologetics which can absolve them. So hypophysics often lies hidden within the works of metaphysics. And calling caste a metaphysics is not going to help us understand caste or combat it at the intellectual and academic level. Simply because we also need to combat the hypophysics found in philosophy. The second part of the article shows that apart from making an analogical observation about caste and race, we have to pay attention to a very singular historical fact, that at some point Europeans saw and read the way in which the upper castes, especially the Brahmins, were projecting, portraying, and writing about their own culture, their own casteism to Europe. And they have been doing that since the Vedas. So there is a large canon of upper caste self-description, which was found very impressive by the Europeans, and they used that poetic and religious grandeur, and what they thought was a philosophical grandeur. But what most impressed them was that the only group and the only canon known to them in the world which could practice supremacism and also describe it and also codify it in the name given to itself, the name Aryan, was to be found in India. There is no comparable racism or discriminatory system which has produced a canonical body of works and compressed it in this name Aryan, because the name means noble and higher. The name itself has a scaleology built into it. It is a relative term of self-ascription of supremacy. And so Europeans who had already launched into the colonial project found extremely useful this instance. And that is why we should marvel at the fact that Aryan is the only word from another language, not counting the Greek terms, but it's bigger than any Greek term through which Europeans have defined themselves. Perhaps Europe itself, the name, is the only other word that still lasts and allows for a kind of Western self-identification and supremacism and all forms of Orientalism to continue. So the word, the name Aryan, is right there at the top and continues to perform this service. Today, of course, it's a name which cannot be taken in Europe. Everywhere else it can be. And Therefore, it has synonyms like Indo-European, which is a perfectly permissible and acceptable name. And that means that the homological power, the original power of this word and the system which it denotes still continues to radiate through intellectual and political and racist institutions across centuries. And it has not gone away. In fact, we are only beginning to realize that after the Holocaust, it's coming back with a force. The third part of the paper is why the decolonial, post-colonial, and even subaltern studies program has not addressed the relationship between caste and race, but many of its contributors have admonished any connection between caste and race to be drawn, and have done so in very identifiable strategies. These strategies can be seen in comparative literature, in the discipline of philology, and in historiography, from where it then also comes to political science and political theory. And two, you could say, decisions that have been made are that all the evil has an epistemological vector. Evil comes from the west to the east. Its vector is always pointing from west to east. It never goes from east to west. But I think if we really go beyond race and caste analogies to race and caste homology in the way Europe adopted its Aryan ancestor. You know, people adopt children. Europe adopted its parents and said that our parents were in India. First they said we are like them, and then they said we are born of them, and then they looked for common ancestors, which they continue to do in many disciplines. I think it's very important to know that in fact this subcontinent and its traditions have been the source of perhaps the worst form of evil, both inside the region and outside the region. The second is that the idea of caste is a colonial construct which is associated with the works of Nicholas Dirks, Bernardus Cohn, and many others, has performed many levels of damage to an anti-caste thought and anti-caste academic research because it has focused our attention entirely on the way Europeans misread the texts of the Brahmins, the scriptures, the texts of the 18th and 19th century translations, and that they continued to misread the ethnographic fact of caste. So not just the philological canon, but also the social canon which exists. Ravikant made a very important point yesterday, that is sociology in our country really a discipline that does what it is supposed to do, namely study our society? But sociologists, anthropologists, and political scientists all rely on this Dirksian paradigm to say that caste as we experience it today, which means the way we experience it under modern institutions of democracy, just judiciary, media, proportionate representation, the positive discriminatory policies of reservation, these are all the product of a gross misreading, and therefore the entire problem is experienced by the research academia as a hermeneutical problem, whereas it is in fact a social and political problem. And I end the article with sort of 7 compressed axioms, if you like, false axioms through which the dominant media operates. I already mentioned the first, which is about the epistemological vector, and the second, which is about the hermeneutical obsession, which prevents our own scholars and ourselves from really trying to produce knowledge about our own caste system and then produce anti-caste knowledge. The fourth axiom is that anti-caste mobilization by Dalits is presented merely as caste mobilization. These may be very small slips, but I think they are enormous. And as a philosopher, I would assert the difference between caste mobilization and anti-caste is enormous. They also describe this mobilization as competition between caste communities, and hence we get a new compressed mantra, which is caste politics. If you consider the shorthand that we are using, and often in academic research, it is already from the point of view of the upper caste repertoire. So an example is the way Dirks speaks of political society. It's a concept coming from Partha Chatterjee, and he himself theorized political society by contrasting it with the Western model of state and civil society. And the upper caste post-colonialist academia derived a great satisfaction that somehow we had overcome Hegel, because we had discovered a third society, namely a political society. But if you remember the article, the texts of Chatterjee, they always take upper caste examples to illustrate a political society, whether it's Tagorean or it's the other kind continuous with the Hindu right. This is also found in Spivak's work, where the most canonical example of the subaltern is a Brahmin woman who kills herself. So while the canon of the critical work done in the academia is always exemplifying some phenomenon, some anxiety of the upper castes, some trauma experienced by the upper castes, whereas the traumas and the problems of the majority, which is the lower caste populations, don't seem to populate our academic imagination. Another axiom is that the rebellious and emancipatory anti-caste forces of Dalit discourse are now finding a presence in our academic research, but they have been made to undergo a peculiar transformation to make them acceptable. So they are translated as a late stage of colonial history and trapped in a history of the colonial and post-colonial welfare states. So they are made to embody, and this is the case with Anupama Rao's The Caste Question, where she refers to it as the paradox of emancipation. So emancipatory work is then rendered into a paradox, which is partly intellectualized and partly made to become dubious. In Rao's colonial hermeneutic, which she retains, and I quote, "The accounts of Dalit emancipation stand to amend the global history of liberalism by becoming a unique cultural and political subject of suffering." This does not, to me, to my knowledge, which is limited, it does not seem to me true of what is the reality of Dalit existence and anti-caste existence, nor can I accept this diminution of the enormous revolutionary forces of the past 150 years by saying that it is a late stage in the history of Western liberalism. And her idea that Dalits have self-constituted themselves as the mauled body, I'm also quoting, the victim of atrocity, the claimant of state welfare. This is a position that I believe is continuous in her work from Nicholas Dirks, who proposed what was called Mandalization. If we carefully look across disciplines at Dirks and the historiographers following him, and if we look at political scientists writing about Mandal, if we even look at philologists and comparativists like Thomas Troutman or Dorothy Figuera, whose work I think is exemplary, we still find that it is framed by this acceptance that there is something wrong with the way that lower caste majority asserted its rights at various stages in modern Indian history. And Mandalization is, to me, another wicked distortion. That is to say, it's an intentional distortion which diminishes the way we do this history. So I would like to stop here because I think I've run out of time and I cannot compress the whole of the article, which already was too long, and I heard it from the editor. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. Before I hand over to Professor Alone, I just wanted to, share my learning experience, and especially the learning experience with the set of vocabularies that are new, that makes it a very nuanced and deep reading, and that stays with you. And certain statements have stayed with me in the subsequent readings, highlighting caste as the oldest of the racism, and certainly coming from psychology has made me wonder what exactly are the psychological underpinnings of the casteist and racist oppressors. What exactly is their nature, and where is this evasion coming from? Where is this distancing coming from? And certainly there is more to discuss, more to explore. So we'll continue with the discussion. I hand over to Professor.
Thank you. Well, first let me thank Dr. Jogdand, Lenny, and Divya for choosing me to comment on her paper. I really don't know how much time do I have. Oh, fine, thank you. I really don't know how should I begin, but let me also request Divya that kindly take it in a very academic spirit. So don't feel bad if I become too critical. Having said that, I really, it becomes very difficult to produce an argument on such a or produce a comment as such. So I'm not going to go into the empiricism part of the article. It is full of empirical informations, which is it's very delighting to read these kind of informations, because generally the philosophers really don't dig deep into those ideological constructions that happen in the 19th and 20th century, and how that colonial people really, this whole love for Sanskrit or love for Aryan, it actually, I mean, what I call it as consciousness of senselessness. So this whole trajectory of consciousness of senselessness can be read through these kind of interventions. Now, the critical framework which we always use, or even for that matter, the terms such as critical caste studies, critical race studies, to be very frank, I don't know what is critical. None of the people, I mean those people who use the word critical, they have not defined what is critical in it. Whether it is a generic term, or does it have certain theoretical nuances, or for that matter, certain theoretical positioning, which is away and dismantles the normative. This is very important. And once you raise this question of dismantling the normative has been there because you approach anything with certain normatives. And whether your intellectual assimilation has really transformed you to dismantle that narrative of the normative. This becomes a huge question for anyone who is willing to be critical, or for that matter, who is willing to produce a critique of a discourse which is part of the dominance. I come to the next point, that is metaphysics. See, metaphysics per se is not bad, but it all depends on its objective. If the objective of the metaphysics is to ward off ignorances, it becomes righteous metaphysics. And if the objective of the metaphysics is not to ward off the ignorances and maintain those ignorances and hegemony, it becomes unrighteous metaphysics, and consequently it becomes protected ignorance, the term which I normally use. Or even for that matter, the same is with the concept of rationality. The objective of the rationality is very important. If your objective of the rationality is not to ward off ignorances, it becomes unrighteous rationality. And if your objective is to ward off the ignorances, it becomes righteous rationality. So when it becomes unrighteous, obviously it becomes protected ignorance. So your intention is whether to protect those ignorances or dismantle those ignorances and then move forward, because there is this whole idea of continuity that matters a lot, and the idea of centrality, which is generally associated with many of those thinkers in the Europe, and how other set of European thinkers try to dismantle that centrality of the meaning process in the from the philosophical perspective. So for me, Kantian metaphysics are the people who derive that kind of a power through those metaphysical ideas. To me, they are fantastic examples of protected ignorance. And therefore, it is very necessary to dismantle this kind of metaphysical thinking and bring many of those things to a earthy world of analysis and the day-to-day problems which we face. So, Indology is one such project which remained part of the metaphysical thinking. So, Europeans would like to defend with the Kantian thinking, whereas Indians would like to defend from the point of view of the Vedantism. So, what Divya has pointed out about person like Rajaram Mohan Roy, and also some other people, including Gandhi and all. So to me, Rajaram Mohan Roy, Swami Vivekanand, Tagore, Gandhi, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Aurobindo Ghosh, they were all Vedantic. They believe in divinity, they believe in soul and purification of soul, it idealized life and other individual persuasions as important means of liberation. They advocated detachments and they discussed dualism of human consciousness. Mysticism and metaphysics of dualism are the only means of understanding and formation of the consciousness as well as that of understanding. For all, Varnashrama Dharma is something like a divine. And there is no critique of a social liberation. Cause is a factor that happens as a natural phenomenon and a cosmic phenomenon. All were part of revivalist ideologies. Tagore remained little different, not so much. But others remain almost same. Radhakrishnan could not set up an ashram because he became a president of India. And therefore, he couldn't set up an ashram and rest set up an ashram. There is a very clear-cut strategy. Now, how do you read this epistemic violence in everyday life? And then try to understand the very idea of caste and race. Dr. Ambedkar is very clear in his writings, the distinction between the caste and race. I'm sorry, Divya did not refer to that particular article. But it would be really interesting to see the parallels as well as the differences and how Dr. Ambedkar was critical of those kind of parameters in the intellectual persuasions as well as in the non-metaphysical sense of understanding. These are very important aspect which needs interrogations. Then the other issue that really comes is that of the whole logic of post-colonialism. And what Divya has pointed out about Nicholas Dirk, I think it is, to use the Indian term, I'm very fond of using this particular term. Nicholas Dirk's, the entire book of Nicholas Dirk's and ideas is a big bakwas. Perhaps Divya may not agree with me. And the other bakwas is in a similar vein. The other bakwas produced is by Devjani Ganguly. She called Ambedkar's writings as mythograph, Dalit life worlds as mythograph. Can you imagine? She calls it mythograph. None of the Indian writers, or for that matter intellectuals, really make a critique of this logic of mythograph. Why it goes by that? It is, though you take the position of the postmodernism, but your postmodernism is well embedded in your Vedantic logic. So you are a Vedantic par excellence under the garb of postmodernism. And this particular philosophical positioning becomes extremely problematic because it is driving you to this whole logic of Brahma and Parabrahma, which Kant is also very fond of. So there, it becomes a part of a defensive mechanism in order to protect your own self and your ideas of hegemonies and the power. And that is the reason when Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak writes the first chapter of post-colonial reason, she becomes very critical of Kant. And she says that Kant denied enlightenment to aboriginals. It's very categorical reading she produced. And you have to rethink on those readings and take it forward. However, while taking so, we also need to understand how really this whole idea of homologous, which Divya has very beautifully applied, and also the aspect of collapsology. This blending, the blending of ideas, the concepts, which has become a part of intellectual persuasion these days. However, this bending needs to be done very cautiously, because if it is dismantling your own theoretical position, or for that matter, if it is becoming a Brahmanic position, it is something which is unacceptable in terms of its rationality as well as in terms of intellectual persuasions. Or even for that matter, the intellectuals are very fond of praising Gandhi, and Gandhi was a fantastic Vedantic. And there is still an obsession with Gandhi. And there are still obsessions with many of those ideas. So this obsessiveness, which is reflected through your textual tradition, and this obsession, this obsessiveness, which is so much used as a part of your Aryan theory of race and supremacy, is so much embedded in the psyche of people of India and also the intellectual world, that they have not been able to dismantle these kind of normatives. And Divya has pointed out this particular aspect of how there are those analogies which have been used and constructed, and how the world gets constructed. So this idea of construction of the world, so-called Hindu world or any kind of a society. See, Ambedkar defines caste as not only division of labor but also division of laborers. And that's the reason I say the appellation of subaltern does not empower you to understand the complexities, the nitty-gritties, and the conflicts which exist within the division of laborers. Not only in the material terms, but also in the cultural and philosophical terms. Similarly, this whole idea of Dalit discourse, there is nothing called Dalit discourse. Let me tell you, those people who use the term Dalit discourse, they are welcome to use, but I would like to ask them theoretically, what is Dalit discourse? Is because discourse has some logic. Just because some Dalit stands up and says something, that becomes a Dalit discourse. Arey wo Harijan discourse hai yaar. It's as simple as this. It can be Harijan discourse also. So you need to understand these analogies very, very, very clearly. Smitha Patil has raised those concerns of feminist, Indian feminist theories, and I'm sorry you have not referred to that particular article, but it would have been really good if you read that and incorporate in your future these things. The other important thing which I would like to point out is the text they have self-centric proclamations. All the Brahmanical textual tradition, they have that self-centric proclamations. And how you read these self-centric proclamations through these days there is an obsession of reading these self-centered proclamations through the Derridian thinking or framework. But then you have to question that, because Derrida completely bypasses the subjective position of the signifier. And you have to understand that while making these kind of analogies, and also while making understanding these critical reflections. And while doing so, the one thing which is missing in Divya's article is the very idea of reflective realization, which is done by the various writings, or which can be read, or for that matter, the very intentionality can be produced through these kind of texts that have been produced as a part of their everyday living and as a part of their whole idea of Brahma and Parabrahma. So this reflective realization is something which is associated both with the caste as well as with race. And whether that reflective realization becomes your critical framework of analysis. And then there, whether you then produce or rather dismantle yourself or not. This becomes a very challenging question, whether with even in case of Fanon and all, there is no dismantling of the self. Same is the case with Partha Chatterjee or all other Indian writers. There is no dismantling of the self. Guru's reflective realization is very static. Ambedkar's reflective realization is not static. These are the fundamental differences which one has to understand. And at the same time, the very memory which Divya has very pointedly made, how the Vedic text, they become part of the repository of the memory. And that repository of memory is now being questioned. And how do you do that? Because the Nigantuk and Nirukta, they are of 13th century. 13th century CE. And when you read Sharad Patil's work, you will observe how he is using that Nirukta in order to understand the nature of the society and the functioning of the society, as well as the conflict which exists in the construction of the signifiers of the text itself. This is very important to, and somehow one has to go into that kind of analysis. And the native informant is a hugely problematic paradigm, because the Brahmins essentially were the informers for the Europeans. The Europeans were interacting not with others, but mostly with the Brahmins, and they become the native informants. And that is how the idea of India gets constructed, the idea of tradition gets constructed by the Europeans and accepted by the Brahmins, because the Brahmins in India wanted to have a equal treatment from the Gora Sahib. So there is this whole affiliation politics that plays an important role. And it is because of this affiliation politics, the common groundings and all those things, we face a lot of difficulties in order to make the European scholarship dismantle their own normative. So this is applicable not only Indians but also the European and academic, European and American academia. And the other important thing is, like, you know, this, I mean, see, people like Ashish Nandi and all, you know, they used Freudian psychology to understand the violence. I mean, these are the nonsensical things. Violence is not a subconscious act, it is a very conscious act. Freud does not empower you to understand the conscious act, and the very ideas of consciousness are how the consciousness gets developed in a child or in an adult, and how those cultural constructs remain forever in the minds of the people. So this Freudian analogy becomes extremely problematic, and I wish if Divya would have really also taken example of Sudhir Kakkar and dismantling all this Nandi. So these are the kind of things which I expect her to do further, and then how much time do I have? Okay, fine, thank you. Now the idea of civility and liberty, which becomes part of the modernist project and also part of the post-colonialist. It is like the untouchability was existing in pre-colonial India, it was existing in the colonial India, and it is still existing in the post-colonial India. So where is that idea of civility and liberty exist, I don't know. The project of modernity in India enters in the European conditions, mainly the colonial conditions. But that project of modernity does not make Indian society modern. So you have like any kind of a things which come, so So say for example, nowadays internet is used, so technology is used for your Aarti. So you are in US and you are attending Aarti of Sai Baba or something, or Thirumal Tirupati Devasthanam. So that's the use of the technology. So the application of the technology is to reproduce your own self, which is deeply rooted in the self-centered proclamations of your ancestors. And these ancestors are something like a divine figure, and therefore you don't want to come out of the divinity and the sacredness. The idea of a divine and sacred, which gets constructed in the 19th and 20th century, still continues in the 21st century. And therefore, you have to understand the very logic of interpretations and also question the logic of the post-colonial. Post-colonial as such is all derivation. It's all derivation. It has not produced anything original. Fine. There is a critique of colonial. There is a critique of imperialism. But what about the critique of your native hegemony? Tell me anyone, any post-colonial thinker or theoretician who has really made a critique of the native hegemony, or for that matter their own self. Critique of a self is not possible. And you don't see the critique of a self by the Indians. Because in order to understand the self, you have to become a non-self. And in order to understand the non-self, you have to become a self. So it is not a unilinear process. It is codependent process. It is interdependent process. And then at the same time, the critique which is produced by this kind of interventions and phenomenon, whether it stands away from the Kantian metaphysics, or it stands away from the Vedantic logic, or it stands away from the post-colonial logic. Because post-colonial as such does not have any theoretical grounding at all. It is a derivation, completely derivation, and they are producing the derivative discourse. I mean, for me, post-colonial, I'm sorry to use a very bad term, or a very crude term, it's a fantastic example of intellectual masturbation, which does not go anywhere. It does not lead you anywhere. It does not empower you to think critically and become part of your self-assertiveness to claim to the just society or a democratic society. The last point which I would like to make, and I will end my critique, is the idea of anti-caste and annihilation of caste. You have to understand, you may become anti-caste, but is your anti-caste has the project of annihilation of caste, because it operates at a different level. And that is where Ambedkar's importance lies. And that is where one has to understand how the Indian society is still in the state of practice of psychotic perversions. Because Varna is a perversion, Dr. Ambedkar says. So I call caste as a psychotic perversion. So what you are practicing is a psychotic perversion. And at the end, the public sphere, which Divya has pointed out, and pointed the example of Partha Chatterjee and all those things, but the public sphere is something which is being made. It is something like for the Brahmins, of the Brahmins, by the Brahmins in India. It is very, very categorical, very, very categorical. And what has been done? You see, the people who were opposed to Hindu Code Bill, they are the ones who are put in a public sphere by naming the street chalk or statues and all. So over a period of time, what you have produced is all anti-women psyche in the country. So you have to rethink on those lines, and therefore the epistemic violence and the physicality of that violence has to be analyzed in a non-metaphysical way. It has to be analyzed in a in a non-self position, and it also needs to have a critical reflection of sense of reflective realizations which will empower which will empower everyone in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Aluri. Divya?
Thank you very much for so many reflections on the article, but on the broader field and the challenge to which it is one contribution. I would only like to respond to two very important points for my continuous project. And they are both connected to what you said about metaphysics and the derivation from this anti-metaphysical, let's say, tradition of critique and subsequently of deconstruction, which found a place in post-colonial studies. That connection is what I would like to briefly reflect on. So metaphysics, according to Kant's definition, is a misapplication of the ideas of reason. And therefore metaphysics is rare even within the world of philosophy. It has tremendous rigor, and only for that reason can it be subjected to a critique, whether it was misapplied or not, where it can lead to antinomies. And subsequently, in Heidegger's definition of metaphysics, it was called ontotheology, namely a way of totalizing all beings, often reducing their singularity, their existence, but trying to speak of a totality never available to us and to find it defined through the elevation of some one being as the highest. So the relationship between all and God, that is the essence of metaphysics. Again, it is a very rigorous operation, often takes attention away from everyday and political and cultural matters and allows the philosopher to reflect on things that may not have immediate application. Of course, the idea of the proximity between metaphysics and Christianity, which was continued in Foucault, did allow us to see the extent to which a metaphysics could have direct applications in political life. But it's never straightforward. And hence, if we spend too much time in dealing with our political problems by discerning a metaphysics in them, we may also be misapplying our energy. However, what you call, verbiage, bakwas, is efficacious, and perhaps I should now use a new definition of calypsology. Calypsology is the verbiage which is efficacious. So we cannot ignore it or make light of it. And so I do believe as a philosopher that metaphysics is a very important tradition. It was also sometimes used to challenge the theology of Christianity, and it is today being used for other kinds of theologies. And theology also is fascinating. It's also very rare. Most people who produce industrialized religiosity are very far from theology. So at least I do think these are important products of the human mind and the human imagination, but too dignified to ascribe to the wholesale oppression of people, such as the caste and racist systems. However, the parallel existence of a blood and soil Blütenboden, language-based racialization of people. Why did thinkers like Kant and Heidegger find it necessary? It means that they themselves betrayed certain aspects of philosophical enterprise to dignify race theory, which in turn could give a legitimacy to various racist legislations like slavery and apartheid and segregation. And so we, as philosophers, need to be very critical of the way in which the return from the other world into this world, this kind of Nietzschean inspiration in 20th century philosophy, without interrogating the racism of Nietzsche, which Kalyan already addressed, it can lead us to continue to ignore the racisms or the blind spots of racism in thinkers from Heidegger to Derrida to Deleuze onwards. That all of them have tried to produce a self-critique of Europe, but that self-critique has now given Europe a new and even more powerful identity, that Europe is the place where self-critique can happen. It is the tradition of self-critique, at least from Descartes, if not maybe from Socrates onwards. So the more there is a self-critique, the more there is a new self-definition. And so as you're saying, in fact, perhaps there is no self ever defined in this country at all. How can we have an ontotheology of caste when caste primarily says that the being of people is absolutely separated, absolutely apart. So there is no ambition of ontotheology in the caste system. But coming back to the self-critique of European theory and European philosophy, which became a theoretical reference for post-colonial study, for post-colonial theory. So from Edward Said to the Indian post-colonialist theorization, European self-critique, which had already taken place in Europe for decades, if not centuries, was now used against Europe. So Europe having criticized itself, now Indian theorists were criticizing Europe. It's a perfectly redundant act. And while the critique of colonial epistemology is absolutely necessary, it was already done in very incisive ways by Algerian philosophers, by other philosophers in the United States, and their experience, and you point out to this when you refer to Spivak's accusation that Kant denied enlightenment to the Aborigines. Spivak seems to be more solicitous of the fate of the Aborigines in Kant's text, but has hardly ever written about the fate of the lower caste populations in those same European texts, not to mention their fate in Indian texts. So I think the zeal to criticize Europe by deriving the self-critique from Europe as a second-hand critique has also permitted post-colonial theory to avoid, as you said, the self-critique of our own. In fact, it's a calypsological instrument. The more we spend time and devote our curricula to decolonizing our knowledge, the farther we will be from producing anti-caste critiques of knowledge, which are oriented by the annihilation of caste rather than denial of caste.
Well, I would like to add to Divya's statement. Yes, metaphysics indeed, but how do you see metaphysics, whether you see it from the transcendental perspective or non-transcendental perspective? And certainly the text like Pramana Vartikam or Nyaya Bindu would be very important in order to understand the non-transcendental positions which exist in the Indian philosophy, and how the multiplicities of the meaning gets elucidated in the Nyaya Bindu.
So I think we can open the floor for questions and then continue the conversation. So we can take 3 questions. Yeah.
I have a question for Professor Dwivedi. Actually, there are 2 questions, but it's interrelated, so it can be addressed together. It's with regard to your remarkable argument about the hypophysics of caste as located in the hypophysics of race. And I just wanted to know if we can also think of it as foregrounding race over caste. And at the same time, since you also mentioned about provisions of law and then the United Nations.
Like in slavery and Indian Sudras and Atishudras, right? So how does one think of that paradox? And the third is a point of factual disagreement rather. I have no desire to defend the Chatterjees and Gangulys. And my entire PhD was a critique of these people. So, but at the same time, I think Partho's, I also did not see any reference to this text in your article. So I'm curious because you referred to Partho Chatterjee's idea of political society. It emerges out of a conversation between Charles Taylor and Partho Chatterjee in Public Culture Journal. So it would be interesting to see how they are engaging with Hegel. And B, Partho's reference to, he is trying to think of political society by not referring to the Brahmins. I'm sure these Brahmin scholars are obsessed with the idea of poor Brahmins. In Bangla we call it Duridra Brahman. So they're obsessed with that. They're quite obsessed with that, undoubtedly. But Partho's reference to the slum dwellers in Thakuria, which is a neighborhood in South Kolkata, that's the reference point. through that kind of group, social group, mostly lower caste people, mostly OBCs and SCs, and there are some upper caste people might be there in that social group. But he's referring to those people in order to understand his conceptualization of the political society, right? And they're not Brahmins, they're not caste Hindus at all. So that's a little bit of factual disagreement. Thank you.
No, I think let's. Divya, you would like to answer? Okay, okay.
I think thanks to everybody on the panel for really such an engaging discussion. I think my first question is for Professor Dwivedi, and I wonder if you can just help me think through a problem that we've been discussing since yesterday, which is this the game or the politics of nomenclature, right? So like you said that the Brahmins are too quick to ascribe the name of Aryans to themselves as the ones who are superior and all the connotations that it carries. And at the same time, not only are they hesitant to refer to Dalits as Dalits, but there is a certain kind of discomfort amongst Dalits as well to refer to themselves as that, which obviously means the exact opposite, right, which is ground down and broken. So I wonder, in some sense, is this the example of the homologies of caste, or would you explain it as calypsology in this sense? So I just want some thoughts on you from that. And I think my second question was actually for Professor alone, and in continuation of what Kalyan said. So I think you're very much right to say that we do need comments on Ambedkar's thoughts on the comparison between caste and race. But I have a hesitation there, and only because of how I've seen research on that play out. So a couple of years ago, give me a minute extra just to explain why I'm saying this, is that I think, we had a conversation and, ma'am and I were trying to think, okay, what is Ambedkar's perspective on the comparison of caste and race? And I also went to Who Were the Shudras, and I saw him clearly denounce that comparison, right, completely. And I wonder at that point of time, and I don't have an answer to that question, that was he at that point of time referring to a dated definition of race in terms of it being biological, and hence he was making that distinction. But at the same time, I also want to quote a letter from him to W.E.B. Du Bois, where he says that, and please allow me to quote, there is so much similarity between the position of the untouchables in India and the position of the Negroes in America that the study of the latter is not only natural but necessary. So at the same time, while he denounces it, he's also in letters privately to people where he understands, okay, I have to go and file a case to the UN. I must also be able to make this comparison. So I wonder if Professor Alone could actually comment on this. And the other trajectory altogether, which I wanted to bring to the attention of everybody, which is something that we opened with yesterday, that today that there are a lot of upper caste researchers, lawyers, everybody who is continuously blocking the comparison of caste and race. And the flip side is that they are using Ambedkar as a source. So imagine the politics of today from... correct. Correct. So even today there is research which in a counterproductive way cites Ambedkar and says, okay, you know what, Ambedkar did not see caste and race together, so hence caste is not equal to race. So I wonder if you could sort of like comment on what he says in Who Were the Shudras, what he says in his letter to Du Bois, and then how is this playing out today? Sorry for the slightly long.
These are all huge questions and very, very tough to respond quickly. To Nove, I would like to say that actually what Arushi said both yesterday and today, and I've also clarified in my article, is the answer to the question. The point is not that somehow there's an anthropological competition between race and caste, and that race is being foregrounded and caste is somehow finding a place in it. It is that we must, in philosophy, if it is not to retain the charge that philosophers gaze at the stars and then fall into the ditch, then philosophy must try to, it should have its only vocation in trying to understand the world in the way it runs, but also the way the world is defined and hence its boundaries and what is outside it. So why is there this reluctance to produce a framework, a juridical framework to combat caste? I don't foresee it happening in any recent future. In fact, all our legislation is liberal in the way it says that laws will apply without caste or race or gender. So it's another way to deny the fact of caste. And so the juridical framework against racism, which is internationally well established, it has had success in the case of apartheid South Africa, has been seen already by others, and I'm only giving a reading. But I agree that that framework can be useful, but even that is being blocked, as Meena Tanda's article shows on the UK Equality Act attempt to produce a secondment on it. But there's another important dimension to this, which no one should dismiss as mere pragmatics. I think the word pragmatics is often applied loosely and in a counterproductive way. I would think of it as teleography. So the first teleography, do we have a map of our own ends, our own goals? Racist juridical framework is important as part of our teleography against caste. But the second is also that within academic spheres and increasingly now flowing outside, I think academia is not also an ineffective space. It provides the cues which you now see reflected in the even electoral politics. The decolonization project which the public is seeing today was prepared by post-colonial studies many, many decades ago. And it's not a trickle effect. I think it's a very coordinated effect. You should just calibrate your clocks to it. In the same way, many conferences on caste, sociologically and historiographically, will find one question always raised by someone, which is, are you not making an epistemological error in using the word caste? What do you have to say about the difference between jati and varna? It is a very well orchestrated way of wasting time and distracting us from our teleography. And it's also a way of imposing an imperative on us that if you're anti-caste, then you should first go and study the upper caste canon with greater accuracy. And this brings me to the answer. So maybe we can talk later about customary law. I find a very insightful remark in Ambedkar's Annihilation of Caste, where he says the problem with religion is that it cannot be changed. It's built into the idea of religion. But if we perceive the world in terms of law, then it can be changed. And customary law is an object of discussion for feminists, and I know this is your project, can resonate with this insight of Ambedkar's. But that's what brings me to Kalyan's first question on Sumit Guha's work. I'm not familiar with it, or at least I can't recall it immediately. But that work and Partha Chatterjee's engagements with Charles Taylor, I'm in fact not even sure I will spend much time on it. I will check the one thing, I may have expressed it in an erroneous way, but I want to come back and insist that there is a way in which caste is hidden, even if he's talking about people in the slum. Caste is not foregrounded. And this poet figure who seems to go against Tagore in staging a certain type of mobilization, a certain celebration as a political act in spaces which should have been civil. He is the exemplar of a political society for Partha Chatterjee. And if I don't remember it incorrectly, he's still not a Dalit figure. That figure who exemplifies it is an upper caste figure, and that's what I meant to convey, but I can go back and check it. However, the broader point that if our curriculum is going to be to understand not only the Brahmanical canon better, but now to understand the post-colonial canon and to continue generating more and more scholarship on it, then it's already going to do what Arif Derlich, I think, said about post-colonial studies, that there is a peculiar way in which even the critiques of post-colonial studies, and there have been many, get absorbed into the field. And I think we must also pay attention to the form of our opposition in academics. politics, which is to create another intellectual space, which predecessors like Ambedkar and Phule and Yotitas did, rather than to become footnotes or to create footnotes on figures about whom the main thing we have to say is that they are wrong about it. So I think there's a politics of the time, and I would say this with the mindfulness for research scholars. What is the time, energy, and the pages, printed pages of journals and special issues that we should be devoting to critiques of these figures? I think we must consider our own ethics over there. How much more space do they deserve? So for Roberto De Nobili and this connection, this convergence that comes from the Iberian Peninsula to India, simply going by your summary of Sumit Guha, I imagine there must be a lot in the book, but going by that summary, I am no longer interested in looking for convergences, though they are there, and I think they give us a better idea of Indian history, which is always valuable. But I also dealt with the existence of Roberto De Nobili in India. And it's very interesting that he was the kind of elite Catholic in Europe who came to India and tried to do missionary activity by producing elite alliances with the Brahmins, with the Indian elites. Right, and he wanted to become a Brahmin, but he was then told that there's a limit to how much you can be like us. You're not born like us. So purity, sorry? And yeah, and William Jones, as you know, in Oxford, in that cathedral, is also there with the tuft and the thread and the dhoti. The point is, they can dress like Brahmins, but they will not be treated as Brahmins. And therefore, the purity of blood horrifies us, but is still not comparable to the kind of separateness that Brahmanical thinking and upper caste culture have produced. And this brings me to Gopika's question about Kant's cosmopolitanism. The anti-racist critique of Kant has been skewed in this precise way that it is very important with respect to Kant and the way he described the native Australians and Africans and Red Indians. But there has been almost no critique of caste from the point of Kant from the point of view of caste. What did he have to say about India? It was still less than the white man, but it was always more than all the others. And Kant praised the cultural sort of aptitude of Indians, the aptitude for religion, for obedience. And when he did that, he always made a distinction between the so-called Hindus, that's the word he used, Hindus of the north, as compared to those Hindus of the south. They are actually not even called Hindus, and he saw them as closer to the other inferior populations of the world. So Kant and India itself is a topic on which a lot of new work has to be done. And Kant's cosmopolitanism has been criticized from the point of view of Herderian multiculturalism. But Herder, I think, also requires a critique from caste, because Herder had an admiration for the Brahmins. Many of you may remember this anecdote, who refused to share their religion with the white man. And it says, I quote it in the article, they said to him, "We don't want foreigners entering into our religion." Well, that was also the attitude of the upper castes or the lower castes. We don't want you to enter. So I think now the only way to go beyond this debate is to set a limit around Kant and Herder. Kant and Herder can't teach us much about the modern world unless we can contextualize what they said about the Brahmins episode by talking about the realities of caste at the time that they were observing India. I'm sure I'm missing some question, but okay, Arushi's question about the discomfort of Dalits referring to themselves as Dalits. Yes, short answer is that I think it's a calypsological pressure induced by the fact that not hiding oneself leads to certain kinds of trauma, but accepting that hiding is the condition to come in the public realm, as you also argued. It forces Dalits to calypsologize themselves. I think there are degrees and degrees of perversion in this infliction of calypsology on all the subjects involved in the social order of caste.
Yeah. Very quickly,
as far as academic philosophical training is concerned, or the syllabuses are concerned, there is, I mean, if you see the books on Indian philosophy, it is full of Vedanta, and the non-Vedics are hardly represented, whereas the non-Vedic has been the most prolific one, and even the debate between the Buddhist and the Maithili Brahmins is not being discussed, not being taught. Many times there is a silent bypass to it. And that's why I use, I refer to the two texts, that is Pramana Vartikam and Nyaya Bindu. And then let me also say that in India, Kant's critique, first critique of Kant was done by Rahul Sanskritaya, which is not taught in the philosophy because he has written in Hindi. So whatever is written in Hindi or in your regional languages does not become a knowledge. Only the things which is written in English in India becomes a knowledge. And even for that matter, like even if somebody goes and sits in London and comes back, becomes a London reader. So you have to understand that very politics which is embedded in the academia, academic institutions. The second thing is that one also has to see, how much Ambedkar has referred to, if you read his writings, how much he is really referred to Kant or Hegel. And he is very conscious, very, very conscious not to go into transcendental realm. And you have to dismantle that transcendentalism, become non-transcendental, and then and only then you can produce a critical text, otherwise not. And that training process is not being done in the Indian philosophy departments. They are mostly driven by the Vedantic, and even if they use the continental philosophies or even post-colonial or postmodern, that is why I said they are Vedantic par excellence under the garb of postmodernism. So you have to understand that politics. The second thing is that about Mahatma Phule, you see, you have to understand that how there is a deconstruction of avatar in his Gulamgiri, which is very important of that times. See, it's a non-Brahmanic interpretation of the text, looking at the tradition and so on and so forth. And also there is a Shetkaryacha Asod, which is very important text. So this role of consciousness somehow does not get addressed in the Kantian metaphysics or even Hegelian metaphysics. It is always given. And Dr. Ambedkar rejects that whole idea of given. So there is this fundamental difference. And the second part is that why Phule praises Britishers? Because the natives are the oppressors. The foreigners are also oppressors, but they are willing to embrace people and take them along, whereas the natives are not. When the Brahmin goes, Shiva, 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 you should not come. Don't come near to me. That is the way. Whereas a white padri walking on the street, he won't mind touching him or anything, and he would take us around, take him to the Girja Ghar and talk about his Christ. So there is this difference which Phule observes, and that is the reason, even for that matter, many Ambedkarites, they praise somebody, some colonial scholars and all, but at least they are responsible for reviving certain things in India, as per in terms of the intellectual scholarship. Last is that when Dr. Ambedkar writes to Dewey about this thing, see, he is very clear in terms of the philosophical positioning, the ways in which caste get defended in the Indian philosophical system, and the Vedantic logics constantly getting applied to it. So there is a critique of divine and sacred in Ambedkar's writings. At the same time, Dr. Ambedkar also sees the commonality in terms of their physical and material conditions. This is very important, and that is where that idea of comparison becomes important, and he is not averse to that kind of a comparison, but he is also equally conscious in making observing certain theoretical differences, and then how this whole idea of violence which is being enacted in the Indian system becomes so much problematic and just cannot be accepted. So there are a number of those things. So there are therefore these analogies. He talks about those analogies, and therefore there is also a sense of see, Ambedkarites in India are not very fond of Martin Luther King. Why? Precisely because Martin Luther King goes with Gandhi. so Ambedkarites are not interested in Gandhi. So you have to understand that larger politics, and then read and produce those kind of criticalities. The lastly is that Ambedkar's pragmaticism is guided by the Buddhist logic, and that lies in the theory of Pratitya Samutpada. It's not a completely deviant kind of logic, and therefore the construction of the consciousness and the behavior practices which Ambedkar analyzes, you will find there is a degree of difference between Ambedkar and all others, including that of the post-colonialists who are investigating on caste and the functioning of the psychotic perversions that were happening in colonial India, as well as that are happening even in the post-colonial India. Thank you.
I think we should take at least 2 more questions. I think largely we have remained to that side, but I need to be fair and play my function as a chair.
Am I audible? Right. So I am a student of sociology, and based on what other people also pointed out, the constant tendency to see caste and race on the same side, does it not in academic projects sort of put us in a stance where we might end up mimicking framework to study race which have been employed elsewhere? Like, let's say when Burden Stelly in her book on Black Scare, Red Scare, she talks about how the US government has always used certain terms to decry anyone who speaks about black movements. So she uses the term sub-proletarian to talk about black workers who are put at a lower level than white workers. So if we, let's say, mimic that framework to understand the stance of Shudras or Atishudras in India, do we not end up, falling into the same problem of using a quote-unquote colonial framework?
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for raising that question that largely it has been there. So I have 2 questions, those are small ones. So my one question is from Divya ma'am, that when in the last discussion, yesterday's discussion at 12, it was coming that a lot of caste discourse in the universities has been taken over by upper caste Brahmins, and these have been not the long-term investment in the discourse of caste, but has been a very short-term investment. So it gives me that impression that you are using that at somewhere at a very personal level, this disavowal to caste, and in a very political level, this outspokenness about caste, it creates a kind of binary, a contradiction. So how, and which is putting this Brahminic self into the perverted structure. So I want to understand how these contradictions and navigations into Brahminic self are, went through, how this navigation is taking place. My another question is coming from the self that Heidegger, Fanon, and perhaps is emerging from Ambedkar's writing, is that Heideggerian self is realized when the question of death is encountered with the one. But in the question of Fanon, in the writing of Fanon, I feel like the language is there, this the zone, this arid zone of non-being, epidermalization that he talks about, that constant negation of ontological self is also pretty much understood, and how that self is emerging. But in the Ambedkar's writing of the caste-ridden self, where the historically language has been absent, the self, the body has been absent, and the embodied self through language has also been absent. So how do I understand this being, the caste-ridden being, that Ambedkar is talking about, or perhaps is emerging from the writings of Ambedkar. So that is something that I want you to clarify on it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can take one more question from this side, just to cover the whole room. Yeah. Yeah. I think we are going to be here.
So we have talked about like metaphysics and seeing metaphysics in a transcendental way and the immanent way. So it's not like a question, but I was thinking about the Tagorean way of seeing metaphysics, and also in the same way, a Spinozistic way of like we have seen how Spinoza is talking about God, but God in an equivalent way of nature. So these are the like two equivalent thing we can see like as a metaphysics in a immanent way.
Okay, thank you. So just 2 minutes for giving the responses. Just 2 minutes.
So to the first question about the risk of mimicking the colonial framework, and I can maybe talk later on to you about the example of subproletarian, because I happen to have co-authored something recently on the misuse of this term to actually show disdain and contempt for the lower caste majority in India. So it's a deeply problematic term. But in principle, any word taken from any language is not by itself going to produce risks for us. Here, I think, again, there is a dominant paradigm of the untranslatability of Indo-European languages, and it seems to function in a way that's quite opportunistic, because it allows actually people, it allows post-colonial scholars to draw a lot from European languages and theoretical work. But it seems to be raised as a barrier precisely when one tries to do emancipatory work. I think we must have a confidence that if our politics is emancipatory, and if it is driven by the annihilation of caste, then borrowing language terminology and repurposing it, which is something Fanon did, since Fanon was mentioned a number of times today. He took the term of gaze, he took many other existentialist terms from Sartre, but he also criticized Sartre. He even took the model of anti-Semitism, the definition of anti-Semitism, in trying to produce a discourse about the sufferings of black people in their bodies, which was not getting captured in discourses of phenomenology or of psychoanalysis. He also borrowed from Lacan, but at every step from Octave Manoni, and there are numerous such examples. I think we must trust in the originality. I would not call it a primordial origin. I think it has done a lot of damage in philosophy, the idea of a primordial origin. But us to be confident that we and our time can be the origin of something emancipatory in the future. Each of us at every moment can be the origin of something else. That for me is the definition of modernity. So I agree with Professor Alone, and I think Kalyan said this too. We are not yet modern. As a society, as a collective, we are not yet modern. But there are already people from Pule onwards who have shown us a modern vision. So we must have the confidence to take control of language, to bastardize it, give it new meanings, rather than try to have fidelity. I don't think we can have a politics of fidelity. The second question of Fanon in death and the arid zone of being, I think I don't have an answer to this question immediately, but the answers were there in the article by Professor Dickens, and in the discussion raised on it by Professor Thirumal, and many of the questions also that were discussed earlier in the morning. So the connection between the Buddhist inspiration and the annihilation of caste project, I think, already has laid out many such possibilities with respect to the self. I would completely withdraw from answering your question in that sense. Can I help you explain or can understand what can be the embodied self or the non-self, or what Dr. Ambedkar could have meant? No, I think you should read those texts again, and you should discuss with people who have commented on them and who have discussed Buddhism, because the answers are there. So there's no answer I can give to help you understand it right now. the last question about the transcendental metaphysics versus the immanent one, again, it will take a bit of time to appreciate the way in which Kantian critical philosophy produced certain responses in the philosophical world at that time, immediately in Europe, of which certainly the positions taken with respect to Spinoza, Spinozism, which Kant thought was the enemy of his own project, they were a part. But the idealist project that began after Kant and then gave birth to Romanticism, there's one powerful part of it which we know by the name German Romanticism, and English Romanticism in poetry was a derivation of it actually. It's a complex and larger field in which both types of metaphysics, the one that is based on a Kantian sense of transcendentality that allows for actually critique of metaphysics. The transcendental is even the tool against metaphysics in Kant. And the other one, which is Spinozist, it's pantheistic and says that the relationship between God and nature is not one of transcendence. So that position, of course, had many inspirations, including in the German Romantics. We must first of all recognize the role played by the reception of grammatical texts in that very European scene. And then the way in which a Spinozist pantheism could be coupled with the idea that nature and human nature could have divine properties inalienably embedded in it. More recently, scholars of Gandhi have also compared Gandhi to Spinozism and to try and locate a kind of pantheism in Gandhi. I can only in this brief time urge ourselves not to look for the best of these two alternatives. Our task is much bigger because hypophysics can attach itself to any metaphysics, but it will still produce the result that nature has a divine value and that divine value can then sanction ranking of people and the domination of people. So is Spinozist pantheism really even a political, does it have a political vision? The idea of sad and happy passions, are happy passions sufficient for us to drive an annihilation of caste project? At least I don't have that confidence. So maybe we should not try to fit the political projects we have to pre-given answers in a tradition that has already submitted itself to so much critique. But maybe, therefore, what we need is the new sense of critical, where we actually invent together, collectively, through reflections, new answers, new philosophical conditions and theoretical conditions. But that's a broad answer to your question.
Yeah, very quickly. Well, I think what is important to see is, I mean, you yourself can see it, right from Berkeley to Derrida. How many people make a critique of this whole idea of divinity, whether they go by the logic of divinity or not. That you yourself should find out and come up with a counter critique, which is very important. And the second thing is that whether the transcendental metaphysics empowers you or does it help in the construction of your caste Hinduness, and how much your caste Hinduness gets defined by this transcendental metaphysics, and whether it is appropriate or inappropriate, whether it is logical or illogical, whether it is rational or irrational. I leave it to you people. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one comment to make and an invitation for you all. So we have been discussing about the ways racism of caste is evaded, the ways casteism of race is evaded. And certainly we have listened to many different perspectives, and one reference particularly that was quite relevant to me was the reference to the psychology. So where is it all coming from? It's coming from a mind. And we have been implicitly, explicitly referring to that mind, and through various ways. And Professor Alumni mentioned a term it's a kind of provocative term, psychotic perversion, caste as a psychotic perversion. Where is it coming from? Certainly, I feel, I share and experience the same sort of an anger to see the ongoing violence and oppression in the name of caste, in the name of race, and to feel that where is it coming from? Is it really coming from a sane mind? And I would also like to say that this is really pathological. But on the other hand, when we see all these deliberations, with all these cleverness, what Baba Sahib has called as the cunning mind, from where all these constructions are being developed, and they are very skillful in nature. So certainly, looking at the skill that is employed, looking at the strategy, looking at all these cunning element that is embedded in it, certainly we would be wrong to call it a form of a pathological mind. I think it is much more than that, because for those who are engaging in these constructions, ideological, social, or whatever sorts of project that are meaningful to them, they are certainly thinking of it as a form of a virtue. That is something, and they are celebrating it. It's not just that they are constructing it, but they are celebrating it. It's a virtue for them. So definitely we need to think more carefully about the nature of the mind that we are talking about. Is it really a perverted mind, or is it really a cunning mind? And where is this is coming from? Because we are all dealing with the manifestations in various sorts of projects. But the mind that is creating these sort of projects, I think that remains also evasive, and that also needs to be defined. And what Amit referred to yesterday, that turning our analytic gaze to the oppressors, perpetrators, especially their minds, I think becomes a very important project. It becomes very relevant for all the discussions today. Thank you for that. And I would like to extend an invitation to the PhotoWise exhibition. PhotoWise is a participatory research method that in a sense tries to dismantle this hierarchy between researchers and the participants. Research, the very process, especially for disciplines like psychology, which is very much motivated by the empiricism, take that sort of a power relation hierarchy for granted, and participatory research methods try to dismantle that. So I would like to invite you all to visit the exhibition that we have set up outside, which is trying to explore the question what it means to be a Dalit Buddhist today. So PhotoWise takes a form of a group photography project. Our participants are also here who have engaged with us over a couple of weeks, have taken photographs, tell the stories of how would they define their own self, how would they make sense of their own experiences, and would really like to know what you think about it. I'm doing this in collaboration with a social and political psychologist at University of St. Andrews, Sam Pearson. Our contact details are outside, but do let us know what you think about the project. And there is also a guest book where we would like to, if you are interested, please share your opinions as well. We are not going to use that for any research purposes, but your response will help us see where we are going and how best to do it. Because as we have been discussing, I think this is also a new beginning. We are exploring newer forms of psychology that may be meaningful to address issues of caste. Thank you.
May I kindly request people to please be seated, and we will be starting the next session soon. Yes, the chair has requested the organizers themselves to also keep calm. So we will begin the next session. Our next session will be chaired by Professor Harish Wankhede. Harish Wankhede is an assistant professor at the Center for Political Studies, JNU. His areas of interest include theories of polity, political institutions, secularism, and social justice. The speaker for this session is Professor Sowjanya Tamalapakula. Sowjanya Tamalapakula is an assistant professor in the School of Gender Studies at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Hyderabad. She is currently teaching postgraduate level courses on intersectionalities, sexuality, masculinities, media studies, and women's writing in the School of Gender Studies. Professor Sowjanya will be presenting her paper on Whatever Happened to Jogda and Jogdin, Subjugation of Dalits in Lower Caste Religious Practices. The discussant for this session is Professor Smitha M. Smitha M. Patil teaches at the School of Gender and Development Studies, Indira Gandhi National University, New Delhi. So I give the time over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not want to do the ritual by thanking the organizers, Divya, Leni, and Yashpal, for such a wonderful event that we are now witnessing from last 2 days. I'm also directed that I need to finish this session a little early. Why? Because the session earlier to this was prolonged. It took almost 2 hours. So I will not get in between the speakers and the audience now. So I will request first Sowjanya Tamalapakula to present her views. 15 minutes to you first.
Hi all. So my contribution to the anthology was on the question of women. Particularly, my work was aimed at unpacking the sexualities of Dalits configured in the lower caste religious practices, particularly in Telangana and Maharashtra. When I put it that way, I'm like, after completion of this publication, I've also worked on bar dance, and I'm going to publish that work as well. So I kind of slightly moved on from the work, but I still give the gist of what I worked on. The emphasis of the study was to understand the systems of Jogini, Murali, Shivshakti, and Jogta. So Uma Chakravarti says, while the Madras presidencies or Madras Devdasi abolition movement concentrated largely on Isai Vellalar community, the local practices of Jogini, Murali, Basavi kind of systems where the Dalit women are dedicated in the Ellamma or Yellui tradition remained untouched by the movement. So therefore, one can also find the vibrant continuation of these traditions in Telangana, Maharashtra, particularly Marathwada region of Maharashtra, also in Karnataka and parts of Andhra Pradesh. So my work is an empirical study based in Telangana and Marathwada. So so Devdasi, as we know, the dedication of a woman to the temple, and the Devdasi can also be seen, particularly Isai Vellalar condition was that, they were dedicated to the temples where the temples were endowed with enormous gold and ornaments and all that, okay? And most of them also have a very good training in literature, dance, art, and singing. So therefore, the condition of those Devdasis was slightly different from what happens in the local traditions in the villages. And most of these traditions are actually lower caste practices. Some of my works, that I cited for the literature review say that it might have, started broadly in the times of Bhakti movement in from 12th century BC onwards, where the lower castes were encouraged to build their own temples, where they imitated the similar practice of Devdasi, which was earlier a Brahminical tradition, where these temples are very small and most of the temples do not have much properties, but even though those properties were there, there is a whole lot of hegemony of the landlords in these
traditions. Okay, so Jogini and Murali were kind of relegated to these practices, which are also known to be alternative conjugalities. But there is also a nuanced way of reading it, but it can also be seen as alternative conjugalities, as most of them live with the dominant caste landlords as, you know, as patrons to them, and, you know, kind of a concubinage. But whatever term I use today is a loose translation into English. It's like, you know, tawaif cannot be translated as prostitute because it is a concept, and there is a whole lot of conceptualization that is required. Similarly, Jogda, another conceptualization that is required broadly can be considered as trans woman, but it's kind of, these identities are rooted in the lower caste traditions, and these traditions give certain space to the expression of you know, various different sexualities and fluidity in gender, but at the same time there is also caste-based oppression, because most women, most of the, I'm again loosely translating it to trans women. Jogdas also live in a kind of Haveli system where the dominant caste landlord has the access to the bodies of these women, bodies and sexualities of these women through that patronage that has been done. Okay, and Shiva Shakti is another practice which is again Telangana context, in which slightly it differs, as you know, majorities also construe this identity of being Shiva Shakti, gives them a self-respect in the trans women community. Because it is, firstly, there is no validation to become a trans woman, but whereas Shiva Shakti is a traditional practice and a religious, ritualistic practice where, you know, certain times often they can derive validation from the families and from the society. And in the Telangana transgender community, Shiva Shakti stand out as, like, you know, certain ritualistic tradition associated with it, and so therefore their acceptance and validation is, I won't say more, but, you know, it comes from the religiosity and not as an identity, postmodern identity of being a trans person. Okay, and when I compared these two regions of Telangana and Maharashtra, both the traditions were very similar. At the same time, you see a lot of differences in this. So in Marathwada, the influence of Bhakti movement was evident in most of the Muralis and Joginis upholding self-respect as, you know, not an Ambedkarite kind of self-respect, but self-respect that can be derived from the temple traditions. Whereas Telangana, most Dalit women in the tradition of Jogini, they call themselves Erpula, and they also deny the upper caste, giving them a name called Jogini. And they have a lot of critique on living as concubines, or, I mean, of course, most of them are not living in the semi-permanent relationships. Most of them either beg or, you know, kind of livelihoods are derived from dancing and performing certain rituals during the times of Bonalu and Batukama kind of festivals. So they question the dominance of the middle caste, in the sense intermediate caste, and they also often say there is a whole lot of history that says that women from these traditions are actually the female priestesses, but they lost their status of being a priestess, because the Brahmin as a priest has been added by the intermediate caste even to in the temples of Yellamma, which is largely not a Brahminical tradition at all. So, yeah, so therefore impact of the social movements is evident in Telangana, cultural traditions of Jogini. So one of the cases that I can remember today was that a woman went to the court and asked for a certificate of death of God so that she can prove herself to be a widow and get widow pensions that are given by the state government of Telangana. Okay, so some of the aspects of these traditions, why they continue to exist, and how they actually continue to exist, is that large parts of Marathwada are drought-prone areas, and the kind of work that you can derive as a secular means of livelihoods is minimal. Okay, so the temple-related, non-secular forms of livelihoods are available to women, particularly women who belong to some of the nomadic tribes and Dalits and all that. And at the same time, most of the persons who are living as Jogdas also do not express that consent was, or self-identification was the basis for their being transitioning into a trans woman. Largely it was a kind of practice, and also at times there were various kinds of communications that are done by the landlord communities to the Dalit families, if a man is effeminate or if a man is desirable, so which also kind of led me to study the masculinities and the hierarchies in masculinities in the village spaces, where they operate based on the land holdings and who has access to the women's bodies. And while women's bodies become the boundaries, but also often man's body becomes accessible depending on the caste status of the man, like men in the village space. Okay. So most of the identities are desirable for, quote unquote, desirable for several, like Yoginis, Muralis, and also Jogda, Shivshaktis, because it is kind of giving them a sacral self-respect. So this sacral self-respect is one of the concepts that kind of taken it forward, not just for this work but also other works, because often when we say Dalit Ambedkarite self-respect, as Shailaja Paik talks about, of course she uses the term elite Dalits, which I am not ready to use it yet, but I kind of use middle class Dalits, where middle class Dalits speak for all Dalits, and middle class Dalits invite the ban on bar downs. Okay, middle class Dalits also want Dalits to get out of all, so all kinds of labor, which is supposedly not, castigated by Ambedkarite movement and its predecessors and also successors. Okay, so I'll just touch upon. So the nationalism, where is this ideology of everything has to be abolished, like the Marxists, and the nationalists and Ambedkarites? Most of them also have relied on one framework of abolition. Okay, so the reason is the nationalist movement looked at kind of a purity as aim, and women are relegated to one concept of good mothers and good wife and dutiful mothers. So there can't be widows, there can't be devdasis, but they have to be transcended, transformed into good wives. Okay, and the similar trends were used, nationalist, reformist, and even Madras Devdasi movement in 1940s. But one more interesting thing I wanted to look at in order to bring a historical perspective to this idea of women being, women's sexuality configured in the temple-related rituals, is that Devraya Ingles movement also kind of called out, invited for walking out of these traditions. Okay, though Devraya Ingle has a very different kind of rhetoric. That rhetoric was very different in the sense, Yellamma, he has an interesting critique on also Yellamma, not just the Brahminic traditions. Okay, whereas Ambedkar relied largely on, again, purity, pollution question when it comes to women's sexuality. Just give me a moment. So Ambedkar addressed in 1922 addressed the Dalit Yoginis, and then in 1936 he addressed sex workers in Kamatipura. In both contexts, first context he addressed only masculinities of Dalits, where Dalit men were shunned for relying on the livelihoods, basically livelihoods aspects of yoginis, And if they are men enough, they should actually walk out of this shameful idea of relying on the bodies and sexuality of Dalit women. In the second context of 1936 in Bombay, Kamatipura, he kind of castigated Dalit women for enjoying the life of being a sex worker and relying on a lot of luxury was the reason why they are not able to walk out. Okay, and this was also benchmark for various other movements, though other movements like say Bhagya Reddy Verma has taken again a different kind of rhetoric. Rhetorics are different, but most rhetorics are abolitionist in nature. Okay, so then it continued to, as you see, one of my critiques on the idea of, women's sexuality or the question of Dalit women itself in Ambedkarite movement is that firstly you have various, layers and layers of Dalits, not all Dalits is one category, one monolith of category. And secondly, the middle classes speak for the others, okay. And most of the Ambedkarism as a self-respect, which is a kind of a resource, is only available to those who are in academics and middle classes and those who have slightly climbed up the ladder. Okay, but other, one example which I would like to give and then complete it, because I don't think I have how much time do I have? Okay, 1 minute. So even within the Dalit community, those women who are dedicated as yoginis, and their status is slightly lesser than those who are married off in the usual terms, okay, usual, I'm very careful in using the term in usual terms, okay. So, so one of my respondents in the study had to give a lot of dowry in order to get her daughter married off to a Dalit. Okay, she's a Dalit and the Dalit, because her daughter's value is much lesser in the marriage market of Dalits because she suffers that stigma of being sexually impure, and which is actually not an empirical category, but being a daughter of a Jogini, she's just inheriting that kind of a very Brahminical way of inheriting purity and pollution, or purity and sexual purity and questions like that. Okay, so therefore, I kind of opened up discussion here, and then as I said, in my next work, after this, I worked on bar dance, and it's kind of relied on the similar framework. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sowjanya. I think Sowjanya has raised very important issues, mainly within the gender discourse. Especially her critique about the larger idea of modernism as such, that modernity expects that people should escape from their traditional bondages, their patriarchal or what they call conservative mode of professional life, and enter into a secular domain as a dignified citizen. That claim is there within modernity. But whether that claim is available to most of the people, mainly those people who belong to the oppressed communities. And therefore this particular question is crucial, that there are people who are continued with the professions and customs or rituals that are seen as undignified and impure, but for them being in that profession is crucial. That may be a reason of their livelihood. And because of that, there is a need to examine that in a justifiable way, that how to justify that particular model. And Jogini or Jogta or Baswi or the women engaged in Devdasi profession, of course from the modernist part of view or secular perspective, it appears undignified profession and not suitable for a larger civil society. And therefore the kind of an Ambedkarite critique to that. But her position appears very interesting. Why? Because somewhere she is legitimizing, defending that particular position and suggesting that you need to somewhere articulate your position in a distinct manner. Wonderful, thank you very much. Over to Smitha.
Thank you, Harish and Sowjanya. What I'm going to do is that broadly going to summarize what our article talked about and a few comments to Sowjanya's work. It's important to reflect on the relation of caste, gender, and sexuality in the context of the critical philosophy of caste and race. Hegemonic forms of feminism always play with the troops of identity politics, politics of essentialism, in order to challenge the epistemic priority of the critical investigations grounded in caste, gender, and sexuality. Interestingly, such critique of Dalit studies in general and Dalit feminism in particular displays the postmodern rhetoric rather than engaging with the historical struggle and epistemologies of the marginalized section. Such critique thus alienated from the intellectual histories of the oppressed caste. Sowjanya's paper therefore should be understood in the context of the aforementioned theoretical conflicts. Drawing on Ambedkar's work, which Uma Chakravarti put forward, this category of Brahmanical patriarchy, the perspectives on caste, endogamy, and patriarchy, these papers start with the distinct readings on caste and sexuality. The private, domestic spheres, forced, imposed sphere of the sexuality are central to such investigation. It further notes the ways in religion, spirituality, sexual exploitation of the lower caste. Some of the terms used to demonstrate such aberrant conditions are sacred prostitution, particular form of dedication of children to such religious cultures, and so on. It demonstrates how caste, gender, and sexuality are deployed to legitimize sexual interest of the upper caste. One of the central aspects of this paper is that the religious experience and religious knowledge power are analyzed to understand the life worlds of the marginalized caste gender identities and subjectivities, paroles associated with the caste-based sexual culture and are mapped in a meticulous manner. Forms of social control and social change are examined through historical accounts of culture of religion, caste, sexuality. It is carried out through providing critical understanding on the coexistence of customs, modern laws. It consistently, engages us with the heterosexual mores related to custom, ritual, legal dimensions. So complexities of the Jogini system, Jogta systems are explored through such of the core writings in this area. Critical readings of such scholarly work also shows the potential and limitation of the contemporary disciplinary environments. The review of such scholarship on religious, sexual cultures exposes us to the ideological underpinnings of such scholarships and discipline. However, those writings are analyzed as important in delving into ambiguous zone of cultural invasion with the patriarchal construction of rituals. Those readings are revisited to engage with the linkages of the social, culture, economic facts of sexual slavery. At the same time, there are certain scholarship that seeks liberatory dimension in the so-called subaltern deviant sexual politics. Author who moves in such methodological path imagine certain agency and the freedom in the context of the lower caste sexual practices than the upper caste gendered world. Such writings are caught in their usual critique to colonialism. Broadly, such scholarship mourns the fact that colonialism destroyed the agency of women within certain pre-colonial historical periods and so on. It leads to the extortion of the pre-colonial indigenous sexual autonomy. The epistemic undercurrents of such scholarship thus turns into certain mimicry of the dominant scholarship. This paper is able to initiate a critical engagement with such scholarship. At the same time, this paper revisits some of the writings that investigate the historical and economical developments and such order of the caste, gender, and sexuality. Research on the core and peripheries of the religion also are delineated, differentiate the lower caste, spiritual practices and sexuality, the coexistence of the Brahmanic appropriation of the lower caste, religious spiritual practices, and its impact on the portion of the low caste in such zone of sexuality further depicts the cordons related to the high and low forms of religion and spirituality, and so on. So methodological facets of this paper shows us the various dimensions of doing the research on a particular social world of low caste. It seems that this paper is influenced by some of the Foucauldian perspectives in addition to its deployment of the snowball sampling. The interviews of such sexuality identity across diverse sub-lower caste plays an important role, and in this paper, choices related to the research object of this research therefore reveals the spiritual, cultural and geographical paradoxes. The interviews leads us to the struggle of such low caste in a patriarchal heterosexual world. The nature of conjugal relation is analyzed to specific plural dimension of such practices within the low caste in particular, and the broad caste system also. For instance, the manner Vagas and Muralis look at their ritual status in Maharashtra and Telangana are observed to tease out ideological differences with the ascribed identities and regional variation. Political and ideological inclination, in addition to sexual identities, are studied to differentiate the assertion within the realm of the lower caste and the religion, and the assertion that challenge the ideology of caste, religion and sexuality. Popular culture and the Dalit literature are also used here to understand the representation of caste, gender, lower caste and sexuality. For instance, the observation on the film Zogwa, which is in Marathi, and Bibi Kamle's work, her autobiography, Babitai's autobiography, demonstrate how the dominant caste masculinity operate through heterosexuality, and how such ascribed sexual identities are resisted in the milieu of anti-caste Ambedkarite conceptual terrains and praxis. Ideas of parampara, which she has sort of explained in the very initially, that legacy and privilege within the caste Hindu space, and how, for instance, Lakshmi, a morally, compares herself with the bar dancers, and so on. Thus, the divine and the erotic in such forms of the caste-based performance and identities are continuously juxtaposed with the confinement of the Brahmin woman within the private spheres and related exclusion from the public, and so on. This paper also discusses struggle of the moralists to come out of such age-old practices. Thus, they are analyzed as one who are conscious of such ritualistic stigmatized practices. At the same time, how low caste who are into such spiritual world analyze the Brahmanic dominance in such low caste spiritual practices also shows the existential predicaments of those lower castes. And there are attempts to explore the relationship of the social and the political. Broadly, these people problematize the contradiction of the power relation around the idea and around the ideal status of Jogini Jogta, and the Brahmanic construction of such world are deciphered through the assertion of the sequence of the lower caste spirituality. I feel suggestion to look forward this paper, particularly to Sowjanya, that there are discussion around the categories and spirituality and religion, and you have to sort of engage when you are taking for this work. In addition to that, the perspective on old age and new religious movement can also strengthen the core argument of this paper. Current theorization on religious knowledge and the experience can add a new dimension to it. In the context of Dalit, it is important to differentiate the shifts from the anti-caste movement to that of the Dalit NGOs. Because what you said just now about the Dalit middle class woman and taking that position, but also there is a debate between the Dalit educated middle class woman and also the upper caste woman, who impose that these are the women who should be, sort of, and then last year we have a judgment about it that sex workers judgment which came, and there's a long debate which had happened between the Ambedkarite feminists. Particularly I'm from Maharashtra, so I'm aware with the Maharashtrian Ambedkarite women's group and the movements who took forward the Ambedkarite position, arguing that it is not the upper caste women who are going to go and decide about us, but and then it came out, in 1990s, and particularly the kind of NGOs like, Mina Sesu's NGOs, which are, sort of getting a huge funding. So there's also been the politics of that, which we have to understand how we are going to, deal and engage with that politics of funding, body, sexuality of Dalit women, and who is speaking for whom also. Whether Dalit movement is moving towards radicalization of politics or depoliticization and so on. How those historical interventions looked at these forms of sexual practices. These shifts have to be explored in the context of the global politics and the funding around the issues of the sexuality, which I'm again emphasizing here, sexual minorities and so on. In addition to those aspects, what are the core premises of the Dalits and queer movements in India? Whether they intersect and depart according to their political subjectivities and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Smitha. What I am gathering from this discussion, that the way this conference has been organized on certain kind of a philosophical tool that we need to engage to understand the Dalit question. And in that, probably Sowjanya is coming from the postmodern side to engage with the Dalit question. And whereas Smitha suggested that probably the idea of radicalization of the Dalit question through the idea of abolishment of those practices that appears undignified, probably the term often been used as filthy or problematic for that matter. And probably in that there is a need to take a position, and probably both of them are coming from two distinct positions to deal with that particular concept. So I really appreciate that both of them have put up their words in a very sincere manner. I will open the session now for the audience for 3 questions. Why? Because as I said, that already I have been directed that we need to end this session a little early. 3 questions.
Thank you so much for this really interesting presentation. So the Devdasi system is prevalent in some parts of Assam even today, and there is epigraphic evidence that suggests that this Devdasi system was very popular even in the... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay, so the Devdasi system is prevalent in some parts of Assam even today, and there are certain epigraphic evidences that suggest that this practice was very popular even in the 10th century. So one aspect of this Devdasi culture is that the Devdasi women were trained in particular arts, especially in the past. So a privilege which other women didn't have when we are talking about the 10th century. So I'm not saying that this makes the Devdasi woman any less subjugated, but I was wondering what are its implications, especially in the past. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Professor Sowjanya. I've been a fan of your work for many years now, but it's really great to see you in the flesh. My question is a little different, and perhaps coming with an intention of trying to empower your work further. To give some context, I have been trained in Bharatanatyam since the age of 4, which has clearly been known as a Devdasi dance form. But I can only speak of it because I learned it from, within Delhi, and I learned it from a very self-identified Tambram dancer. And I want I wonder if your reflection on this change of power can really empower your article further, because in a certain sense, the Tambrams have now become the gatekeepers of the Devdasi tradition of Bharatanatyam within Delhi, where today now, and they sort of almost despair publicly that, oh, nobody from those traditional families want to be a part of this tradition anymore, without actually reflecting in the way that they've created a coterie that nobody can enter it. And you can actually identify that from the legacy of Rukmani Devi Arundale in the way she established Kalakshetra, and how she was credited with the Sangeet Natak Academy Award, and she was attributed as creating a moment of renaissance in Bharatanatyam, which is, as we know, rebirth, but we can, clearly identify at what cost that came. And the second, and I'm sorry, and just to add to that, there's also been, there's Bahujan dancer Nritya Pillai, who speaks very publicly about this. She comes from a family of Devdasis as well. And she's been pushing back, but she's not been able to sort of enter this system at all. The second is also, I want to suggest Mimi Mondal. She's a Dalit writer. Her work on, I think it's called His Footsteps Through the Darkness of Light or something like that. I can share the exact title with you. But it also is a sort of a supernatural fiction story about a queer trapeze artist who rescues a Devdasi from a palace. So I'd recommend that as well. So just an addition to help your argument in that case. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Sowjanya, thanks. Thanks for bringing in different kind of a freshness to the argument. Also, methodologically, I think it's the most sociological amongst all the presentations in the volume. This is a question to oneself, to myself. So when it comes to thought, and when it comes to something which is acted upon or performed, you see the anti-caste thought takes a kind of a split, and it's something serious within, I think, any. Unlike the African American black kind of a movement, you have both integrating together in a certain sense, right? You have the civic and something which is cultural going along together, and it seems to us. I'm just asking from the project of the volume. There seems to be a split where both what is action and what is something which is thought seems to not converse, and it only converses with either rejection or critique or something you missed, right? I have this question because Isai Vellalars were not Isai Vellalars. They were prostitutes before, right? So Isai Vellar was a movement. Almost it took on the whole Tamil cinema history. We cannot write the history of Isai Vellalars we cannot write the history of Tamil cinema without writing the history of Isai Vellalars. You see, so I was wondering whether the Dalit performative communities, what do they have to lose, right? When we do not, or what do they gain when we have this very interesting conversation going on with what we see as the word, the law, the word, the civic, vis-a-vis its conducive action and its connection with the body and embodiment. And it's a question. I mean, I'm thinking along with you, and I know I'm thinking along.
I also have a question, small question. The way Leni suggested this particular idea of this small traditions like Jogini and Jogta as a precursor to classical art, for that matter, and why the Dalits, or for that matter the other low caste, have not engaged with that. But I think the bigger question is, of course, the normative question. Like Professor Alone, the way he suggested that probably the greater responsibility of an intellectual is to dismantle the patriarchal, Brahmanical traditional values. And if you are not doing that, you're part of what he called the protected ignorance, that you are just playing as an agent to retain or to create that establishment perpetually. And therefore, probably the normative question, the responsibility of the intellectual to dismantle those unjustifiable, unequal, patriarchal, Brahminical institutions. On that, one needs to have a little pondering. Thank you.
To begin with, I was not certainly expressing a mere postmodern idea of women's sexuality. Firstly, the kind of critique that I engaged with throughout my work was the castigation of the Dalit women's sexuality led to a lot, which is similar to or replicating the dominant caste anxiety over Dalit women's sexuality. Okay, so if Dalit women are the blot on the public morality, according to either Ambedkar or his successors, looking at empirically, what are these traditions meant for? Okay, who are these traditions benefiting? Is the upper caste heterosexual men. Whereas, kind of giving a pass to the upper caste male and constructing upper caste females or women's sexuality as pure, and Dalit women's sexuality has been not only castigated but also construed exactly in opposition to what is not an upper caste woman. Dalit woman as what is not an upper. And this is the reminiscence of it, the residual ideology of it still continues. Okay, so whereas the actual critique on the dominant caste man, who is a patron or who is enjoying the concubinage or the semi-permanent relationships that a non-monogamous, highly polygamous Hindu man enjoys historically, has not been questioned. So that was what I was representing in as critique, to Harish sir's comment. And then someone asked about Assam. There is a practice and there are arts associated with it. What are the implications of leaving it? Something like that you asked? No, so these are not same, there is no one umbrella term for all these practices because they are all very local and versatile. It's like, the colonial concept of everything is Hindu. Everything other than other than the religions of the book is like, construed as Hinduism. So there are very many local traditions. So Bharatanatyam, which is prevalent in Tamil Nadu, there is also Kuchipudi, which is another dance, similar dance, which is prevalent in Andhra. So Kuchipudi has taken a longer time to become a classical art form, whereas the Tamil dance of Bharatanatyam quickly transcended or transformed intentionally by the elite Brahmins of Tamil Nadu, particularly when the Isai Vellalar movement happened. Something that is central to it is the erotic dance. Okay, both the Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi are erotic dances. They are similar to Tamasha, probably they have a different mathematical tone to it. And in order to rescue this, in order to transform this as a Brahminical art form or the classical Indian tradition, so Kalakshetra was established by Brahmins, and most of the erotic gestures that are part of some of the mudras have been done away with. Javali, which is also a very erotic literature, that was done away with, and the young girls from the elite Brahmin community were sent to Kalakshetra, and as long as the form of the dance art form was in the hands of Isai Vellalar community, suppose if I want to call it as, if you I know Isai Vellalar is not a community, as you said, they were Devdasis. Okay, when as long as it was in the community of the Devdasis, it was erotic, it was obscene, though it was meant for the upper caste all male audience pleasures. Okay, but when it became the tradition of the Brahmins, then it got a status of classical art form, and it is now still continuing to be one of the classical art forms. Okay, Kuchipudi took a little more time because Kalavantulu still continued to perform that in the Andhra Telugu speaking regions. Okay. And then, yeah, as I said, like these are very versatile ones. You can't say one form for all. I think the split in the anti-caste episteme is welcome, depending on the kind of diversity that we see in the community called Dalits. Okay, so anti-caste movement is largely, I feel, developed by Dalit men. Okay, Dalit men of certain status, either they are into the movements or they are into academics, and often, you know, they relied on the same, see, self-respect. Is Ambedkarite self-respect evidently or categorically and also virtually different from the upper caste self-respect? The Brahminical self-respect, in the sense, if the Brahmins see the masculine honor as control over the sexuality of their women, often Ambedkarites also see the same way, that if they have total control over the sexuality of their women as, you know, as into, say, marriages and nothing else. I mean, their sexualities are controlled and placed within the domesticity, and then, you know, that is how the assertion of the, you know, the Dalit male honor, that Dalit masculine honor is also taking place. So therefore, I don't evidently see a lot of difference, because Ambedkar had spoken, I mean, of course, I have a very different reading of it. Of course, all of us can have a very nuanced reading of it, as there is no end reading, end interpretation of any text. But often the Ambedkarite Dalits you know, continue to uphold the intercaste marriage as the, you know, solution for everything, and as Ambedkar has, you know, upheld this intercaste marriage. Okay, but in marriage is not simply caste, but also it's patriarchal, it's monogamous, it also relies on the biological, you know, biological offspring. So there are very many ways in which marriage has to be denounced, but that was not, because, you know, Ambedkarite movement could also not envisage anything beyond the marriage, which is monogamous, but not caste monogamous. Monogamous and, you know, patriarchal and things like that. Okay, so that was another. See, through performance, what do they gain, what do they lose? I think historically the injustice has already been done. When Isaiah art form has been now transformed into Brahminical Brahminical art form, it is not available to Dalits now at all. Like, no, you know, Carnatic music and Bharatanatyam, Kalakshetra, I don't think Dalits can even enter into, you know, it's like you can't enter into a temple and you can't enter into these art forms. So what you lost was also this, but my question is, as long as this art form was in the hands of Dalit women or the women who are dedicated to temple, could there be this kind of an interest and enthusiasm towards that art? I really doubt it, because, you know, anything that becomes Brahminized, you know, that's the actually desirability aspect, probably, I feel. Maybe I'm not wrong and I don't have, you know, much to say about that. And the small traditions that women are engaged, see, I was not at all trying to say whether they should continue or discontinue. When they continue, I know it is a caste-based exploitation, certainly. Because you don't have Murlis and Joginis from, say, Kunbi caste or Reddiyars, or it's a caste practice. It's totally the caste practice where the lowermost Shudras and the Dalit women who are dedicated to the temples as Joginis and Murlis. Okay, and similarly, you know, again, Shiv-Shaktis they also call themselves today as Shiv-Shakti transgender persons. 90% of them are Dalits, or very few will be from the lower Shudra community, but beyond that you may not often see, you know, these traditions being upheld by the dominant caste Shudras. Like, I mean, I'm talking about the landowning communities in both the regions. Okay, both the regions have a semi-feudal nature, and you often don't see these caste women from these castes entering into these traditions. Okay, so I do not want to really say that they should continue or they should get away with. Okay, and to get away with, what are the is there really a precondition for them to completely walk out of these traditions? So that was my question. Yeah.
Sowjanya said that the Kunbi and the other caste, I think in the context of Maharashtra, particularly if, I mean, many historians are here, Professor Bagade, Professor Alone, Prabodhan, Santosh is also here. And if you look at that, what is missing importantly in Shailaja Paik's recent work is that how Dalit women have been brought to, into this Launi, the erotic performance. Because, yeah, and you would see that the fantastic example is that how Pathe Bapura was the person who bought Paulabai, which is, the complete historical narrative which is missing from that. From this particular book, because if you look at that, during that period of time when this whole formulation which was there, because again that the the Bedkanis, Ninis, these are the words which are used, that they are the one during the famine, where the slaves, if you look at the Peshwa period and after that when the famine occurred, these are the women who were, sort of, yeah. These are the women who have been bought, and they are from the Kunbi communities, right? They were the Shudra community. And Dalit women were not into those kind of things, but as the poverty was going on, there was an imitation, and therefore then eventually, people started selling out their women. And it started from, in fact, the Kunbi and the Shudra community. And, the fantastic example is that, what I said is that Pathe Bapurao himself is a Brahmin who first time bought Paulavai. So that process bringing out, a Dalit woman who is extremely good looking in a public sphere, which, taken forward through Ganesh Melas and all, which, Sharmila's work, sort of brings out. But there's a fantastic book by, I don't remember the first name, by Joshi. And the ways in which that then, the category of this particularly low caste Dalit woman is sort of, kind of damage done to that performance by these particular writers, because, there's a lot of debate occurred in Maharashtra during that time when this particular work was out. And it's just pointing out that these are the women who are erotic, so that I think also we need to figure out and sort of dismantle that framework.
Some of the transformations which I was looking at was that today it has become predominantly Dalit, right? So for that matter, through the life history, some of the Joginis, particularly from the Telangana, even say that they had certain history of being priestly class, women priestly class and all, okay? So I didn't evidently see this in the field, but there were oral narratives which brought this transition of, now as you see predominantly Dalit and lower Shudra, Dangar caste people being there in these traditions. So I didn't elaborate, but I was
There's
aware
also
of.
been a narrative of the Murali and Zoktis during the colonial period, which is available, and I would also recommend to you to explore the work of Uttam Kangre's work, which is fantastic work.
Thank you both of you. You want, okay? One more. From this side.
I'm not a person who has engaged with this literature quite a bit, but I'm curious to ask a question that if these are traditional occupations which are linked to the woman's bodies being also exploited, and a part of this entire tradition where there is art, culture, religion and sexuality, are there examples where certain communities have successfully transitioned from their traditional occupational practices to something which retains their skill, culture, whatever it is, dance, music, whatever, except the sexuality part? Is there a transformation where they can own up to the part which they want to own up to, and they have agency, even if we are talking about their sexuality or their abuse? Are there any examples of transformations where there is a successful engagement, or there is agency of that women from that community, and they have made that transition, retaining their old cultural identity?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your presentation. I missed a bit, so apology for that. My question is regarding livelihood, dignity and sexuality of denotified tribes women. I am yet not comfortable putting them into the category of Dalit women because they themselves don't really associate with it. DNT is again an umbrella term. I am not going into the specificity of it. So my question is that even though you are looking at just religious practices of Jogta and Jogtin, how do you look at other religious and cultural practices such as beggary? Because there are communities where women are involved in beggary traditionally, and they also trace history, a caste-based occupation of beggary, although we don't consider it as a work, just like sex work or prostitution. And it is also stigmatized. There is no dignity in it. And these DNT women do not find themselves included in Dalit fold, not because they seem Dalit to be untouchable, but it's other way around, that Dalit think that they are untouchables because of the kind of labor they are involved in, or the livelihood strategies they are using. Because as far as my experience and understanding goes, it is now in this economy, because of landlessness and poverty, it's a survival strategy. And many a times these women who are included in, who are involved in beggary, they too get involved in sex work or prostitution too. So how do you look at it? Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving the mic to me. Hi, I'm Shannon, and my question is related to intersectionality. Since intersectionality has come up, and it's also become everyone says a buzzword for really reading into the lives of especially marginalized communities because of the various factors that impact their lives. So when we actually go into the field, and my question is also field related, related to methodology. So when you actually go into the field and you listen to stories that carry so much within them, you know, from one aspect to another, how do you really develop a framework, or what is the best way to really capture that into theory? Because a lot of times when you go into field, you also get a little puzzled from where you started initially. And my field here in Mahipalpur also tries to understand the contemporary nature of Dalit women's feminist movement from that location itself. But then since we see there's so much to it, and since I would just like to hear from you on this part. Thank you.
To the first question, I can recall Kalavantulu, earlier known as Bogam in Telugu speaking vicinities. And this is one community later upheld. Kalavantulu is like, Kala means art, okay? So the embodiments of art. And also refused the sexual exploitation aspect of it and upheld the dance art form. Though you still have the upper caste schools where, you know, the dance called Kuchipudi has been, you know, taught to the middle classes, but very minimal, but not as much as, like, you know, there was no such kind of a temple like Kalakshetra was built by Telugu Brahmins for Kuchipudi, though it has been appropriated. At the same time also upheld by Kalavantulu as a community who were earlier known to be, again, you know, known for sexual exploitation of concubinage and, you know, or even sex work to that extent. But also the involvement of sexual exploitation, okay, is not just there in these professions, it's there in marriage as well. Okay, whereas when it is regulated, the regulated sexual forms, sexuality institutions, okay, are upheld over unregulated sexualities. Okay, that is again the ideology of dominical purity related to women's sexuality, I feel. Second is that, see, when I say that women who are temple dancers like Joginis or Murlis, perform in order to continue their livelihoods, like the livelihoods aspect of it. I did not try to construct that as a dignified form of labor, because if you read that, you know, most of them in temples today, you cannot imagine the popular cinema as like temple dance is something very different from what you know, but much of it is just the item numbers of Bollywood or Tollywood or Maharashtrian local films, to which erotically women dance in the temples. Okay, there is, I mean, if you think that, you know, it is totally dignified manner of livelihoods, when it is not protecting the dignity. Okay, and this sexual exploitation also mediated by religiosity. There is a subjectivity constructed by women as, you know, as a ma'am mentioned, the Lakshmi Bai saying that I am not a bar dancer, at least I am dancing only within the temple. And the right to perform temple is mediated by the ritualistic tradition of jogin. It is that subjectivity I've been addressing. I did not commit to say that it is a very dignified labor, but is the dignity as an idea. Okay, if the dignity as an idea, dignity as a concept is available to the women who are performing in the temples as Joginis and Murlis, why would they not embrace it? That is also my second question to it. Yeah. Okay, there is intersectionality part, right? Yeah. In the method, see, when you go to the field, I mean, not necessarily that everything comes from one's own experience, but we also do a lot of field observations, and one's own life is very complex, right? It doesn't come as like black and white, that all the oppression that a Dalit woman is experiencing is not necessarily from the dominant caste. Okay, for instance, like, not necessarily from the dominant caste, and not necessarily like, you know, the spaces of village and feudal systems are more exploitative than academics, right? So there are very many aspects to the exploitation, and also that exploitation within the same community of Dalits that take place. Okay, it could be due to the different caste groups that are present in the community called Dalits, but it could also be man and a heterosexual man and the non-heterosexual communities within the Dalits. Okay, so how to capture this? I would say intersectionality as a term is popularized, it's all right, but you know, intersectionality as a concept would only allow you to look at various, you know, social structures that are involved in this exploitation. Often, you know, it is not just social structures, it could also be very subtleties of those social structures mediated by individuals. Okay, and it also could be various institutions, and those institutions do not have to be very traditional, can also be modern. So in this case, if you ask me personally, though I may not be able to give you complete answer, I would say that more than one kind of a framework, methodology has to be developed in such a way that it is not simply intersectionality as your methodological framework, but you can also rely on various culture studies methodologies like semiotics and visual semiotics and so on.
Thank you. Thank you, Sowjanya, for the responses. Today, I'm also told that there is an international ritual called the International Women's Day. And I'm sitting in between two wonderful women who not only talked about sexuality, the gender troubles, but also the struggles of the worst of social groups. And therefore, this discussion is very, very important. I thank both of you, Sowjanya and Smitha, for making this particular session very important. Thank you to the audience, thank you to the organizers.
The session, so please don't leave. Good afternoon all. We'll be commencing the session now. Please be seated. This session will be chaired by Madhulika Sonkar, IIT Delhi. Madhulika Sonkar is an assistant professor of sociology at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Delhi. Her work engages the politics of schooling cultures, identity and aspirations in urban contexts, with a strong focus on Muslim women's educational journeys in contemporary India. Her PhD was based on the ethnographic study of a 5-decade-old Muslim girls' school in Balimaran, Old Delhi, where she examined young women's educational experiences in the complex mesh of class, beraderi, family and neighborhood. Since then, her research and teaching have been located at the intersections of the sociology of education, gender studies and anthropology of childhood and youth. I invite the chair to introduce the speaker and discussant. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Very warm welcome once again to everyone. It has been an absolutely enriching 2 days of such fantastic brainstorming, stimulating arguments and whatnot. And I hope this continues as well, as we have a lot more in store. I have the honor of introducing 2 speakers for this session. And without wasting much time, I would take the opportunity to introduce the speaker as well as the discussant for the session. We have with us Professor Khalid Anis Ansari. He is an associate professor of sociology in the School of Arts and Sciences at the Azim Premji University, Bangalore, India. He is interested in post-colonial modernity, democracy, anti-caste movements, and transformative politics. His research explores the conceptual relationship between pluralism, democracy, and internal minorities through the case study of the anti-caste Paswanda Muslim movement in India. He is the author of the article Revisiting the Minority Imagination in this special issue that we have been deliberating on for a good 2 days now. I also have the honor of introducing the discussant for the session, Professor Harish Wankhede, who's an assistant professor at the Center for Political Studies, JNU. His areas of research interest include theories of polity, political institutions, secularism, and social justice. He is a public intellectual and is a regular commentator in major national newspapers, periodicals, and academic journals on issues of caste politics, Dalit movement, Hindutva, and Hindi cinema. The speaker and the discussant did not need an introduction as such. I'm sure you know them well, but that's just for the newcomers here, just right now. All right, I hand it over to Professor Ansari to please take it ahead and take us through some of the enriching bits of his paper. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Madhulika. At the onset, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, Professor Divya Dwivedi, Professor Leonard Dickens, and Professor Yashpal for having me here and giving me an opportunity to be a part of this conversation. And I eagerly look forward to Professor Harish Wankhede's comments and feedback on the paper, because this is an ongoing project. So I look forward to your productive comments. So at the onset, I want to discuss a bit on the location of the paper, right? So what is the context for this paper? Where is it located? So the Pasmanda as a political subject, it faces a certain kind of a conceptual and political suspicion from both minority studies as a field and also anti-caste or Dalit studies. When it comes to the minority or Muslim studies, Pasmanda as a political subject is seen as divisive, a subject which breaks the ranks of the Muslim Ummah, which works against the solidarity of the Muslim community, especially in times, very polarizing times. So there is a certain suspicion, both in the academic production and also in terms of the political movement around the Muslim identity. When we come to the anti-caste or Dalit studies, there is a sense that Pasmanda is diluting anti-caste movement, or worse, it is trying to encroach on the Bahujan movement. And there is this sense in the former, there is a denial and erasure in the minority studies or Muslim politics, erasure that Islam doesn't have caste, and so on and so forth. In the domain of Dalit studies, in the domain of Dalit politics, there is a sense that caste is broadly a Hindu phenomenon, right? So the locus of Dalit Muslims or Dalit Christians, for that matter, again, it is seen to be a secondary thing, something they have learned from the Hindus, and with subsequent Islamization or Christianization, they would be casteless or free from caste. That is the context where the Pasmanda as a political subject, it is seeking legitimacy academically and politically. And it operates within the interstices of the Muslim question and the Dalit question. So that is the struggle, the knowledge struggle and also the political struggle in which the Pasmanda as a political subject is engaged in. And how to interpret that, how to read that, one could be obviously the infrastructure argument, but I would suggest it goes much beyond that. And like a number of speakers since yesterday, they have already indicated in the colonial epistemology or colonial historiography. So I also feel that this suspicion can be located there, apart from many other dimensions. So what have I done with this paper? There are three broad discussions. So I start the paper by contextualizing the discussion in some colonial historiography, colonial epistemology, particularly the three assumptions within which the erasure of Muslim caste happens. The first assumption and the first approach, the first move by colonial historiography is making religion as the overarching category to access South Asia. Second is, and I'll quickly run through it, maybe when Harish comments and we could go into more detail. The second important move is to see Hinduism as a tolerant but inegalitarian tradition, and Islam as a fanatic, as a fundamentalist, as an intolerant tradition, but egalitarian tradition. So again, Hinduism as tolerant but inegalitarian, and Islam as fanatic but egalitarian. And this view, it penetrated into the thought process of most of our nationalist thinkers, whether it is Vivekananda, Gandhi, Nehru, Savarkar, of course, and even Baba Sahib Ambedkar. So I would say this formulation is broadly there. It is influencing almost the entirety of nationalist thought. And there are certain consequences of this internalization of this move, which we can have a discussion later. The third is obviously privileging the ideological aspects of caste at the expense of the political economy. And here, caste being made into an internal moment of Hinduism. And this is what I feel when we say that there's an invention of caste. So this invention, I would interpret that this invention is basically relocating caste within the Hindu framework, rather than what it is actually, which is a South Asian phenomenon, which controls sexuality, it controls power, it controls land across South Asia, irrespective of religion and irrespective of regional identities. And then subsequently during the nationalist movement, obviously there is a very strong sense of the Hindu-Muslim binary and a very strong emphasis on difference, on cultural religious difference. So again, if Hindus have caste, how can Muslims have that? Right? Because Muslims have to maintain their boundaries. They have to emphasize their difference from Hinduism. So if caste is a Hindu phenomenon, obviously the strategic view would be an erasure of caste. So like Franklin Faslow in one of his articles, he used the term disinvention of Muslim caste, right? So while in the Hindus, caste is invented in a particular way, it is disinvented among the Muslims in other ways. It is invisibilized. It becomes an illegitimate category when it comes to South Asian Muslims or even most non-Hindus in that sense. So that is the first part. And this invention, it is challenged from the 1990s onward. There was another phase in the 1920s, 30s, which I call the first wave of Pasmanda politics. But it is challenged much more vigorously. The articulation is much more robust from the 1990s onwards because of certain emergent possibilities, especially the 3 M's, the Mandir, Market and Mandal moment. So it opens up the Nehruvian articulation on secularism, on socialism, state planning, and so on and so forth. And that is where a number of new emergent subjectivities are there, and Pasmanda is one of them. There is Ati Pichda, there is Pasmanda, Mahadalit, and so on and so forth. So the legitimacy of all the major categories, OBC, SC, ST, the internal justice question is emerging in a big way. Pasmanda is one question within the Muslim field, and so on and so forth. So this process of minoritization, which I see as an articulation between two different logics. One is the logic of Muslim as a religio-cultural category, and it also has a genealogy. How Muslim as a hyphenated, as a dispersed field becomes monolithic in the colonial encounter, and so on and so forth. And second, the minority as a category, which is a statist and juridical category. So these two categories, minority and Muslim, they are articulated together to constitute what I label as the Muslim minority discourse. And there are three key elements to the Muslim minority discourse: identity, security, discussions around communal violence, and equity, questions around reservations, affirmative action, redistributive policies, and so on and so forth. One of the contestation from the Paswanda vantage point, they suggest that these three critical elements, identity, security, and equity, the discourses around them are monopolized by the Muslim privileged classes, the Ashrafs or the higher caste Muslims. And Paswanda contest their articulation around all these three categories. So in terms of identity, they would privilege the religious identity, and they would say that all Muslims are one, and so on and so forth. In terms of security, that all Muslims are equally victim of communal violence. In terms of equity, all Muslims should get reservations as a category. So the Paswanda counter discourse has challenged all the three. In terms of identity, it says that the so-called mainstream Muslim culture is basically an Ashrafia culture. It's an upper caste Muslim culture, and it culturally colonizes the Paswanda life world, and so on and so forth. And there are four distinct markers in the paper. There is some indication. One, a negative value to manual labor. Second, language as a boundary maintenance mechanism, Urdu, Farsi, Arabic, to mark themselves away from the plebeian or the Paswanda Muslims. Third, obviously, there's this reverence for Sayyids as a class within the Ashrafia value system. Fourth, this notion of sharafat, which which refers to certain modes of piety, demeanor, and so on and so forth. So that on the level of identity, Paswandas are clearly saying that Muslims are not a monolithic community. There are various subjectivities within Muslims. There are Muslim women, there are LGBTQI Muslims, lower caste Muslims, Malayali-speaking Muslims, linguistic, and so on and so forth. It's a dispersed, it's a diverse field. In terms of security, they are saying very clearly that in terms of communal violence, it is mostly the Paswanda lower caste Muslims who are affected during communal violence, while those who are entrepreneurs of this victimhood are largely Ashraf Muslims. If you look at the NGOs and the academic space, it is Ashrafs that dominate the field. In terms of equity, they challenge this notion of reservation for all Muslims, and they want a much more diverse kind of representation for OBCs, Adivasi Muslims, Dalit Muslims. There are different strategies for that. Yeah, so that is one, and I'll just quickly end by saying, so that is when I mapped the Paswanda counter discourse around these three categories, bring in their narratives, and then connect it to the larger analytical questions being posed on the minority as a concept in general, right? So I think I'll end here. So those are the three broad threads of the discussion, and I look forward to Harish's comment.
Thanks very much. I think this is also a very fine moment to push in the need for more ethnographic works on that interrogate or look into these possibilities for understanding caste, and at the same time destabilize the idea of minority, yes, but community also. And before I hand it over to Professor Harish, in the study of Muslim women, we might look for more possibilities through works that have been interrogating the idea of minority amongst Muslim women. And feminist studies has been able to, or at least trying to move into that direction to some extent, if we go to some of these recent works that are particularly ethnographic in nature, but at the same time are trying to delve into whether a monolithic category for Muslim women in itself is the answer, or can be a starting point to puncture some of these epistemological and genealogical ideas surrounding the lives or everyday realities of Muslims and Muslim women per se in this case. I now invite Professor Harish to take the discussion further. Please.
Thank you. Of course, Khalid started with this particular idea called location and the context. Probably the current time in which we are doing this particular seminar and conference, outside the outside world, of course, any deliberation, any discussion on the Muslim question today appears that it will benefit the right-wing political process. That fear is there, and probably in that bigger fear outside this political campus, this political conference, within that bigger fear vis-a-vis the Muslim question, that we are deliberating this particular issue. I read Khalid's paper from last probably 2-3 days. I'm continuously reading this particular paper and try to make some sense. And this issue probably in JNU seminars or conferences on secularism, on caste, this issue is continuously now been heralding as an important departure from what they call a discussion on secularism for that. In that context, probably I will I have prepared some of my notes and I will be making some sense. I believe I will make some sense. Professor Gopal Guru, in his keynote address to the conference yesterday, has made this impressive directive advocating that the oppressed people should share the moral universe. His interlocutor, Leonard Dickens, further used the beautiful metaphor of bridge and anchor to suggest how emancipatory ideas can share certain moral space, building solidarities and alliances amongst the marginalized communities. Now, as Khalid started with that particular challenge, that it is challenge vis-a-vis the Muslim minority question and also to the Dalit discourse. And therefore now the challenge before us is that can we apply such ethical posture to address the Muslim question in India today? In that particular frame, I will be explaining. Within the grand discourse on social justice, there are very few episodes when we have discussed the social and class backwardness among the Muslims. There were systematic attempts in the past to invisibilize and relegate the caste question among the Muslims. It is only in the recent past that these issues are getting some public and intellectual platforms, including today's conference. Khalid Anis Ansari's paper is therefore crucial and challenging. It offers a historical trajectory to examine and understand the evolution of caste question within the Muslims and reprimand the advocates of the secularism policy framework and also social justice advocates for neglecting the lower caste amongst the Muslims for such a long time. And therefore, it is kind of revitalizing the Muslim caste question. Let me put Ansari's these three issues that he's simply raised. Again, some kind of repetition of what he just said. First, Ansari examines the secular communal divide and suggests that the conventional secular liberal discourse on Muslim question has remained distant from the substantive issue of inequalities, especially the caste-based relationship among the Muslims. The popular debate on secularism in India has been associated with the binary of majority-minority. The threat of majoritarian Hindu onslaught offers a valid reason around which the social fears and political anxieties of the Muslims are crafted. It helps to create a homogeneous, unified, collective, monolithic identity of the Muslims that often please the state for protection for their cultural and religious rights. The secular doctrine thus constructs the Hindu-Muslim dichotomy, retains the domination of the social elites and elites of both the communities, Hindu and Muslims, over social and political affairs, and provides a stereotypical cultural signpost to retain communitarian difference, like Khalid was saying, that language for that matter, Urdu, as identified with the Muslims, whereas Sanskrit or Hindi is identified with the Hindus. That differences. The secularism discourse is popular. However, it has no effective method to address the internal class and social troubles amongst the Muslims. Behind the mirage of monolithic religious groups, there exists a society that is segmented between caste, social hierarchies, and professional compartments. Ansari in this paper and many others earlier, like there is a series of work on the sociological stratification amongst Muslims, have earlier understood that this phenomena can be understood under the rubric of minorities within minorities, that there is, of course, a big monolithic minority, but within that, there are circles, and that circles can be understood as minorities within minorities. The secular debate unconsciously created the Hindu-Muslim binary and escapes the fact that the Muslims are also suffered by caste-based inequalities. It also blinds the debate about their internal social conditions and everyday caste-based vices that engulf the Muslim community. Instead, secularism has become a tool in the hands of social elites to promote a difference-blind approach towards the community and invariably perpetuate and retain their own interest and domination. And therefore, secularism is seen as a agent that constructs. It hardly deconstructs. It somewhere provide certain stereotypical symbols to that community and create the difference between majority and minority. And therefore, that power to construct minority and majority is there within the discourse of secularism. Such method only revolves around the threats of majority communalism, and under that anxiety and fear, the intra-social problems, mainly the caste-based social and class hierarchies amongst the Muslims, are relegated. Such revelations allow us to critically examine the Muslim social stratification, and probably Ansari's paper actually doing that. And as I said that earlier, there is a tradition of doing a social stratification among the Muslims. This is the second part of Ansari's paper. The social stratification among the Indian Muslim almost mimics the Hindu caste system, allowing the rich and socially dignified groups called as Ashraf, mainly the Sayyids, Sheikhs, Mughals and Pathans, to control the political and class assets of the community. Such arrangement relegates the majority of the lower Muslims, called the Ajlabs or Pasmandas. Often it has been explained as the ordinary working class or artisan caste among the Muslims, disallowing the Pasmandas to enjoy the position of power, class and social status. Though such caste-based divisions are antithetical to the Islamic principle, and probably that is what Khalid was also suggesting, that the egalitarian claim that Islam is egalitarian, though such caste-based divisions are antithetical to Islamic principles, the everyday social relationships among the Muslims are contaminated by hierarchical denominators, including the inhuman practice of untouchability. Ansari highlights that in order to end such relegation and caste blindness, there emerged a powerful movement within the Muslims, the Pasmanda movement, especially in Bihar, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, that has introduced a paradigmatic shift in how Muslim question is addressed till date. And as he started with that particular fact, that it has a history, like in Momin conference in early 30s and 40s, the Muslim question was built to challenge the Muslim League's domination on the Muslim question, and therefore it has some kind of a historical process to examine. The Pasmanda movement challenged the political domination and cultural hegemony of the Ashraf Muslims and invites the lower caste Muslim to form a broader unity or solidarity with the other marginalized communities demanding exclusive protection and safeguards by the state. He showcased that the major central government sponsored surveys and commissions, especially such a commission report, and even before that, Mandal Commission or Gopal Singh Commission report, or for that matter, during such a commission report, the Rangnath Mishra Commission report, have studied the social and educational backwardness of the religious minorities, and have empirically demonstrated that a vast majority amongst the Muslims have been surviving under precarious class conditions, poverty, and of course social marginalization. Alongside, it is also substantiated that social status of certain groups called the Urzals Muslim, what they call the Dalit Muslims, is worsened than the untouchable caste. The Commission have proposed impressive policy framework, including the UPA, during the UPA time, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh also announced something called the 10-point welfare policies for the Muslims. The Commission have proposed impressive policy framework for these groups. However, not much has been delivered by the state on this account. In the third part, Ansari discussed the need for the state's intervention to offer public policy measures for the emancipation and welfare of the worst of social groups within the Muslims. The Muslim question shall be scrutinized under the discourse of social justice, as the problem faced by these groups in the current situation are related to the growing social inequalities, economic discrimination and political marginalization. So at one side, secularism somewhere constructs the identity. If you apply the praxis of social justice, it deconstructs it. It creates some kind of a revelation that the community is not monolithic, but there is multiple pluralities and heterogeneities within. The current Muslim question is primarily related to issue of political representation and redistribution of economic assets, and shall be resolved by adopting the conventional principles of social justice, including bifurcating the Muslim quota in favor of the Pasmanda Muslims. And Khalid just said that there is a possibility to offer 5 or 6% of reservation to the Muslims as a unified fold. And there is an argument that it should not be a reservation quota for the Muslim monolithic identity. And therefore, this conventional principle of social justice, including bifurcating the Muslim quota in the favor of Muslims, and also the possibility of offering scheduled caste status to the Arzal Muslims, that there is a significant group within the Muslims which are basically treated as untouchables. Within the Dalit Bahujan social justice discourse, the Muslim question has been articulated almost on the similar frame as discussed by Ansari, and this is what I will submit, that what he started with this particular claim that there is some kind of antagonism within the Dalit discourse. I will try to make sense of that. The Dalit Bahujan discourse is against the hegemony and domination of social elites or public and private institutions, and make claims for radical transformation. Here, the Pasmanda versus the Ashraf battles almost mimics the same formula, with the Brahmin versus the Dalit Bahujan, here the Ashraf versus the Pasmandas. The Pasmandas are equivalent to Dalit Bahujan groups, whereas the Ashrafs are the replacement of the Savarna elites. Second, there is a visible dependency of the marginalized communities, especially of the Dalits or the state, for their social and economic mobility. The Pasmanda movement also look upon the state for offering them the legal recognition, social safeguards, and exclusive policy packages. Thus, the Dalit Bahujan Pasmanda concerns often overlap, and there is a possibility of forming a broader shared universe of social justice amongst these groups. As the paper revolves around the politics of social justice, including policies, proposing the possibility of conflict resolution and the need for greater intervention by the state, or which I am fully in agreement with what Ansari has proposed. And I have no critical assessment to offer on this particular form. However, for the sake of discussion, and in order to quench some of my own curiosities and concerns, let me raise 3 broad issues here, with the hope that it will help us to articulate our assessment better or the discussion on Muslim and the quest for social justice. First, though the paper articulates a national policy framework, the empirical evidences mostly revolve around few North Indian states. We get no idea about the social and political deliberation over the Muslim conditions in other states like Kashmir, Assam, Bengal, and Kerala. These states have a very huge, significant Muslim population, and of course the social stratification is around on the same line. Can we have some more glimpses, stories, narratives, facts, and figures that will not only demonstrate that caste-like conditions are existing among the Muslims, but it will also present that there is a growing awakening amongst the marginalized social groups about their deprivation and exclusion. So it is not just that the caste exists in these spaces, but also that the caste consciousness also exists. And that consciousness will build up some kind of a political or social mobilization. Further, it will allow us to argue that such awakening has made them conscious social agents, like their Dalit counterparts in other parts, ready to challenge the Ashraf domination, demanding exclusive policy packages from the state. Why I am raising this is to make an argument that a majority of the Muslims would not like to assert their professional caste identities for political or policy initiatives. This is what I will argue. I am assuming here that most of the Muslims are uncomfortable with their social status and hardly wish to display it for any utilitarian purpose, like as I said, even the policy packages. In the popular democratic discourse, the majority of the Muslims just pass, hides give less importance to their low caste identities and remain comfortable with the collective monolithic identity of being Muslim. And therefore, this project appears that somewhere from the top is forcing them to think about this particular condition. Second, in the post-liberalization period, the state is no more the guarantor of the economic welfare through government jobs and other affirmative action policies. Further, with the rise of the aggressive right-wing politics, we have witnessed the increase in anti-Muslim governmental stance and policies that includes targeting the occupation of the Pasmanda Muslims, like for that matter, the ban on cow slaughter, or even in UP, for the weavers, there was a special electricity packages, which is also now taken away. So the Pasmandas are, of course, the sufferers of the new economic policies and the regime change. In such context, a new articulation of social justice politics for Pasmanda Muslims is needed. It appears that the conventional claim of Pasmanda movement are not applicable for the new liberal market economy, and it has little ideological resource to challenge the Hindutva's anti-Muslim ideological assertion. Third, and of course probably this has been asked many times earlier. Third, what about the possibility of social reforms, fraternity building campaigns, and application of Islamic ethics in organizing a powerful social unity amongst the Muslims? What shall be the primary focus of the Pasmanda movement? Is it the end or reduction of caste-based discrimination within the community, which appears possible as the Islamic tenets or ethics may support such objectives? The possibility is there, right? Because the people are what they call religions. So is it the end or reduction of caste-based discrimination within the community, or to create a heightened antagonism and tension against the Ashraf counterpart to appropriate some material doles from the state? This is, as I said, probably a moral, ethical question to pose. Though it is sure that the reformist movement amongst the Muslims would not end the hegemony and domination of the Muslim elites completely, but it may be useful to fight the caste-based distinctions, hierarchies, and social ruptures which are visible in their everyday social life. Finally, some clarification over the category of caste and its application in the Muslim discourse. As been argued, and the paper basically based on that the caste-like conditions are there among the Muslims, and therefore caste should be utilized or used to make sense of the oppression and marginalization among the Muslims. And therefore the clarification is required. Every society suffers due to oppressive divisions, hierarchies, and discriminatory attitudes. However, the concept used to examine such oppressive structures are often organically originated, like for that matter, between the blacks and white, the race as a concept emerged through a kind of a very sincere historical process in which the idea of racism and race emerged to understand the relationship between blacks and the white. Similarly, within the capitalist society, probably the class emerged as a very powerful tool to examine how the capitalist society is exploitative in nature. Or in the Hindu society, the caste category is utilized to understand how the social relationships are hierarchical and unequal, and therefore caste became an important category to examine the Hindu social relationships. And therefore, can we suggest new conceptual category to examine the oppressive social divisions within the Muslims without depending a lot on the borrowed category called caste? That caste as available within the Hindus, let's appropriate that and apply to examine the same trajectory within the Muslims. And therefore, probably a small suggestion. For example, Ali Anwar, of course, he used caste category as a signifier of the Muslim discrimination, but he also used in some places a term called Jamaat. Used the term called Jamaat to examine such stratification. Can Jamaat be a replacement category in this particular case? That caste is of course there, so can be an umbrella category, but vis-a-vis to examine the Muslim condition, can we innovate, examine the possibility of a new tool called Jamaat. And just curiously posing this question, and it is open to others, including Khalid, to make sense of this particular proposition. It is required that the Muslim and the caste question shall take a step further and move to new corridors and location, elevating the theoretical discourse and its implication in transforming the political and social life. As I said, that probably since Alian versus Masawat Ki Jang, the discussion is almost stagnant. We have not moved beyond Masawat Ki Jang. What he has proposed in that book, probably we are reiterating that from last 2 decades. And therefore probably the possibility to elevate the theoretical discourse and its implication in transforming the political and social life. An innovative and not derivative exercise would probably bring new revolutionary consciousness in this discourse. Let me stop it here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Harish. That was a very lucid response. And if I just may add to it very quickly, that the infinite possibilities offered by this exploration of new conceptual categories, and to look for, if not alternatives, but coexisting patterns or coexisting categories, that can be one way to look forward. At the same time, the deafening silence through the 90s of relying on and going back to the same entry points into the Sachar Committee report, or 10 years after Sachar, are also something we might want to deliberate on. That what is it from the Sachar Committee report that we want to dwell on? Is it once again reiterating the same kind of categorization or understanding of socio-economic backwardness, which a lot of interrogations through the mid-90s have done in the specific areas of education per se? Or is there more that we can look for, or is there another revisit or reopening of doors that's possible? That's also something we might want to deliberate on. I hand it over to Professor Ansari to respond and to take up queries.
Thank you, Professor Harish, for those insightful comments. Where should I begin with? Okay, so first, on this question of caste within Muslim as a derivative discourse, borrowed discourse, I think I'm actually arguing against that. So, my sense is that if we look at a religious production of Islam in South Asia, theological production, then right from 12th century, 13th century onwards, caste has been legitimized within the Islamic theological production in South Asia. So in that sense, Biradri or caste, it is not an external category which was borrowed. Rather, the West Asian theological production, which already legitimizes hierarchy and stratification, it articulates very neatly with the South Asian discussion around jati and so on and so forth. So whatever definition or whatever features you apply to the category jati or caste, there are empirical theological reference within Islam and Muslims as well. So my counter question would be, if caste is a Hindu phenomenon, then obviously it is a borrowed discourse, because then Muslims are borrowing some category from the Hindu theological system. But if caste is a sociological concept, then we need to have a different kind of a discussion. What are the things which Muslim experience of caste is not being satisfied as a sociological concept? So ritual ranking, that is there in Fatwa-e-Jahandari and so on and so forth. Spatial segregation, that is there. Endogamy, very strong. Untouchability, yes. Those who converted from erstwhile Dalit locations, they face untouchability. They are Muslim Adivasis. So whatever empirical references are there in so-called the Hindu discussion of caste, sociological discussion of caste, the same are satisfied by a discussion on Muslim society. If all those conditions are being satisfied, then why this demand for a new innovative category to explain the experience of caste within Islam or South Asian Muslims? So my counter question would be that. Second, I don't agree that Islam is an egalitarian tradition. I see Islam as a religion, as a faith tradition. Just like any other faith tradition, it is dynamic. It is articulated in different space-time context, in its relationship with the economy, with the state, and so on and so forth. So whatever high definition of Hinduism one might have, or of Buddhism, or of Christianity, when they engage with the state, for instance, Buddhism in the case of Sri Lanka, or Myanmar, or in Japan, or when Islam, despite its egalitarianism, when it engages with the feudal state in India during the Mughal time, or Afghanistan, and so on and so forth, it articulates itself differently, right? And any essential understanding of faith, I don't think it will go into the heart of the matter, right? So for example, we may have this notion, and that is what I'm challenging, this notion that Hinduism is essentially hierarchical, or is it essentially tolerant? This is something which can be challenged even philosophically, and also with how Hinduism as a category has changed over the last 150 years, especially because of the challenge from Islamic and Christian missionaries, and also from anti-caste resistance. So to see Hinduism even now as a disease, right? I'm sensitive to that. Coming from the Dalit location, I'm sensitive to that. That I might share a certain animus about a religion which is seen to be adopted by my oppressors, right? So Christianity is an egalitarian tradition, right? But what about the black responses to Christianity in America, right? They don't see Christianity as an egalitarian tradition, but as a tradition which is monopolized by the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, the immediate oppressors. So even if you look at Hinduism, right from Swami Vivekananda to Aurobindo Gandhi, there is a re-articulation happening, a process of reform which is happening, to the recent 2014 volume on Hindu liberation theology by the Fijian scholar Anand Ramlachan. So again, I mean, a lot of water has flown down the Ganges, and faiths are not static categories. Faiths are dynamic, religions are dynamic, and they change. So Islam, maybe one could have an essential notion that it is egalitarian, but that is not, it has been throughout history in different, it has been very hierarchical, it has been very inegalitarian also. And Hinduism, there could be egalitarian interpretations of Hinduism as well. I know you won't agree with that, but I'm saying Hinduism is not an essentialist religion, just like any other. It evolves and it responds to challenges. And faiths are in itself, their language is metaphorical, allegorical. They are open to new articulations, and so that is one. Second, on the neoliberal thing, this notion that Pasmanda does not have the resources to deal with it, I think that goes for the broader Bahujan. And also, at a global level also, there is a discussion going on. So how to deal with populism, how to deal with the neoliberal economic architecture. So Pasmanda does not need to have a unique articulation about that. It will be a participant in this conversation of how the neoliberal economy affects the subaltern or the oppressed or the marginalized sections. So we are part of that conversation. So, I mean, I've been looking at a lot of discussions, reservations in the private sector and so on and so forth. I have my own take on that. I have my own reading of how the political economy works, how the neoliberal global economy works. But again, I mean, this demand from Pasmanda to have a different articulation on the neoliberal economy, I see Pasmanda as a co-participant in the general conversation among the marginalized sections on the impact of the neoliberal economy. So we will add our own bit, but that's it on that question. Right. Majority of Muslims do not assert caste, so again different. I think that's what should I say? It is a response which is based on your own experience. There is no scholarly study that Muslims don't assert caste in that sense. I think when you are an insider, as I am, within the Muslim community, I see them talking about caste all the time. Right? So it's an insider-outsider problem. Yes. No. I mean, you sit with Muslims, there's some discussion on marriage going on. लड़का कौन सी जाति का है, कौन सी बिरादरी का है, लड़की क्या है, अच्छे खानदान के हैं कि नहीं उर्दू. I mean, you know, so those kinds of discussions they go on. Ala khandan. In terms of political assertion, it's a recent articulation, and so there is always a gap between the articulation, enactment of an identity and the sedimentation. And in the particular circumstance where the Pasmanda subject finds herself in, between the Hindu right and the Muslim right, so it is difficult to emerge as a major constituency. But I think it's only a matter of time. The discussions are on. More and more young people, they are identifying with the Pasmanda category. They find that as an interesting lens to understand South Asia, make sense of their own position within the Indian polity and society and so on and so forth. So I think the discourses are circulating. They're finding more traction. We are where we are now, we were not 20 years back. That's why we're having a discussion. So hopefully things will sediment and the movement will emerge and take its rightful place. I mean, let me be much more provocative. If the Pasmanda movement does not succeed, this nation will collapse. Let me be very provocative. So, we don't have the time to discuss that, but yeah. Narratives of the South, obviously, so if you look at the partition, most of the Muslim elite migrated from North India. Right? So because of the migration of North Indian Muslim elite, North Indian Pasmanda, they got some space to articulate their experience. The hegemony was diluted. In South India, Kerala, I'm living in Karnataka right now, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, the hegemony of Ashraf Sayyid Muslims is extremely strong. They have a very dense institutional presence. Their density is very strong. And if the caste question is not emerging there, it is because there's no caste, but rather the Ashraf hegemony is more strong. So, but I know people, they're working on caste in South India, in Lakshadweep, in Kerala, and so on and so forth. And in time, probably those kinds of narratives will also emerge and come. So I'll stop here. Huh? Jamaat, yeah, again, so Jamaat or Samaj. So if you look at Balburli, Natarajan's work, he uses the term Samaj. So Jamaat is a parallel term. Bahujan and Pasmanda, parallel terms. So again, your demand for new terms has already been satisfied. So in terms of semantic difference. But conceptually, I don't see, when we share the same experience, the same kind of why to use a new sociological concept, when the existing concepts can illuminate the empirical and the lived experience of Pasmanda Muslims. So, I mean, sociologically, I don't see any push philosophically why to use a new category. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I agree with what you're saying about insider, but as an outsider also, you do become party to these conversations very frequently.
in ways that are not justified through the same mechanisms as that of caste, but through other means कि जाना पहचाना लड़का है या हमारे ही पास के हैं. So innumerable ways to बिल्कुल बहुत ही बेहतरीन होता अगर आप ये पेपर उर्दू में But I think this is the perfect moment to also have questions, comments from your members in the audience. Please raise your hands and.
Myself, Shari Khatib Ansari, working president of All India Muslim Pasmanda Mahas, is privileged to hear Dr. Ansari and Professor. I want to ask one thing. It is not due to the present dispensation of Indian government, which is talking about Pasmanda Muslims. We are sitting out here. What do you think about it? It's due to the present dispensation. Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, taking up Pasmanda cause at national level, at BJP events, and he's talking about it. It's all not due to him. We should give credit to him. Because of him, we are at least discussing. No other Prime Minister have ever talked about Pasmanda movement. From Gandhi, from Nehru to Lal Shastri, VP Singh, Chaudhry Sahab, Gujral Sahab, VP Singh, Rajiv Gandhi, Nasimha Rao. Only Prime Minister who spoke about Pasmanda Muslims is Narendra Modi. Don't you think due to him we are discussing Pasmanda Muslims?
Am I audible? Thank you, Dr. Ansari, for such an insightful presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. My question is regarding Mewatis or Meo Muslims. So I wanted to know, I'm interested in it because of recent eruption of violence in Nuh area. And this is not, I'm not saying this, but according to one of the reports of Niti Aayog, Mewat remains the most backward districts of India, from UPA to NDA. And after this recent eruption of violence, it's been even more controversial and polarizing over there. And I wanted to know, it's a curiosity that where do you place Meo Muslims in the Pasmanda discourse? Because their Muslim identity somewhere is not as prominent as their Meo identity. And also the historical identity of being criminal tribes. And also, I also have an understanding that through the newspaper, even the Meo Muslims' identity being homogenized as the Muslim others, only the Muslim others, by all the seculars writing over about the polarization happening over there, likes of Ashish Nandi. And but how do you see their experience, history, and identity? What is the difference or similarity with the Muslims or the other Muslims, Pasmandas and Meo Muslims? That is my question. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much for this healthy learning environment. I have a question for Dr. Khalid that how do you see the idea of Pasmanda leadership in terms of egalitarianism, where the idea of access and equity are intrinsic in nature? So how do you see the idea of Pasmanda leadership in terms of egalitarianism, where the idea of access and equity are intrinsic in nature?
myself is Vinay, and I'm very happy to attend this seminar that you people are intensively talking about Pasmanda movement and Pasmanda intellectual space. My question is to Professor Khalid Sahab, that how Pasmanda discourse is spreading in society and even is creating a space in academia, because like other discourse, you can take the example of women discourse, the Dalit discourse, the tribal discourse. Why it's not spreading as fast as the other discourse is taking place? So can you tell me some laknas? And second thing is that it is connected to that question, that you are working, I know you since last 2 decades more than, but currently after talking of Prime Minister Modi about Pasmanda, now a space is created, and then even Pasmanda, those who are working hiddenly, feel comfortable to talk in public. So is it due to PM? Because my question is just connected to the Sarid Saab, but I'm not referring it so much because I know that since long people are talking about it. So kindly elaborate it and then tell how far the journey of Pasmanda discourse has come in academia. Thank you.
Okay, so first about Mayo Muslims. So, I mean, I haven't worked directly on Mayo Muslims as such, but from whatever discussion I have had with Mayo Muslims, so there is a sense, I mean, there is also a slogan, Mayo Meena Ek Saman, Hindu Ho Ya Musliman, right? So there is a demand from the Mayo Muslims to be included in the scheduled tribe category, right? So that is at one level. And because they are in a very backward area, especially in an area where the first Tabligh Jamaat movement also started in 1930s, right? So it's a very interesting area where the Islamization, this experiment of Islamization started because Mayos were seen to be fuzzy communities, not purely Hindu, not purely Muslim. So it was that kind of a category. So they were in the news for many instances of lynching against Mayo Muslim because they were engaged in cattle trade and so on and so forth. And that is one of the arguments that is made by the Pasmanda movement, that this Muslim victimhood or violence against Muslims, it is also very dispersed. Not every Muslim faces the same kind of violence. So if you look at the violence around the imagery of cow or cattle and so on and so forth, it is largely the Qurayshi Muslims, the Mayo Muslims, those who are the what are they? Gosi Muslims, Gaddi Muslims, they are the ones who are affected. So that is one of the discussions within the Pasmanda movement, right? So in terms of that, I would say Muslims have 700 castes. So there are 700 castes. Every caste has its own narrative about their own self-perception, their own history, and so on and so forth. So we should, whenever we talk about Muslims, we should defer as much as possible this monolithic understanding of Islam and talk hard questions, pose hard questions. Which caste are we talking about? Which region are we talking about? So let us not fall for the easy temptation to go with Muslim. It's very politically convenient for certain sections, but sociologically it is very self-defeating, right? Because the real cases of victimization, they get occluded, they get hidden because of this all India Muslim category. So that would be my response. I didn't understand your question on Pasmanda leadership. So in the Pasmanda, they try to access state resources. They try to chalk out policies that are beneficial for them, scholarship, and so on and so forth. So On that count, most of the policies would be the same as the general policies which are demanded by the Bahujans, right? Land reforms, cooperatives, reservations, and so on and so forth. So there's not much difference in terms of the socio-economic policies or the distribution of power and resources and so on and so forth. On PM Modi, so PM Modi said, I mean, he used the word Pasmanda for the first time in the Hyderabad conclave. Yeah, so I know the genealogy, so he said that from the Red Fort also. But the question is, I mean, the motivations, right? So I would say, I mean, politics should not exhaust our discussions. And every social movement should have a certain autonomous space, where instead of this discourse being handed from top down, from political parties, let it be bottom up. So I'm not really bothered whether it is Rahul Gandhi or Modi or BSP or whatever, because I have a particular understanding of political parties and what political parties do and the kind of negotiations that they have. So I would like to respect all those discourses which are articulated around the authentic experiences, if I can use that term, of our people, especially the marginalized within the Pasmanda, because Pasmanda is also not a monolithic category. They are backward Muslims, they are Dalit Muslims, they are Adivasi Muslims. Even within these categories, there is graded inequality at work. So within the backward class Muslims, the Ansaris, Mansuris, Qurayshis, they would be slightly, they would have negotiated democracy better than the other backward Muslims. The position of Dalit Muslims would be comparatively worse off when compared to the backward Muslims, and the Adivasis Muslims are not even talked about at all. So the Gond Muslims, the Gujar, one Gujars, and the Lakshadweep Adivasis and so on and so forth. I mean, they're not in the map, they're not in the political map. So Lakshadweep has a very interesting story in itself, right? So they would have a very strong critique of Malayalam supremacy, Malayalam hegemony there, right? So again, so those are the kind of questions that are not even taken cognizance of because of the categories we use, because of the frameworks that we use. So this sense that people are talking about Pasmanda because of Modi's statement, there is some truth to that because of the control he has over media. So whatever he says, obviously, is discussed. If he talks about Rahul Gandhi's hobbies, that would be discussed in the evening or whatever. So in that sense, whatever he utters, that is seen as a gospel truth because of the way things are, right? To put it mildly. But other than that, I mean, Pasmanda discourse from 1990s, Ali Anwar has been raising. Nitish Kumar raised it earlier. Even Lalu supported demand for the inclusion of Dalit Muslims within the SC category. So there has been discussion, subterranean, sometimes overt, sometimes it has been going on. And we have been moving inch by inch. I won't say thank you, Modi. I mean, I would have serious questions. It's a question of elite capture. I mean, so making an Adivasi woman the president, while every day there are cases of violence in the forest, making Dalit president, and still lynchings against Dalits are there. Talking about Pasmanda outreach, and out of 100 cases, 99 are Pasmanda. So it's a kind of a case of elite capture where the middle class Pasmanda, middle class Dalit, some middle class Adivasis, they get a share in the pie. They get some positions in academia and projects and so on, some political ambition and so on and so forth. But 85% of the Dalit Bahujans नहीं, मैं इसको नहीं मानता कि सिर्फ डर उसकी एक कोई वजह है, बल्कि जो मैंने शुरू में बात की कि so I mean, so it's not only about fear, right? It is about the categories we use. I think this cannot be resolved only through a social movement unless there is some solid work done on articulation, on the knowledge question itself, right? How we see Islam and South Asia in general. I mean, those are the kinds of questions that I hinted at. There is some serious work that needs to be done. So it is not only a political issue, it is also an epistemic issue, right? How we understand knowledge itself. There are certain questions, for example, I mean, it would become a bit of provocative, but just take two questions. 800 years of Muslim rule and Islam as a religion. Start mapping the views of Gandhi, Nehru, Savarkar, Baba Sahib on that. On these just two questions. Read Pakistan or the Partition of India. Read Dr. Ambedkar's comment in Thoughts on Linguistic States, where he says, I'm glad that partition happened, because otherwise Muslim would have made the life of Hindus very difficult, and so on and so forth. So you would find a certain closure on the question of Punya Bhumi and Pitra Bhumi. Just read. To convert to Islam or Christianity is denationalizing. So Muslims and Christians are not formally included within the category of nation itself. Right? So again, I mean, there's some hard work to be done on the knowledge question, and unless we are able to achieve that, publicize some of these biases, some of these creative misinterpretations, sometimes strategic, unless we challenge that, I think that will not work, right? So the response to that question is, it cannot be resolved through politics. It has to be resolved through the knowledge question.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Khalid and Professor Harish. This has been... We return to some of the fundamental questions, but at the same time, thanks to the speaker and the discussant for taking us a step ahead in the debates and deliberations that have been going on. I now invite you all for the tea session to prep you up for the round table. Thanks very much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया दोनों speakers का.
I would request you to please settle down and sit. We are about to start our next session. For this session, we have our chair, Professor Y.S. Alone. Y.S. Alone is Professor in Visual Studies at School of Art and Aesthetics, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He has written on ancient Indian art, Neo-Buddhist visual cultures, and Dr. Ambedkar's critical framework. He is also the author of Early Western Indian Buddhist Caves, Forms and Patronage. He is also he was nominated for ICCR visiting chair in Shenzhen University in China and has lectured widely in India and abroad. Professor Alone has regularly curated art exhibitions on Ambedkarite and anti-caste aesthetics across the country, where the precarious life of Dalits are captured in works of many artists. The recent ones were at the Anand Art Gallery, Noida, and the American Embassy in Delhi. For next session speaker, we have Umesh Bagade. Umesh Bagade is Professor of History at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. He has research and teaching interest in history of anti-caste movements, modern Maharashtra's intellectual and social history, historiography, studies of anti-caste economy, and history of caste gender consciousness. He is author of landmark article originally written in Marathi titled Subaltern Studies and the Transition in Indian History Writing. The first ever English translation of the article is included in the special issue of on caste in CPR. The article is translated by Professor Yashpal Jogdand and Vaishnavi Bagade. As our discussant, we have Santosh Suradkar. Santosh Suradkar is assistant professor at Gondwana University. He is interested in modern Indian history, Dalit studies, caste, class, Hinduism and nationalism. His recent EPW article, The Labour Act of 1938 under the nationalist government, focuses on debates between the Congress and ILP on Trade Dispute Bill of November 1938. And one more discussant we have is Prabodhan Pol. Prabodhan Pol is Assistant Professor of History at the Municipal Center for Humanities. His research areas includes the history of modern India, caste and community in modern India, modern Maharashtra, journalism in colonial India and history of Dalit and anti-caste movement. He is a regular commentator in major national newspapers, periodicals and academic journals on the issue of caste, politics and Dalit history. Now I'll request our chair to carry forward the session.
Thank you and welcome back. We have Professor Umesh Bagade who will make a presentation, and then we will have a discussion. So may I request Professor Bagade to begin his presentation.
This article is written in 2006, and that was a need where I have to explain what Subaltern Studies is to Marathi audience. Basically because there was misreporting about Subaltern Studies. So one part of my article is explaining what is Subaltern Studies, and second part of my article is critique of Subaltern Studies. Basically, I am groomed in Marxist Ambedkarite tradition, where we certainly had advantage of having a method of caste, class and gender analysis, which is mostly given by Comrade Sharad Patil. So we have a certain kind of lineage of studying caste, and interestingly, the Subaltern Studies has brought the caste into historical narrative. So it was a certain kind of, you can say, welcome addition to the history, where the all kinds of schools of history writing were not at all acknowledging caste as a principal kind of category to write history. So mostly the idea of subaltern, which they have taken from neo-Marxist theorization, particularly Gramsci, I could see that the kind of way Ranjit Guha defined subaltern is not, in certain sense, closer to Gramscian reading. Gramsci has defined the subaltern as a group of people who are exploited, dominated, but doesn't have class consciousness. Gramsci defined subaltern in the sense those who are culturally, socially dominated. For example, while he was talking about the southern Italy, he was referring it as the subaltern. So his term subaltern has different meanings. But however, the Ranjit Guha defined subaltern in terms of elites. He has somehow defined three kinds of elites, and he defined subaltern as demographic difference against elites. So this is a certain kind of definition where subalterns, this Ranjit Guha has missed the very point of Gramsci, where Gramsci has, in certain sense, has defined subaltern. The second aspect of definition of subaltern is this, that particularly in subaltern studies, subaltern is seen as the subordinated groups. And particularly in Gramscian framework, Gramsci has categorically says that exploitation is necessary. So the groups which are exploited and dominated are defined as subaltern Gramscian framework. So this is a certain kind of departure which I have seen in the Ranjit Guha's attempt to, in certain sense, engage with the term subaltern. Second most important aspect is of conceiving subaltern consciousness, as Parth Chatterjee has appealed that all those who are ready to write the subaltern history should come together with their methods, with their ideas, with their conceptions, and this eclecticism was the certain kind of ground on which the subaltern study as a movement began. And he said that we would be rejecting all kind of elitism and we would be writing the history of subaltern consciousness. Now, while they were somehow writing the history of subaltern consciousness, they started falling back upon various theories. For example, you might be knowing about Gramsci's term of hegemony, Gramsci's conception of common sense. Then particularly in second volume onwards, you will find certain kind of references of Foucault. Particularly Parth Chatterjee in second volume has written an article on more on modes of power, and that modes of power is mostly defined through Foucault. There are three kinds of modes of power he was referring. One is capitalist mode of power, the other is feudal mode of power, and then the collective mode of power. So the subaltern kind of rebellion, insurgencies are seen in a light of collective kind of mode of power. So these kinds of theorizations crept in, and these theorizations were used and deployed in subaltern studies. However, we have to understand that the idea particularly of subaltern has allowed caste to be a category of historical analysis and historical writing. So interestingly, we'll find that in first volume, second volume, third volume, fourth volume, and other volumes, there is mention of caste, and caste particularly is being navigated in their writings. And what way they were now looking at caste? Interestingly, if at all, you can see the seminal work of Ranjit Guha, Elementary Aspect of Peasant Insurgency, and you will find that he defines subaltern in terms of class. He was talking about peasantry, and he was talking about peasantry in terms of class. However, in India, you will find that there is no peasant as a class. There is no existence of peasant as a class. And there are several kinds of peasant castes and peasant tribes. All such kinds of, you can say, masses and groups were identified as class. So necessarily in elementary aspects of peasant insurgency, he defines the subaltern consciousness as a class consciousness. Interestingly, if we take his own study, and we will see some kind of paradoxes and contradictions. One such a contradiction we could find in his kinds of writings about the revolt of the Dakhan riot, particularly 1875 revolt. Interestingly, this revolt was against moneylenders. The peasantry attacked on moneylenders. They burned the deeds, the kind of, we can say, letters, documents which are wielded by Saukars, and all Saukars were boycotted. This particular kind of struggle took more than 3 months, and British colonial power has to take up the army to curb this resistance. However, one has to understand that in this particular rebellion, the Brahmin Saukars were not attacked. So interestingly, then one has to understand this whole kind of predicament of consciousness, how this consciousness was constituted. and what way one can understand about this caste consciousness. And you will find, particularly in 4th volume, there is Gautam Badra's article about the 1857 revolt, and there are several revolts, and one of such revolts is which is happened in Awadh, particularly of Shahamal's revolt. And it was interesting kind of depiction where the caste as a Jat community, a Jat caste and Gujars, come forward to fight against colonial power, and particularly this consciousness which pervaded was in certain sense grappled through a certain kind of idea of ethnicity, community, territoriality. So the method of anthropology was deployed to, you can say, locate the subaltern consciousness, and where you will find particularly the idea of Khap, which is where the solidarity happens, where the consciousness prevails, and particularly the idea of Sowjanya Desh. The revolt of Shahamal, in certain sense, was emerged on the very kind of appeal of Sowjanya Desh. 84 villages. This Desh is the notion of village, and that territoriality is the notion on which the revolt has taken place. So the idea of territoriality is now grappled. Then how the Jats community was in certain sense forced together. Also particularly the other kinds of institutions like Stokes and Caps were identified, and such a kind of, you can say, rebellion was plotted around caste. The other kind of article which you can find in the 1st volume, that is written by Hardiman, and Hardiman has argued particularly about Gujarat, the Patidar community, caste community, in certain sense participated in national movement, and that particular article, particularly Hardiman, criticizes the structural functionalism, and by criticizing structural functionalism, he takes up new ideas how to study the peasant agitations. And he has written wonderful kind of, we can say, writings on peasant agitations, particularly Coming of Devi is a wonderful book which is written by him. However, you have to understand that the Patidar organized around the organization called Goals. Goal is like caste panchayats, and within the kind of caste panchayat, the members used to be present, and the caste chiefs, particularly goal chiefs, used to have power, and this power is in certain sense accrued through a certain kind of relationship, gender relationship. So the goal chief would marry his daughters to higher goal chiefs. So interestingly, one has to understand these hierarchies, and the hierarchies around gender is very well identified, and you will find that 2 goal chiefs were collaborators of British state, and the whole agitations which took place, particularly mobilizing the students and mobilizing within the goals that nobody would marry outside the goal and nobody will side with British colonialism. This particular kind of revolt suggests that even they have not accepted the dictum of Gandhi and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. The caste panchayats, this horizontal mobilization of nationalism has carried out in India, and that is marked by Hardiman. So we will find such kinds of, we can say, articles are there in Subaltern Studies. However, one has to understand that there are several kinds of anomalies. If we are taking up this project of picking Mahatma Phule and Dr. Ambedkar to be kind of thinkers who could somehow explain us the whole kind of trajectory of caste and particularly the caste rebellion, one has to understand that they could in certain sense help us. And how could they help us? For that, we will take up a certain kind of important article which is written by Parth Chatterjee, Caste and Subaltern Consciousness. I won't go into details of it, but there are interesting we can say argument. One argument which he offers is immanent critique of Manu. That is, there is dharmic kind of notion of caste, And the dharmic notion of caste is not the only notion of caste. So there was a resistance. So there was counter conception of caste. So each and every caste come with their own kind of conception of caste. And you know particularly that there are several low castes who are having their own caste origin myths. So interestingly, this is a certain kind of one argument. The second argument is he quotes the debate between Gail Omet and Dipankar Gupta whether caste is material or not. And by giving a kind of graphic description, he makes a statement that I am not interested whether caste is material or not. I am interested caste as consciousness. And then he somehow gives us a kind of, we can say, account of a kind of caste in Bengal, which in certain sense have their own kind of caste origin myth. And he, we can say, celebrates this caste origin myth as a counter conception of caste and this certain kind of rebellion of caste. So interestingly, one has to understand, he offers a kind of a logic where we have to confront the logic which Chatterjee offers. First, he says there are different ideologies of caste. And interestingly, one has to see this Brahmanism as a system. One has to understand that the grounding principle of Brahmanism is Brahmanical patriarchy, where all castes are jailed together into system through a hierarchy, and that principle of hierarchy is offered by Brahmanical patriarchy, where the purity, particularly the chastity of women, is the central principle of organizing society, and that particular kind of notion of Brahmanical patriarchy is central to Brahmanism, and Brahmanical patriarchy is organizing principle. Then second thing is that the whole kind of structure where the caste as a mode of production and caste is a mode of exchange is in certain way organized through a certain system of graded hierarchy and exploitation. That one has to understand. Ambedkar, while talking about this particular kind of phenomenon, has explained that the principle of graded inequality enters in economic sphere, where it gives best and most to Brahmin, most to high caste, and least and worst to low caste. To understand this, you can see this whole kind of, we can say, structure where this whole Jajmani Baludari system operates. In Jajmani Baludari systems, you can see that what kind of share of collection, of collective kind of, we can say, labor is, can say, given to high caste, and the kind of share given to low caste. For example, Mahar and Mathans are having share of Mater and Gawan, means the kind of grains which are left over in the harvesting ground. They were given right to have the grains which are in the shit of bull. So this is a certain kind of cow dung. This is a certain kind of system, and you will find that therefore in caste society the Dalits were forced to live in least consumption level. So these kinds of structures operated, and absolving these structures, not making any kind of mention of these structures, we can't have a kind of counter conception of caste. So whole kind of way of celebrating kind of structures and looking that each and every caste is having its own caste ideology is particularly, he is borrowing this argument from Dipankar Gupta. Dipankar Gupta has written an article that caste as discrete class. So all such kind of complex argument one can somehow counter through Phule and Ambedkar. I would somehow add 2-3 things, is that if at all we have to understand this peasant consciousness, caste consciousness, we should somehow take a very important kind of theoretical tool which Phule gives us, and that is avidya. This interesting kind of tool which Phule gives us, that is avidya. I won't go into the details of it. I will cite the logic, reason on which the self is articulated. And that is where we could somehow connect Phule and Ambedkar within this kind of subaltern studies. The one important aspect of Phule particularly, he defines logic, three kinds of logic. First logic is empirical logic, the second is inferential logic, and third is the logic which is based on wavering shape of imaginations. Wavering shape of imagination, this kind of logic he explains by deliberating on 12th chapter of Gita. In 12th chapter of Gita, I won't go into the complexities of it, but the important kind of reference is of the Atman and Dev. He argues the idea of Atman is example of wavering shape of imagination. This Atman, the idea of Atman is nothing but wavering shape of imagination, and if at all, you want to establish what is Atman, you can't have the idea of Atman without the body. So you will find that Atman is a kind of example of wavering shape of imagination, and he says the whole corpus of Brahminical literature is based on this wavering shape of imagination. So if you accept the idea of Atman, then there is the idea of Punarjanma, that is rebirth. There is the idea that you have sinned, and because you have got the birth of women, or because you have got the birth of untouchable, so all such kinds of constructions comes in, and Phule identifies it as the logic, which is in certain sense based on wavering shape of logic. Interestingly, if you take Baba Sahib Ambedkar in Warning to Untouchable, particularly, we can say argues that there are limitations of reason. Reason cannot lead to annihilation of caste. And he gives an example that the Brahmins are most educated. And because they are educated, they have access to reason. Although they have access to reason, why they are not giving up caste? Why they are not giving up untouchability? And the answer of Ambedkar is that interest. The interest, and he identifies two things: interest in terms of self, interest in terms of economic interest, that it is cheap labor, it's forced labor. So interestingly, we'll find that this whole kind of corpus of structure where the reason operate, and particularly the Brahminical patriarchy, particularly the whole system, the whole kind of Brahmanism, where there could be Brahminical patriarchy, where there would be a system of surplus appropriation, where there could be a system of rituals. All such kinds of, we can say, ideas and additional structure is integral to the consciousness of subaltern. And so interestingly, one has to locate this whole project in critical kind of light, and one should somehow therefore take Phule and Ambedkar to criticize the whole kind of, we can say. I have different kind of particularly positions of gender, and it's an interesting kind of article which has been offered by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak. Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak has changed the whole kind of the mood of subaltern studies, particularly by offering a critique in 4th volume, where she says you are talking about territoriality, you are talking about ethnicity, you are talking about collectivity, but all these collectivities, the territoriality is mostly forged on the basis of gender. The women is the grounding kind of force of collectivity. If women is grounding force of collectivity, women is missing in your own project. Then in 5th volume, there are articles on gender and particularly its connection to caste. And the article which might be referred about this Tanadayini is important kind of story which she writes about. And she, interestingly, is arguing against the kind of Marxist, we can say, analysis that how the whole kind of structure of exploitation, surplus appropriation could not explain this whole story of Sanadayini, where the breast giver, the Dai, is giving the milk to the sons of Zamindars, and this particular kind of thing could not be explained through this. She in certain sense brings Lacan, she brings in certain sense Foucault, the idea of subject, gender subject, and explains many things. But interestingly, while she was talking about the mother as subject, she is not unfolding the discourse where the idea of the mother as subject comes in. The Brahminical kind of terrain and Brahminical kind of ideas through which the mother as subject has been articulated is not mentioned by here. She is arguing against the Marxist feminism. She is arguing against feminist, liberal feminism. But she is not at all, in certain sense, taking into cognizance the whole kind of Brahminical kind of discourse where the mother as subject is being articulated. So all such kinds of things are there. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Umesh. It's always a pleasure to listen to him. So, there are a number of issues which Umesh has raised, and I think I'm audible. Yeah. So there are a number of issues which Umesh has raised, and I won't dwell on those things. But there is an interesting song which says that महाराच्या घरी दाना आणि महाराच्या घरी गाणं आणि कुंभेच्या घरी दाना. So it's an interesting song which also gives you the idea of stratification and the kind of a functioning of the society that was existing in the 19th century Maharashtra at least. The other important aspect which Professor Umesh has brought in is how you really build those frameworks, especially the Phule Ambedkar ways of interventions into the larger discourse, and how you interrogate the very subject of history and build those narratives. So with this, I request Prabodhan to offer his comments, and the time is 10 minutes.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Yeah. I hope I'm audible. Yeah.
Quite surprisingly, the organizers have put all the Marathis.
Am I audible now? Do I need this? Okay. So at the outset, let me thank the organizers for organizing such a wonderful conference and for inviting me for this conference. It was a treat for all of us, and listening to all the presentations coming from diverse perspectives was actually an intellectual treat for us. In fact, as a student of modern history, I often have this, and not just a student of modern Indian history, but also a teacher who teaches in a private university. I often have these dilemmas: how to address the question of caste, how to convey the narratives that are already written, and how to engage with those questions. So it has always been a struggle for me, and especially when we think about caste and colonialism, this has been a very difficult subject to discuss, particularly when we take up post-colonialism and then engage with Phule Ambedkarite discourse. Then it becomes a little difficult kind of an alignment. So, you know, in that light, when I was offered to comment on Professor Bagade's article, I thought that this is a good exercise for me. I am not, in fact, you know, I'm not providing any feedback to him. In fact, this is just an exercise for myself to understand caste and politics, caste and colonialism, caste and history in the larger perspective. So, for the want of time, I would be reading the commentary that I have. So yeah, so please bear with me. Yeah, so I have known Professor Bagade since 2006-07. Never ever did I think that I would be commenting on his work in his presence. My job here is, along with Santosh's, is to comment on Professor Bagade's very important exegesis of subaltern studies. Over the years, I have noticed that he is someone who has almost answers to almost all academic questions that I have posed before him whenever I have met him. I'm in a rather embarrassing position where I wonder what more questions I would have before him, particularly on the question where he has invested so much to lay down a methodical critique of historical methods, historical studies. His body of work has been quite instructive, especially for Marathi scholars like me who are looking for sharp insights. He has superbly laid down frames to comprehend and interpret the histories of Ambedkarite movement from an anti-caste perspective. This article that he wrote was published a long time ago. By the time he published this article, the subaltern studies had already established itself as an important field of inquiry in academia. The legacy of subaltern studies did not stop with the end of the project that probably ended in the first decade of the 2000s. It grew more captivatingly and foregrounded new lenses for scholars to understand the past in a diverse manner. Therefore, Professor Bagade's intervention on subaltern studies is very important because it helps us to engage with the important concerns pertaining to caste and anti-caste movements. But before we jump to this article, I would also like to comment on the introduction that Yashpal Jogdand wrote. This introduction sets the tone for Professor Bagade's essay. It provides us a good context to understand the relevance of Professor Bagade's work. Yashpal underlines how the question of emancipation was discussed in academically known institutions like JNU. As far as the anti-caste or Ambedkarite movements were concerned, the discourse in such institutions did not give, was not given enough importance. The Ambedkarite intervention was completely wiped out with conspicuous silence. Yashpal further writes about the two important works that influenced him as a scholar. One, Gopal Guru's article on empirical Shudras and theoretical Brahmins, and the other was Professor Bagade's Subaltern Studies and Transition in Indian History Writing. This context is very important to understand why this work needs to be understood. This article is not a stereotypical subaltern bashing, as in fact I initially thought when I heard about this article. It is in fact an actual engagement with a crucial disciplinary discourse that seeks to provide some answers. Yashpal's introduction provides a good starting point that lays down a need for why we need an alternative perspective to understand histories of movements of anti-caste movement that have phenomenally transformed India in the last 1.5 centuries. In this presentation, in his presentation yesterday, in fact, Yashpal made an intriguing comment that even if we, that I thought that I should note it down. He said that even if we stay with confusion, we must continue to ask right questions. Confusion should not be an impediment. The point that he was making is that we may not have answers to many questions right away, but we must strive in that direction. We should not fall for coherence, that's the important point, just to fit into the frame. In this regard, Professor Bagade initiates the discussion on the subaltern studies in that spirit. In doing so, he also tracks and deciphers the word that he uses, Yashpal also uses, transcripts of resistance vis-a-vis subaltern studies. His intervention provides an intensive overview of the main issues that subaltern studies dealt with in this article. Subaltern studies scholars have provided introspective commentaries on how the term subaltern appeared, and Professor Bagade in fact starts with this article with that question, that how subaltern studies, the term subaltern in fact appeared in the academic discourses. To avoid the censorship, as we all know, censorship issues, subaltern was invoked in place of proletariat. This led to opening up of new avenues to redefine class. To avert, there is an important question that Professor Bagade has raised here. Is there any scope for this term to capture the essence of caste? Because that's what many scholars have also, in fact, right from Dipesh Chakravarti to Partha Chatterjee, they have in fact made a point that this word, this definition, that also opened up new avenues to define domination, define class in completely different manner. So in this context, Professor Bagade asked a very pertinent question, that is there any scope for the term subaltern to capture the essence of caste? Although in the later volumes, caste has been diversely invoked, particularly after 7th, 8th volumes, we see caste has been in fact invoked differently. The earlier writings doesn't attempt to make any special acknowledgement to caste question. Here Professor Bagade echoes the critique made by Sumit Sarkar that subaltern doesn't deal much beyond dominance and subordination, and how that has crucially impacted the question of exploitation. It doesn't, since subaltern was overwhelmed with this idea of dominance and subordination, it doesn't actually deal with the question of exploitation. So Professor Bagade not only echoes the critique of Sumit Sarkar well, but also emphasizes that caste patriarchal, which he has just mentioned, caste patriarchal conception of Indian society gets completely overlooked by such a hazy view. He argues that while the subaltern engaged with the caste by punishing itself beyond dogmatism, he argues that while the subaltern studies engaged with the caste with the caste question by pushing itself beyond the dogmatism of Marxism, it could not go beyond a point. The reason was the domination-subordination binary they used, that in fact, that created an impediment. It subsequently could not capture the exploitation, as he has in fact used this word, exploitation governance of the institutions. This is an important point that he is raising, which also redirects to Yashpal's introduction again. Caste cannot be understood merely as a class, and caste cannot be understood as an epitome of domination-subordination binary. The subaltern studies clearly could not encapsulate the variegated dimensions of caste. In order to understand the import of subaltern studies, Professor Bagade rightly provides a brief overview of different schools of thought at the time of the establishment of subaltern studies. I won't go in those details, but he also, in fact, since I teach history, so I have to in fact deal with the question of feudalism and how feudalism in fact was invoked by scholars in the 1960s and 1970s, and what happened to this debate in the 1970s when in the 80s when subaltern studies emerged as an important avenue of discussion on history. So in that context, Professor Bagade in fact takes an overview of all these writings, and then he provides his comment. So one in fact point that he has rightly pointed out. One aspect of subaltern studies that he has rightly pointed out is that subaltern studies could not capture caste consciousness. He has also just mentioned caste consciousness in peasant revolts. That insight of Professor Bagade is important as it points out the incapability of subaltern approach to understand why peasant rebellions in the past attained prominence. So most of the time, the subaltern studies often, in their works, often invoked peasant rebellion, peasant consciousness, but Professor Bagade is in fact, trying to ask a very important question, that how that those rebellions were also shaped by caste consciousness. Though that caste consciousness is not in fact dealt with by the subaltern scholars. In the later period, subaltern studies tried to foreground new narratives by taking insights from Foucault, Derrida, and many more, like even like Edward Said. Post-colonialism opened the doors of new understanding of the history by critiquing not just operation and the aftermath of colonialism, but it also led open the questionable trajectory of the modern. Scholars like Dipesh Chakravarti and Partha Chatterjee initiated the discussion, resulting in large-scale churning in the global scholarship. Professor Bagade provides a succinct review of these details. However, he doesn't speak much about the later subaltern engagement with the modern. Subaltern studies engagement with the modern is not polemical, but rather it lays down multiple perspectives to comprehend the period. That as far as India is concerned, that began some 200 years back. Secondly, the legacy of subaltern studies opens up avenues to understand the life of caste system beyond the static dharma-shastric point of view, and helps to understand how caste can't be understood merely by alluding to Sanskritic texts. Now, this may be a little provocative point, but I think those who are doing history, those who are engaging with historical works, with body of historical works, they have to deal with this question: how to understand caste, how to understand the trajectory of caste. So it also pursues the scholars to historicize its operation. So subaltern scholars, in fact, pushed many to think about caste, not just from a very very static point of view, but also they pushed scholars to think and go beyond their comfort zones to understand caste question. So this particular question has pushed scholars to trace the trajectory of caste and its relationship with social and political churnings. For example, 1 minute. For example, the work on Balutedari and Jajmani system by Sumit Guha in the 18th century that highlights the changes taking place in caste structures, particularly dealing with the question of Balutedari, or Rosalino Hanlon's work on Brahmin, non-Brahmin conflict. They in fact provides a very subtle discussion on caste question. Whenever I read these texts in my class, I often think how would a scholar like Professor Bagade think about the implication of such work on the caste studies. In this article, Professor Bagade curiously, I thought he doesn't deal with this question of dynamism of caste. The maneuverings that caste has done in the last 200 years, that has not been discussed in this article. So however, it is in fact this article has, as I've said, that it's an instructive article. It opens up a discussion on subaltern studies. Since I don't have much time, otherwise I have a couple of points, but since I think my time is up, so I'll stop here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabodhan. Now, may I request Dr. Santosh to make his presentation.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Thanks to Yashpal, Divya, Dickens. This is a very organic kind of exercise that took place in Maharashtra. One need to understand the genealogy of this kind of inquiries that develop in Maharashtra. That is particularly in the anti-caste tradition. So, the engagement or the way Professor Bagade is engaging with subaltern studies, these kind of inquiries or the tools he is acquiring, he is deploying to subaltern studies or to understand the caste consciousness, that genealogy of these critical ideas goes back in Maharashtra in 20th century and before that also. So one can see that this is a very long debate and discussion that how to understand or unravel the history of Indian society or history of the caste, patriarchy and the history of the different institutions. So we can see that the way he has mentioned that the subaltern studies journey starts with opposing to elitist kind of historiography. So this opposing kind of elitist historiography that starts before Ambedkar from Phule, but particularly in Ambedkar's time, and that is from his text Annihilation of Caste, or before that also Caste in India, we can see there is a dialogue about the caste and class. So it is about the terminologies, it is about the categories using to unfold the history of India. So we have to understand the social relation, we have to understand the economic relation that governs the society. So that was a major agenda before Ambedkar also. So we can see the first time in the 1930s that Ambedkar is offering kind of different kind of understanding to Indian philosophy, that there is no one kind of reality, but there are two kinds of reality, that is a caste, class and patriarchy. Okay, so we can see that this long journey of understanding the issue of caste and class that started in 1920s, and after that it had a great debate in 19th century also, where the class and caste debate was started by earlier, as he said, that Gail Omwet, she was talking about that before colonial time, in pre-colonial time, there was a caste and class, they coexisted. But in the colonial time, they separated and the caste and class become separate categories. So we can see even other like Comrade Sharad Patil, he was talking about that in pre-colonial India there was no class. The class is a modern phenomenon. It is a product of the capitalism and the colonialism. So we can see that this journey of understanding caste and class, what is the reality in Indian society, that debate again in academic domain started in 1970s. It was there, very much there in Maharashtra also, but in 1970s, particularly Comrade Sharad Patil, then Gail Omwet, Dipankar Gupta and various scholars, they debated in Maharashtra, even including Rao Sahib Kasbe, that there is a multiple realities that is complex structure of Indian society that we need to understand. So we can see that inquiry, what the tools Professor Bagade is using in his article to critique subaltern studies, or to understand, not simply to critique, but to emancipate subaltern categories, to understand the caste consciousness or the patriarchy, that genealogy goes back in this tradition, where Ambedkar has started engaging with other left organization, that if you have to understand the caste, if at all you have to have a class revolution, then you have to understand the caste reality. And the caste reality, there is a underpinnings between the caste, class and patriarchy. So we can see that he is giving us very interesting categories to understand Indian history and the social reality. Like for example, as in his article at the beginning, he is saying that subaltern studies opposing to elitist kind of historiography. So what kind of elitist historiography it was? It was again about the different categories that nationalist historiography was using, Marxist historiography, that teleological historiography, the Marxists that within the class frame, they were trying to understand the different protest rebellions, and the nationalist frame, within that nationalist frame, they were trying to see the mediation of the elitist class. So while opposing to these categories, we can see that Ranjit Guha and other subaltern historians, they are using and deploying these different categories, taking from E.P. Thompson earlier, and then they are borrowing it from Gramsci, as he rightly said that while they are using only two categories, that is a dominance and subjugation. He has written in that, so they try to understand and unfold the caste consciousness or the different categories like subaltern consciousness. They use these two major categories, that is a dominance and subjugation. So his major critique is to subaltern study is that they did not understand that the caste is an institution of exploitation and governance. That is very important critique that we need to understand, and this is a need or the idea that was continuously fighting in 19th century and 20th century in the historiographical writing, that the demand is there in the anti-caste tradition that there is an institution that is a caste that operates the society. So if at all we have to understand the subaltern consciousness, he's saying that there is a institution, because we can see in the subaltern studies, as he has used, that this is an arbitrary aspects or view of caste, looking at the subaltern consciousness, because they are not understanding caste as an institution or the patriarchy as an institution. So here, this is very great offering through which he is trying to say that without understanding the political economy of caste, you cannot understand the peasant consciousness. So we have to understand that how peasant consciousness was constituted. So I have very less time, and Prabodhan already has touched to many issues. So I will try to understand some of the categories he is using with some historical narratives. Like for example, while understanding subaltern consciousness, he is using categories which Ambedkar has coined. Like first category, that is the division of laborers. Second is the graded inequality. Then the purity and pollution. Even while understanding class, how this graded inequality and the division of laborers, that can help us to understand how this caste, the subaltern consciousness is fragmented within the structure. Okay, and this patriarchy and the division of laborers, the basic essence of division of laborers, that is a patriarchy, that how it operates the subaltern consciousness. So for that, I think I should cite some example from Ambedkar's movement, where Ambedkar had mobilized peasants in 1930s. Yesterday I was talking about that Gale was calling this period, referring to this period as a radical years in Ambedkar's movement in 1930s. And this was a period when we can say that Ambedkar was continuously engaged in Bombay and Konkan, mobilizing to workers and peasants in tenants in Konkan region. So there was a Khoti structure. See, actually, again, what he's talking about, that and he's offering this critique to subaltern studies, that without understanding the complexities of caste, class and patriarchy, you cannot understand the subaltern consciousness. And this caste, class and patriarchal complexity has developed in the modern period. That's what Sumit Sarkar, when he's talking about the nature of class in India, he talks about Gokhale and Tilak, and he says that while Tilak, the newly educated class, he was talking about, and he was fighting against the colonial operation. He was simultaneously fighting for the feudal interest, which was the family which he was belonging to. So Sumit Sarkar argues that this was the nature of this newly educated middle class in modern India, that had a different kind of interest, like because this was a traditional intelligentsia and had a roots in the caste. So class had a roots in caste. So we can see this in 1930s, very interesting problems were in front of Ambedkar. And Ambedkar was facing this great problem because we know, yes, we know that this was the first Labour Party was formed by Ambedkar. It was not from the left organization. That Ambedkar was dealing with issue of caste and class in 1930s. So we can see the first time when Ambedkar was mobilizing peasants, tenants, because there was a Khoti system in the Konkan region when the Khot, Brahmins, Marathas and some Muslims were the landlords and the tenants were Marathas, Kunbis, Mahar and Agris and Bhandaris. We can see this the process of class formation was a big problem before Ambedkar, because when, as we have seen, E.P. Thompson was talking about the making of working class. The question of making of working class was not in front of the left ideologies or the nationalist ideology. It was a problem before the anti-caste tradition, because anti-caste tradition has to grapple with two issues, that is a caste and patriarchy and class. So while dealing Ambedkar was mobilizing around the class issue, that all the tenants from different castes, they should come together as a class to fight against the oppression of feudal lords. We can see in the entire 1930s, these all tenants, they are coming together, belonging to different castes, becoming a class. They are coming together under the Ambedkar's leadership and fighting against the feudal lords. But when Ambedkar is talking about, Ambedkar is raising the issue of abolition of Mahar Watan. Mahar Watan was untouchables Mahars. They were having this traditional rights in the Balutadari structure where it was Ambedkar considered this Balutadari practice as a slavery for Mahar Watan. And he was facing this anti-caste movement, was facing this problem of becoming class, because the class is fragmented within his constitute. The subaltern consciousness is not becoming simply a class, but it is again fragmented or scattered in the caste consciousness and subconsciousness. So we can see when Ambedkar is saying all Mahars that you should leave all Balutadari practices and the duties, the same tenants who were standing with other untouchable tenants, they were started doing atrocities and Mahar tenants. So what is there? So what he is offering, that it is not simply of dominance and the subjugation, but it is a exploitation and governance. And within that category, the graded inequality that offers a Brahminical kind of doctrine where you do not have a possibility to unite together. And that's why while explaining, yes, just last point. While Ambedkar was talking about graded inequality, and that graded inequality is missing in subaltern's critique, that Ambedkar is saying there is two kinds of inequalities. There is one that is a very simple inequality, and there is a second kind of inequalities that is a graded inequality. So he says that in the simple equality, there is a seeds of antagonism that operates in inequality. So people can have an antagonistic approach because they are divided in two classes. That is a simple inequality. But in graded inequality, every class is graded. So every caste enjoys their own benefits, because in the ascending orders, they have their own privileges, and ascending orders, they all having all their economic and other interest, what he was talking about the interest. So it is about the political economy that we need to understand. He is talking about that without understand what is the problem of subaltern studies, that they are not trying to understand that caste institution or the patriarchal institution constitutes this subaltern consciousness, and it has a trajectory that while becoming a class, they can be again dismantled into caste, because the caste interest serves within the caste system, and it won't allow the lower caste to live their duties, because the interest they are gaining through the economic practices of Balutadari structure and other practices. So there are many issues actually. So I think he would address in his responses. So I would stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thanks for the speaker. I just wish to draw Umesh attentions to certain important aspect. You know, Gramsci in India is abused by those subalternists or the so-called elite and the caste Hindus, because Gramsci defines subaltern as the one who do not have access to power and resources. And when you read Ambedkar's State and Minority, you clearly come to know who have the access to power and resources. So that's very important to understand how the Gramsci is abused like anything by all those subalternists and the reductionist Marxist. Now the question is, the stratified reductionist class quantum, or the Marxian idea of this class reduction, the base superstructure class reductionist kind of things, is also equally problematic while applying to the Indian society, because it does not address the consciousness. That is one thing. Second thing is that it does not it completely bypasses the whole aspect of being, because this being is very important, and the functioning of being somehow does not get addressed. And also there is a politics of collapse, because this politics of collapse, one has to understand how the subalternists have collapsed the caste into a class category and made a big blunder because they had their own political agendas. And to an extent that when the CPI had organized their big convention and they made a resolution that it is there in Gail Womit's book, that you have to keep the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes away from Ambedkar because they are the foot soldiers of revolution. So these are the kind of an ideas, and these are the ideas that gets completely replicated in the interpretative logic by those so-called caste Hindu historians and the so-called subalternists. The other important point is how one understands the complexities with the critical framework of what Ambedkar offers in his annihilation of caste is, apart from graded inequalities, understanding the graded inequalities, also the rules and principles. How you can really, convert that very idea as a part of the framework in order to interrogate the functioning of the Indian society. And the last, this homogeneity of the tradition, and this homogeneity has really spoiled the Indian scholarship. It has also spoiled the thinking, and somehow it could not generate any kind of a criticality among the practitioners of writing history, and also those who are engaged in the philosophical discourses. The last one I would like to also Umesh to respond is how then one builds a very as a part of the responsive self in the critical structure of this whole idea of being is becoming in the context of then Perry Anderson's analysis of Indian ideology. So I move on to.
Thanks for the responses. The first kind of conception which Ranjit Guha propagated is subaltern consciousness is autonomous. And Sumit Sarkar later on has brought out that this consciousness is mediated. The interesting kind of shift which Sumit Sarkar takes, it's very important. But if at all we could take Babasaheb Ambedkar's understanding about caste, Babasaheb Ambedkar identifies autonomous functioning of caste. And this autonomous functioning of caste is mostly around caste panchayats. The caste patriarchal kind of structure and function is central to this autonomy. So interestingly, this facet of autonomy is not that way grappled by subaltern studies, one. Therefore, particularly Gramsci is being, what he is referring, Gramsci was deployed in a kind of Western, Italian kind of structures, and to adopt Gramsci particularly in Indian kind of conditions is quite complex. For example, Bharat Chatterjee quotes Gramsci, particularly that in Italy there are crassly materialist kind of understanding of Christianity. So there are two kinds of Christianities. One Christianity is laid down by the high classes, and the other kind of Christianity is mostly the Christianity of subaltern classes. Now, if at all we take that kind of conceptual tool to understand this whole kind of caste origin myths, caste origin myths in certain sense fall back on the Brahminical conception of universe. I as a student of history and student of origin myths, I could cite that there are Abrahmini lineages, Abrahmini instances, Abrahmini influences. But however, this caste origin myths legitimizes the whole kind of caste order. So for example, if at all you can take up the Mahatmya or the Baso Puran or the kind of, we can say, text of Hadith which Bharat Chatterjee has quoted, and you will find that in that the legitimation of untouchability is accepted. The highness and lowness around the purity pollution is accepted. So the counter conception doesn't in certain sense annuls this whole framework of caste hierarchy. So the whole kind of Italian kind of scenario where the crassly materialist religions and particularly the fatalism in certain sense was a kind of ground on which the subaltern were fighting against the dominant Christianity, could not be similarly in certain sense could be adopted to the Indian situation, because Indian society is caste-ridden. The second thing is very important about to understand is this whole kind of structure where the subaltern studies is conceiving the solidarities of peasant insurgencies or caste or subaltern solidarities. In this solidarity, one has to understand that this gradation, the dominant peasantry has an important role to develop vertical solidarity, because the artisan caste and Dalits are dependent on the dominant peasant caste. So you will find solidarities. For example, if you take rebellion particularly of 1875 rebellion, or you can take rebellion of Shahamal, or you can take rebellion of other kind, particularly in Rajasthan or in Gujarat, you will find all these kinds of, we can say, peasant rebellion could forge solidarity, because the dominant peasant caste have a kind of power to have patron to the client called Dalits. So interestingly, this whole kind of relationship is not seen by subaltern studies. Subaltern studies is just celebrating the subaltern solidarity without acknowledging this whole kind of power relations which are there. So these anomalies are there. For example, particularly if you get in Hope Phule is talking about the relationship of domination, subordination, particularly forced by caste, is a ground of exploitation. This is interesting kind of observation which Phule carries out. If at all you can see this whole kind of relation between peasant and a moneylender. You can see the relationship of the peasant and a Brahmin. Brahmin is a guru, Brahmin is a teacher. Brahmin is a father. Even in villages, you will find that Brahmin is, in certain sense, claimed to be devas, bapus. He's the parent and he's the ward. So this is an unequal relationship, and you will find that is Swami. Brahmins has to be Swami, and Shudra has to be the servant. So within this relationship, the exploitation takes place. So interesting kind of facet are ignored, that this whole kind of situations where the exploitation is carried out, and caste mode of exploitation, very important. He was referring about the Khuti agitation, that you will find that Ambedkar categorically argues that we are against imperialism, but the imperialist exploitation is based on caste. So without caste, surplus appropriation could not take place. We could have maximum of surplus appropriation which can be navigated to imperialism, and that only could happen basically because of the process of caste exploitation. And you will find in 1929 he was giving a speech to Kunubis in particularly Konkan, and he was telling that the Brahmins have reduced you to slaves. You are not having right to wear good clothes. The Kunubis has to wear langotis, and Kunbi women has to wear the lugda up to knee. They don't have right to wear lugda up to the toes. So these are the signs of slavery. The slavery particularly is the grounding force on which the exploitation takes place. So if at all we are talking about the caste rebellions, and particularly peasant rebellions, you have to understand this whole kind of complexity. So interestingly, therefore, what he was referring to a certain kind of solution, and we have to resolve this whole predicament of caste self. Therefore, I could somehow only invoke what Ambedkar is saying. When Ambedkar said that why Brahmins could not follow reason to annihilate caste, although they are being educated, although they being trained and having access to reason, could not annihilate untouchability, it's basically because of interest. It is obvious that because of caste, Ambedkar argues that Hindu won't give up untouchability, because of the untouchability, the Savarnas have the kind of self-feeling as being great. So without doing anything, the Savarna could be great because they are untouchables. So this particular kind of paradox of self could be resolved, and therefore if you could somehow read Ambedkar also has given some kind of structure of consciousness. Ambedkar talks about consciousness in terms of cognitive consciousness, emotive consciousness, and volitional consciousness. Ambedkar also talks that the aim of Buddhism is to annul the kind of wrong conception of self. So this whole kind of the Mayajala of self has to be annulled, and the whole kind of embracing of Buddhism has connotation that if at all we have to carry out the anti-caste revolution, we need to have a certain kind of, we can say, cultural, social, reformatory, revolutionary kind of paradigm of change, and that could be through a certain kind of ethics and morality. Gopal Guru was talking about this moral universal, shared moral universe, and that is the universe where you have to dissolve all kinds of pure caste identity within a certain kind of selfhood which could be more human, and that could be a kind of my answer to him. I enjoyed being with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just open it for few questions. I'll take it up only few questions, not more. Yeah, so anybody wish to raise? Yeah, Lenny first. Let Lenny go first.
Thank you for the presentation, and and for the responses. I have 3 short questions, maybe you can reflect. First thing, how was the translation? It's from Marathi to English, so any comments? And the discussants largely avoided it. So since you've read in Marathi and English, did Yashpal do a good job, or you want to be very courteous? So I'd like to know that about the translation. Let me come to the major points. It seems to me when I read it, there's already an available register of the left critique of Subaltern Studies. Vivek Chibar's work, I mean, it's a longish left critique of Subaltern Studies. So this piece, and since it falls back on the Phule Ambedkar paradigm, how does it distinguish from the left critique? That's my first point. The second point is, it seemed there is a Marathi Bangla kind of a, Subaltern Studies is from Bangla, and then there's a Marathi Bangla, kind of a conundrum here. Yeah, no, but I was just wondering whether there is a significant Dalit critique within Bangla on the Subaltern Studies, post-colonial studies stuff, the Dalit literature, the Dalit Lekika. So would there be a conversation there? So that we are talking about a philosophy. So is there a philosophy, that conversation there, that this doesn't become a certain kind of a Mumbai Kolkata dimension, rather a certain kind of a conversation there. So I would like to you to reflect on that. The last thing is, for me there is also something more, because there are interesting comparisons between Gramsci and Ambedkar. Cosimo Zeni's work is there. Quite a lot of people, and there are also interesting kind of lineages of, say, figures and their concepts which are in parallel, including the, why do we do this conference? The Black, Dalit. So is Dalit and Subaltern somewhere, limited, but for figures like Gramsci and Ambedkar or Phule or W.B. Du Bois, they can come together, but what they conceptualize as categories or concepts, or do not kind of gel in easily. The last one is a kind of a throw-up question, but you can take it. The first 3 are very concrete questions.
Thank you all for your interventions. Of course, this is a historical debate. My concern as somebody who works on contemporary issues is that what lessons do we take to understand the contemporary situations? Of course, it's great to go back to history and challenge the Subaltern Studies, or rather to say that, of course, this was not the complete picture that we have. But part of the reason we study history is also to make sense of our present. And one of the examples that I would like to share is that of the diamond cutting industry in Gujarat, where the employer and employee belong to the same caste. And that was one of the reasons that despite having extremely exploitative conditions, there was never a protest against the employer. So of course that kind of fits into the story that you narrated. But similarly, what kind of tools we actually get to make a sense of Indian society today? And that would be, of course, one can, it's absolutely lovely to go back to history and challenge, but also to make a sense of present. That's number one. Number two, I think I'll just add one point to Santosh's intervention, is that communist movement which began in Bombay was very much restricted to a Bombay city itself, and they never entered into the rural kind of struggles. And this is where Ambedkar's intervention becomes interesting, because he was connecting the rural and urban, because several of these rural laborers migrated to Bombay to work in the large industries, and therefore the connection is absolutely important. And the last part here is about proletarian consciousness, because the whole thing is about consciousness, whether it's peasant or proletarian. And going back to the Marxian idea, it's about actually the absence of means of production. That the only thing that the proletarian is left with is the ability to sell the labor power. But what we have is a situation that several of these proletariats, if we may call them, have actually land in the rural settings, and they are not, within quote, proletarian in the truest sense, that they are left with nothing but their labor power to sell. And the connected to that part is that even the condition of becoming proletariat is based on caste and gender. That who can become a proletariat itself is a challenge. Not everybody had access to the kind of proletarian jobs inside the factory because these were very competitive jobs. And caste and religion was deployed to guard those jobs. And maybe if you could reflect on this, that would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. I just have one question. I'm looking at history, and I want your opinion on how does, what
Hello, Professor. So in this conference, we have been trying to understand caste through and with race, and different methodologies have been introduced. It's through psychology, philosophy, through different historical narratives, and different categories have also been introduced here, like talked about, not introduced, but talked about, like Dalitude. And as you have mentioned, that subaltern consciousness does not capture the caste consciousness. So maybe we are moving away and apart from the subaltern consciousness to understand the caste consciousness. And you, as you mentioned, to understand the caste consciousness, we require Phule's Avidya. Maybe if you can talk a little more about it. And secondly, if somehow we are reaching towards this developing understanding of caste consciousness, then where do we place it? Whether it's in Buddhism, in Ambedkarism, in academic discourses, in political struggles, or in figures and symbolism. So these are my two questions.
Yeah. Begin with the last. You have everybody here.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. My name is Sushant Singh, and I confess that I am not an academician, neither I courage to do so. But I'm a lawyer, and my question is going to be related somewhere on the practicality of the caste and the race. So I'm just concerned, like I've been hearing the comparison and that how the caste works with respect to patriarchy, gender, and within the Marxism also, that how it is interlinked and overlapping. So my question is that there is one struggle where we are dealing with the Hindutva, or that within the Hindu religion, and the second counter argument we are having that within the leftist movement or the Marxism, that how caste is not only underrepresented but also being discriminated. And when it comes to Kolkata or at the West Bengal, we had the 32 years of the government, and we could not find any kind of a I'll say on ground operations where the caste was eliminated. So my question is that here we are trying to compare the caste and the race, and I've been living in London for 3 years now, and I have witnessed myself that how the people who are racially discriminated and the people who are black, they are suffering till date. I understand that there are more severe punishments and the laws are pretty strict, but if the same kind of ideology or the same kind of setup we are going to adopt in India with respect to Dalits, it may not be very helpful. The reason is that the kind of employment where the racial discriminated people are engaged in the Western countries is not so fruitful. It's just that the minimum wages are much more increased, people are more sensitive while they are talking and while they are making any discriminatory vocabularies or anything, I would say. So my question is that when we are comparing the caste and the race, how do we addressing the caste question, because the race in itself is not being dealt in a manner where they have been socially uplifted.
One was with regard to caste and the maneuvering within caste system. how do we understand this question of caste mobility, the churning within caste system? And subaltern studies, in fact, particularly after after the end of the subaltern studies project, there are many scholars who have in fact invoked this aspect of caste mobility. And the second question was with regard to caste and modernity. How do we understand this relationship between caste and modernity? Because there are many scholars who have in fact tried to grapple with this question from a very different perspective. Yours obviously is very different, but I have not been able to, in fact, get with your point.
Thanks for the questions. Yes, my Marathi writing is quite difficult to translate into English. Means it's hard task. Basically, the kind of language I use. So, however, it is quite satisfactory translation. So you have to congratulate those who are translating it. The second kind of question about late critique, we differ from late critique basically because we understand caste as a mode of production. We understand caste as a mode of exchange. We understand caste as consciousness, and therefore you will find that the way left critique has taken subaltern studies as a conspiracy, we have not taken subaltern studies as conspiracy. I never have written in my own article that it is a conspiracy. It's a welcome kind of idea, set of ideas to which we can engage. And we can somehow enrich ourselves through engaging with the kind of tools, methods which they are offering. So certainly my, you can say, take particularly about subaltern studies quite in certain sense of engagement rather than of criticizing them, condemning them, as mostly the left kind of critique has offered. There is no kind of, you can say, combat between Bengalis and Marathis as such. Although I am criticizing Partho, it seems that I also is influenced by Partho in certain sense because I am criticizing him more. So this is not that kind of, you can say, combat, but because if he argues that there are different ideologies of caste, I will have argument, the question came in, I have argument that all caste has to have put into hierarchy. That they collapse into hierarchy. You can't have caste without hierarchy. Particularly postmodernists are now defining caste in terms of difference, but you won't have any kind of real kind of view that there could be a kind of caste as difference, but caste is hierarchy. So therefore, if caste is hierarchy, then what is the grounding kind of principle of caste? The grounding principle of caste is obviously Brahmanism. And this particular principle of hierarchy is based on two kind of, we can say, grounds. One is that is which we understand as Brahminical patriarchy, where the whole kinds of caste are, you can say, forced together into system on the basis of purity, and this purity is mostly marked out by rituals as well as the chastity of women. So Brahmin women is seen to be most chaste, and the Dalit women is seen to be most licentious. This is the kind of ways the whole hierarchy is structured. It still operates. There was a kind of paper on Jogtis and Jogti, and you will find that this hierarchy is quite haunting. So you can't have, because there are different conceptions of caste, and particularly I already can say Ambedkar has identified that there is an autonomous functioning of caste. That autonomous functioning of caste should not be equated as there are different ideologies of caste. They fall back within a system called Brahmanism. So that is a kind of argument which I will offer. Sumeet has made very important question that if at all we are talking about peasant insurgency in historical period, how we could somehow locate the particular kind of present scenario within which we could talk of. We have discussion about class caste, and you will find that yes, particularly Comrade Sharad Patil has argued that in peasantry there is class. Class has emerged within all castes. And so there is a caste class rule. Particularly Jayant Lele has argued that there is a certain kind of a rule which operates in India, and that rule is mostly caste class rule. And this caste class rule, you will find that the classes of low, you can say the lower castes having there been a class, so they are united as caste class rule. So interestingly, this whole kind of situation is there. Particularly, there is a class rupture in peasantry. That wasn't there in 19th century when Phule was writing. There was least kind of, we can say, lines which we can draw about the class cleavage. But particularly in 20th century, there is a class cleavage. And now you have to understand exactly what you have pointed out. Now, in 19th century, when Phule was writing about peasantry, the Brahmin moneylenders were there, the Brahmin zamindars were there, the Marwadi zamindars and moneylenders were there. So the antagonism was quite defined. And therefore the kind of the struggles was more fierce. But you will find that particularly after independence, the class cleavage is such that within the peasantry, the classes has emerged which are direct exploiters. So if at all the peasantry is exploited on the very grounds of the mode of exchange, and if you can find that who are in the mode of exchange, you will find these kinds of communities. For example, in rural Maharashtra, those who are selling the fertilizers are from the Maratha castes, and now they are exploiting the peasantry. So there is a certain kind of structures within the classes have emerged, and so the antagonism of class is there within the peasantry. And therefore this rupture, particularly class rupture, is important in Maharashtra particularly. Because of that, the whole kind of peasant rebellion could not take a kind of solid shape. And this whole kind of, we can say, meekness of peasantry, particularly which we can observe in Maharashtra, basically because of this class cleavage. So it's interesting, and that point you were raising. Yes, caste slavery, and the interesting point of caste slavery, that Baba Saheb Ambedkar has two strategies. Means if at all we can understand how Baba Saheb was defining caste, and how Baba Saheb has accrued meanings of caste. Baba Saheb has deployed two important categories to understand caste. One is slavery, and slavery is in certain sense could be associated with race, and the other is absolutely class. So you can find in caste in India, he defines particularly caste as enclosed class. So there is a kind of way he was, you can say, locating caste through lens of class. And there is another way he was locating caste is through the lens of slavery. So particularly after caste in India, he is offering his witness to South Borough Commission, and in South Borough Commission he defines Dalits, particularly untouchables, in terms of slaves. He defines them as consficated selves. And this very term, consficated self, is quite echoing Tarabai Shinde, who has written Men Women Comparison in 19th century. She has written that we as women, आमच्यावर किती जप्ती असते. We as being the women, we are consficated. That is the statement which is made by Tarabai Shinde in 19th century. The same kind of logic we will find in Baba Saheb Ambedkar's writing. And then he defines, because the untouchables are slaves, three kinds of rights are not given to slaves. One, that is civil rights. Secondly, the right to respect is not given to untouchables. basically because they are slaves, and right to security. These three kinds of rights are denied to untouchables, and Ambedkar builds on emancipation by carrying this comparison of you can say slavery with caste, and thus in certain sense proceed to emancipation. What kind of emancipation Ambedkar has brought has a certain kind of take on his definition of caste through slavery, and there this whole kind of, we can say, linkages between race and caste is more meaningful. Yes, there is another kind of question about the way we have to confront the whole kind of pedagogic kind of places, how we could somehow locate caste, and this is obvious that we have our own kind of experiences, and we come with our own experiences, and interestingly one has to see that particularly Mahatma Phule has made a certain kind of entry into field of knowledge by claiming an interesting statement. There was a speech delivered by Ranade in Pune, and it was a speech particularly on the condition of peasantry. M.G. Ranade was a great kind of reformer of Maharashtra. He has made three statements in that speech. One statement was that within these 30 years, the condition of peasantry is improved. This is one statement. The second statement he has made that the Kulkarnis, particularly the Brahmin kind of accountant of village, are helping the peasantry. This was second statement he made. And third statement he made that if caste could elevate the condition of people, caste is good. So these three statements he made. Phule had offered a rejoinder by issuing a tract called Ishara, warning, and it starts with जिस तन लागे वही तन जाने बीजा क्या जाने गवारा. The body which bears the pain, only that body knows about the pain. Interestingly, when Tarabai Shinde had written Sri Purush Tulna, women comparison, at that time Phule's disciple attacked on Tarabai Shinde because she was attacking on misogyny, she was attacking on Brahminical patriarchy. So Phule's male kind of disciples attacked on Tarabai Shinde. Phule defended Tarabai Shinde and Pandita Ramabai and written a satsar. In that, he also invoked the statement of Kabir, Jisatan lage wahi tan jane, bija kya jane gawara re. The body which knows the pain only can tell about this. So the whole kind of subject experiences are essential in making of knowledge. And there you will find that how Phule in certain sense was taking experience and turning into knowledge. So he has his own kind of, we can say, method to turn experience into knowledge, and that one has to understand. Even Ambedkar has given this kind of, we can say, method to turn experience to knowledge. And as we could somehow in classrooms, if at all the classroom practices are changing and there is no kind of, you can say, knowledge is given about caste, you can have your own kind of ways to, in certain sense, engage with caste. I stop here. The question about caste mobility, and I think that it's important question that caste mobility has various mechanisms. Particularly in Maharashtra, if you can understand that this whole kind of structure of class, you can have class elevation through caste solidarity. Means through caste solidarity, particularly the Brahmins were competing with each other. There were Brahmin subcaste in Maharashtra, and these Brahmin subcaste were competing for the class, places of class or the class elevation through castes. So they were organizing, Saraswat Brahmins were organizing themselves against Kokunastha Brahmins. Deshastha Brahmins were organizing themselves against Kokunastha Brahmins to have the class positions. Similarly, particularly Satyashodhak Samaj, the learned non-Brahmins followed Mahatma Phule basically because at that time the caste was such that no non-Brahmins was given a place into the class position. You will amazed to know that Ranade, when Shahu Maharaj appointed Bhaskarrao Jadhav, a Maratha, Kunbi Maratha, who has distinction in university, and he was appointed as the officer in as Diwan in Kolhapur. He has shown some kind of, we can say, suspicion. Could this man, Bhaskarrao Jadhav, could deliver? Because he was not Brahmin. So this was a condition where you will find that this whole kind of mobilities were carried out through caste organizations. So you will find all kinds of caste emerged, caste association emerged, particularly in end of 19th century, all over Maharashtra or Bengal. You will find that several kinds of caste organizations emerged. You will find Maratha Shikshan Parishad, you will find Mali Shikshan Parishad, all kinds of caste organizations started teaching, giving some kind of scholarship to their own caste, we can say, students. So all such kinds of associations started going on. And interestingly, one has to understand, if you have elevated on class plane, if you got a certain kind of class elevation, you would not be happy with the class position. You want your position to be elevated in caste structures. So particularly, I will cite an example of 19th century, the early 19th century kind of sonars, that is the goldsmith. Goldsmith, particularly of Mumbai, got a certain kind of opportunity to be rich. And because they were rich, they started practicing the rituals of Brahmin rituals, and they started emulating Brahmin rituals. It was the Pathare Prabhus, it was these kinds of sonars, and interestingly, there is a kind of class and caste kind of complexities which emerged in 19th century. So interestingly, this mobilities has haunted till now. So particularly, why the Kunbis and Marathas never wanted to be part of reservations in earlier phase? Because they seen as a stigmatized kind of position that why should we claim for reservations. Later on, particular globalizations, there is a certain kind of sense of argument that they want reservations. So one has to understand this complexity, that how caste class mobilities are shaped over the years, and actually certain kind of junctures which has shaped these all kinds of shifts. So he is right that there is shift, the caste is not static. Ambedkar has strongly argued that caste is not static, it's all the time changing. So the changing kind of caste has to be understood, and this mobility has to be important kind of facet to understand. I stop here. There are many kind of questions I might not answer, but in kind of.
Thank you very much. I just end that with note that, whatever you produced as a part of knowledge production process, whether it creates an enabling process or not. And this is a big question which I leave it to you. And I hope there are a lot of things to take from this particular observations. And I thank Professor Bagade. As I said, it's always a pleasure to listen to him. And thank Prabodhan Santosh. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Now I would invite Professor Yashpal to give vote of thanks.
before the vote of thanks, may I request Professor Yashpal to say a few words about the translation and the meaning of the panel, which had to do also with the vernacular in which a lot of anti-caste critique seems to have remained. But this article is brought thanks mainly to your labors. And so in your vote of thanks, if you can add just one comment as the translator of Professor Bagade's article.
Thank you, Divya. Certainly, see, one of the key motivations for undertaking the translation was to also address the kind of dissonance that I was trying to hint at yesterday, that most of the intellectual resources that I had gathered as a student in Aurangabad were the vernacular resources, and in that period I had opportunity to interact with Professor Bagade's work and then engage and learn more from it. And there are many other sorts of resources that are still lying there, but the kind of inferiority, in a sense, the kind of inferiority that is imposed on what is really published in the vernacular, or without really getting into the content, without really getting into, because I think in many a times we just stop at where and especially the prestige of the place where it is published, the prestige of the language where it is published, rather than the content of the argument and the intent of the argument. I think that is left out. So that was the motivation to open up those spaces, and it's so, I feel so fortunate to be able to make that intervention in a project that I now began to understand. Now this whole journey has been a journey of understanding what exactly it means to be critical, and this whole conference made that word made me very sensitive to that word, and it made it in a sense the engagement of what a criticality, philosophy, asking the questions about caste and race and not taking them for granted. I think that is the whole journey is all about. And first of all, let me also convey certain things to you. This is my usual classroom. I have taught a class of 300 to 400 UG students here. And when you enter the class, 300 to 400 BTech students are there. You are a psychology professor and you are trying to teach introduction to psychology to them. Imagine my situation. And there, then you grapple. You try to make inroads. You try to convey to them with that passion, that energy, that experience that you have, and somewhere try to open their minds to these facts that there are structural inequalities that we need to be responsible for and need to answer for. And then in that very space, we are able to do this. And I motivate myself by saying that even if there is one student, I'm going to do the best of the job that is possible for me. And now I'm feeling quite overwhelmed to see that we have such a committed audience. We have broken all the protocols, rules of time management. And we are still here. So that is so inspiring. And I must congratulate you all. First of all, the attendees, the overwhelming response that we have got, in the sense that made us freak out also, that how do we cater to more than 1,000 audience? One of the things, and on behalf of the organizers, we have been thanked many times. Leni, Divya and I have been thanked many times. Most speakers, when they started to speak, thanked us. But in a sense, thanks to you all, I think you made it a successful event. You made it a memorable, a cherishable moment for all of us. That is what I think the thing that I'll always remember about this, that there was such a response and there was such a learning and a meaningful learning that has taken place. So many things to say, but let me also do the formality of mentioning that our Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, our head of the department, Professor Farhana, who chaired Professor Guru's keynote, who supported the event, Professor Anjali Multani, Dean of Diversity and Inclusion, who also supported the event. Our office staff supported the event, and most importantly, our student carried the whole burden of managing all the event on their shoulders. So, yes, they made everything successful. They made it all possible. They made it all possible, and I must thank all our friends, colleagues, teachers who traveled to Delhi who gave their time, who made efforts to put their thoughts on paper, and it was so inspiring to see Professor Gopal Guru coming to give the keynote with a written speech. That taking us seriously, I think that was very important. That was something that I learned from. And all our speakers, discussant, chairs have given that sort of a seriousness and made this a truly successful conference. I don't know, I'm calling it conference, but it is not fitting into the category of conference. It started with an idea of a workshop, an indoor sort of a workshop, a small sort of a workshop, then it transformed into something else. It's creating a new category, and I hope that is a new beginning for all of us. But I do want to make one final point, that we must follow up. I think what is really important is to follow up, and I hope we will find ways to continue this discussion on critical philosophy of caste and race, continue to ask better and better questions about these categories, and try not to take them for granted. Thank you very much. And I think the whole experience is so made also the memorable. I think the way we remember things is also in terms of images, and these images, the artists who made these possible images, Rahi Kunde Shuloka and Sudeep, we must thank you to them, and they have done it without any expectations of remuneration. We really had no funding. Thank you.